Hello, chat. Can you hear me okay? I'm on the other microphone. The reason why I'm on the because welcome to my kitchen. I'm going to make pancakes while I watch videos with you. And then after that, because this laptop is on battery, I'm going to switch back to the main computer. Yeah, but not the pancakes are not anything special, but you know, they are pancakes, or they will be anyway. Hand clogs. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. I wanted to do stuff like this. This is why I bought this microphone. Because that I figured that it would, yeah, I figured that would be helpful. Pancake. Yes. Error pancakes. Pancakes of death. Exactly. Basically, yes. This is not canola oil. It is rocket fuel. Yeah. Okay. Let me just announce, and then we'll get started. I've got some videos that I want to watch. Look under this skillet, AK-47s, RPG. Exactly. Exactly. Basically, yes. True. And based or something. Oh my God, thank you for the 5 gifties. And unfortunately, it's not. Oh, wait, why isn't it alerting me? Hold on. Oh, okay. Is it gonna alert properly? All right, there they are. Is it gonna make a noise? Come on, Windows. I know you can do it. There it is. Excellent. Aw. Now you guys get to look at the kitty. The kitty! You think that's flour, you silly goose? It's C4! Lonerbox's, yeah, I know. I love Lonerbox's Higari impression. It's so funny. It's really good. I'm sad that Higari is gone because it means that we can't have that anymore. Although he could still do it the next time the IDF makes an announcement, but it's just not quite the same. You know. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just gonna window cap. This. This. So this is from our good friends over at CW. I'm gonna put it right there. Okay. This is not healthcare. This is terror healthcare. Insurance of death. Terror care. No matter what the announcement is, he's in full gear in a tunnel to describe how it's actually a mass weapon stockpile. Oh my God, Kalinda is trying to appeal to red pillars, showing herself cleaning the kitchen. I'm not cleaning it. I'm gonna make food, but okay. So we're gonna watch this while I do that.
Last Friday, U.S. authorities released
and I can pause.
Another batch of files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein, if you need reminding, was a convicted sex offender. He died in a New York prison back in 2019 while awaiting another trial for
Thanks for that
sex
helpful
trafficking
reminder.
operation involving underage girls. Now, this latest release.
Also, guy, oh shit, that is really loud. Let me know if it goes too high because that means that I maybe have the gain way too high because I cranked up the gain because this microphone is incredibly quiet. I might need to change it. I don't want it to peak too hard and like go all the way into the red. And so, um, that anchor looks like a cross between Bryan Cranston and Robert Patrick. Cooking or cleaning, still perfect trad wife. I am absolutely not trying to appeal. Fuck that noise. Crank up the game. You mean the gain? What, on this microphone? Is it still not loud enough? Is it still not loud enough?
Release, made up of more than 3 million documents, images, and videos, gives new insights into Epstein's ties to the rich and powerful. It is also fueling speculation.
We are cooking pancakes, Insomniac. Linda, what is this white powder? Oh, this is pancake mix. No, we are not Breaking Bad. Oh, video games, I see.
That Epstein could have been working for Russia. The suspicion is that Epstein would lure his powerful connections into sexual encounters, which were then used for the purposes of blackmail. Now, this tactic is synonymous with Russian intelligence, who happen to have their very own name for this compromising blackmail material. It's called kompromat.
Kompromat.
At least one European leader appears to be taking the potential Russian connection very seriously. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk.
Of course.
He has ordered a probe into whether Epstein's activities were directed by the Kremlin.
A growing number of commentators and experts assume that it is highly probable that this was a premeditated operation by Russian intelligence. This so-called honey trap, a sweet bait, a trap set for the elites of the Western world, primarily the United States. It is
Poland is always on it if it has a connection to Russia. Yeah, I know. I feel like Poland is the embodiment of Peter Griffin holding the shotgun from Family Guy as he walks forward with like Lois behind him with her hands outstretched, and Peter's just like, I just want to talk to him, and he's referring to Russia. And meanwhile, Lois behind him is the EU being like, bro, wait, hold on. Or NATO. Linda is doing reverse scriptology on conservatives with this one. Schrodinger trad, Schrodinger wife, who knows? Subscribe and find out true.
increasingly likely that Russian intelligence services co-organized this operation. I don't need to tell you how serious that is for the security of the Polish state. This can only mean that they possess compromising materials against many leaders still active today.
All right, for more on this honey trap, I want to pull in now Bartosz Walęcki. He's the deputy editor-in-chief of the Polish daily newspaper, the Gazeta Wyborcza. Bartosz, it's good to have you with us. Do we know what's in the Epstein files that prompted Donald Tusk to launch this investigation?
Well, there are contacts between Jeffrey Epstein and guy called Bielyakov, who used to be former economic advisor to Vladimir Putin. And, well, you know, if you are advisor to Vladimir Putin, if you work with the Kremlin as a Russian national, you must have some connections with the secret services. You must be involved in all those dealing by FSB, so the successor of KGB. Everything in Russia is a special operation. Everything dealing with the West, itself is a special operation. They consider it as a matter of foreign intelligence, and there are multiple threats. And you know the method of dealing, the network Epstein created, that looks like has been copied and pasted from old Soviets textbook of the espionage to create a network of gaining those compromise, those materials. Well,
do you use non-stick or stainless? This is non-stick, I think. My mom bought me this this thing. Yeah, I think it's non-stick. I mean, it's kind of a mess, you know. A lot of the stuff that I have is, but it's nice. And this is just, apparently we're not supposed to use these anymore. Like these black plastic ones. This is old. But we were advised against the, I think. Yeah, that's nonstick. Oh, you can even tell by looking at it. Listen, I'm honestly not much of a cook. Like, I actually have my mom's pancake recipe, and maybe what I'll do is I'll make it on stream one time with you guys, if this works. The laptop's running on battery right now, though, so I only have so much time. It's not like the battery on this laptop lasts a super long time or whatever, but yeah. Okay, Epstein.
Photographs made during, most uncomfortable situation, chantage and stuff like that. This raises a suspicions. Our prime minister didn't say who is to blame. Didn't say who was for sure dealing with Russians. He sees that the things, the entire situation is very dangerous. There are, suppositions, and that has to be cleared. So they started with an analytical job for the moment, and then probably inquiry. Yes.
Let me just, I want to make this clear, though, Bartosz. I mean, we're not talking about there being strong evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was working with Russian intelligence, right? These are suspicions that we're talking about, right?
Yes, indeed. But the suspicions are so serious, and the situation is so dire. We live now in. We have a war in Ukraine. We have a hybrid war in entire Europe. We have the sabotage actions, done by Russia in Poland, in Germany. We don't know what happened in Spain. I mean, this terrible accident with the trains. We have a drone assault in Poland. So many things are happening, and suddenly we learn about global network of pedophilia and espionage, which is really frightening. And well, if you sum that up, you need to be very cautious, and you need to know who you're dealing with. There are some Polish names on the list. Yeah. There are some Polish girls that possibly have been recruited by Epstein or one of his henchmen in Poland.
What about the investigation?
15 years ago.
Black plastic is kind of overblown. It's more dangerous. It's not any more dangerous than any other plastics. Okay, I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Really, I watched a documentary about Teflon, and it was scary. Wait, this isn't Teflon, though, is it? I mean, I don't know. Teflon is fully non-reactive, so you can eat Teflon chips and keep them inside you for decades without inflammation. Nice. Anyway, yeah. Good morning, Tuck Man. I am making pancakes while we listen to DW News talk about Epstein's apparent ties to Russia, which again, I want to keep, I understand. Which again, I want to keep everyone in mind, or I want it to be understood that this is not a, none of this is, I mean, it's, some of this might be a little bit more than, isn't it weird, but I'd have to look into it. Certainly, though, given the way that Russia operates and the fact that if you are doing shit with a Russian oligarch, it's very likely that Russian oligarch probably has ties to the Kremlin. I don't know how you could operate as an oligarch in Russia without having some connection to. That seems to just be the way that things work there. But I could be wrong about that. I don't. That's something else I'm going to have to look more into. I am definitely going to do more research on like how Russia works, how Russia functions as a country, and all of the shit with regards to that, because that I find it like insane that Lactoid would claim that like that Russia has elections and therefore, you know, and that like, and that he basically would not say that Putin, whether or not Putin was a dictator. I find that to be a crazy thing for anybody to say, and I don't know that he actually believes that, because that's ridiculous in so many ways. It is so stupid. Don't get me started on my current contrarian takes on pancakes. I have a waffle maker too. Hello, Alex. Later on today, I'm going to be digging into those polls that Lactoid was like sort of poo-pooing on, mostly because that I want to know whether or not they are accurate. Or I'm very curious about that, basically. So I'm probably gonna go through it. The polls of Donetsk and Luhansk, basically, and the Crimean poll. Like, I want to know why he thinks there's something so wrong with like IRI's polling or with any other polling, and why. Like, I feel like it's weird because it seems like he mainly only is going to accept polls that match up with what he thinks. But I also don't really know anything about polling and statistics or whatever. I might actually ask Destiny, because I'm actually curious to ask Destiny about what he thinks about that Crimean poll that we were looking at last night, the one from the UN. Because it seems like Lactoid was very desperate to cling on to this notion that, 60% of them said they would join Russia. But that was if they were given a choice between, I think, staying in Ukraine or joining. I have to look to see what. But then it was like way more split if you gave them more choices. So I don't know if that's necessarily reflective of what their actual preference was. When you force them to choose between join Russia or whatever the other thing was, or all these other options, then it becomes way more split. And I think that says something about like where their heads were at. It's kind of silly to just look at that poll and be like, oh, they were all in favor of joining Russia, you know? And in some ways, I would argue that also makes the referendum illegitimate because it didn't give them all those things. It's actually just US did coup, US did poll, ergo poll is biased. Yeah, I know, but that's so dumb. I think part of the reason why I hate that so much is because that you can literally find, like, if you look at IRI polling, if IRI was biased, then would not their polling show, like, for example, a majority of Ukrainians want to join the EU, but they've never done a poll. It's always only ever been a plurality. And sometimes that plurality wanted to join the customs union instead. The polls were all over the place. So it's very funny that he would assume this. Also, I looked into this further, and the purpose of IRI, the whole purpose of the International Republican Institute, is to provide data and information to governments so that they can better make policy that like suits, so they can be more democratically responsive to the citizenry. So it would be very silly for IRI to conduct a bunch of polls and then fudge the numbers and then tell the governments that this is what they want if they actually were trying to like do some sort of democratic shit, because then they wouldn't be giving the citizens what they want. And arguably that would be playing right into Russia's hands. But yeah, polls are tricky to hold a lot of weight on. I liked Addie's saying about polls being perfume. Yeah, I know, but unfortunately, it feels like that's all we've got when it comes to what did the people of Ukraine want, unless there's other things that can be pointed to. Obviously, their action with Euromaidan is helpful too, but I didn't know sorry. IRI is the International Republican Institute. Although it's funny because Dylan also made that. That's very amusing. Good one. You can also ask Destiny to connect you with Ukrainian Anna and hopefully more sources on the Russian/Ukrainian situation. Yeah, that's true, because that she's probably going to be able to hook me up with Ukrainian language. Like the that UN poll too that ChatGPT provided, the one that Lactoid was talking about, I believe that poll, like all the data for that is in Ukrainian, or at least the PDF that Lanker found. So I'm probably going to have to use the Google Translate and like just find the pages with the results and do that, and just like take screenshots. Because I've tried asking the Clanker to translate PDFs for me before, and it doesn't really do a very good job. Or rather, it takes forever, and I hate it. Oh, hello! Hello there! Nice and golden brown. I'll be right back.
Yo.
Bartosz,
Yes,
what about the
investigation?
investigation? How is the investigation going to work? Do we know?
Yes, we know. The prosecutor general will be the head of the investigation, and the first step would be to analyze everything that has been revealed from the Epstein files or from other sources. And then there will be connections analyzed, and then, well, in criminal cases there will be a criminal prosecution. In cases regarding counterintelligence, there will be further analytical job done, probably with the allies from NATO and from other countries, looking for, well, Russian operatives in the network, if there are any. Of course, this is, very vague, it must be checked, but actually, the experts say that smells Russian, terribly Russian stench, what gets out of it. And it's funny that nobody came to this conclusion earlier. This is nothing new, the Epstein case, that's for a decade since we first learned about this procedure.
Bartosz,
funny, nobody learned about it before, that the Russians could be involved.
I know that Donald Tusk says that Epstein's activities could pose a national security threat to Poland. Help us understand that. I mean, how can his activities be a threat, considering that Jeffrey Epstein is dead? He's no longer alive.
Well, the stuff he found out.
He did before. We know about politicians. We know.
Oh, I hate getting old. I moved my neck wrong, and now I've got this. Ugh. Oh, yes, pragmatic American. The cat was sitting in here, but then he went over there. He went back that way. The kitchen is obviously Stuart's favorite place, or one of his favorite places. Okay. I always make 2 ginormous pancakes because I'm a little bit crazy.
About diplomats who are giving him access to restricted material, to the classified informations also regarding security of the NATO.
Do you know, Bartosz, the nature of that information? Is there anything that you can divulge here tonight? I mean, what was shared that could be so bad?
We don't know such details, but there is also a supposition that among the information he was given by those Norwegian diplomats, by the British politicians, were also NATO secrets. If he known about the measures taken for the bailout of Greece during the Euro crisis, he could have learned about NATO defense plans for the eastern flank of the alliance. Why not? That also has to be checked and proved. If Russians have our defense plans, that could mean a disaster for the NATO. This is a.
Wait, did Russia know about the Greek bailout plans? Did they have that info? I don't know everything that they. Growing older stopped being cool when I hit 25. Have you tried PDF Translate.ai? Is that a real website, Bill, or are you just fucking with me? Oh, hi, Raviel. Gail Narnan. Gail Narnan is Raviel from Loan Report, everybody, if you guys, anybody from Loan Report. If I remember correctly, Anna received something like a medal or honor for work, and she's well connected. Oh yeah, I imagine that she would be. Yeah, absolutely. I know that she is quite well connected, which is good.
Extremely serious business here, and interestingly, that has been tolerated for so long. Nobody seen that coming.
I know that Epstein's activities have raised the question whether or not Russia was involved in blackmailing political leaders. But if we put the compromise aside for a moment, what kind of other operations does Russian intelligence carry out to sway Polish domestic politics in Moscow's favor? I mean, what comes to mind when you're thinking about the way Russian intelligence manipulates Poland?
Well, let me start that this is a hybrid war. So this is almost a war. we live in such a pre-war period, as our prime minister used to say. We have two different types of operation. The first is kinetic. I mean, the saboteurs who were committing arsons in Poland. Few of them were arrested and then.
Oh, I know she despises Lactoid. I mean, I remember her telling him to like fuck off and whatnot when they were meeting because that she was so tired of the Euromaidan conspiracy. He is utterly married to that and the idea that it was an illegal and unconstitutional coup. Like, I'm thinking probably what I'm going to do is for our debate, I'm going to write out a hypothetical, the one that Epic suggested about it's going to be something like Gavin Newsom is the president of the United States, and he decides, and the U.S. was about to sign some sort of trade agreement with China, some sort of crazy awesome trade agreement that a lot of the country wanted, but Canada didn't want them to sign that trade agreement, and neither did the EU, and making threats behind closed doors. Gavin Newsom decided that or not, they weren't making threats, but they were like kind of like trying to pressure. And then it would be they wanted to sign a trade agreement with the EU and with Canada, something like after Trump, to ensure that the tariff shit can never happen again, bullshit like that. And so like China basically, but China doesn't want that, and China starts exerting economic pressure on Newsom. And Newsom is like California is really pro-China, and so is Newsom. And then so there's protests all over the country when he tries to pull out of the agreement, but not in California. California is not against that, and the whole thing kind of explodes. And then and Newsom gets removed from office. Or he doesn't get removed, but he's being called on to resign. So he runs away to China, but so does half the U.S. Senate, all the Democrats, okay? But none of them resign. They all just leave. And China and the California feels unrepresented, and like there starts to be separatist movements there. China puts a carrier strike group off the coast of California, and then they invade California later on. And like, what's America supposed to do? Because they can't like remove Newsom from office because the Senate's not there. So now what do, you know, like, can we please, like, is America allowed to like hold a new election and just say that Gavin Newsom's not there, even if there's no legal remedy for dealing with this? Like, your audio cuts out sometimes, like, oh yeah, that's probably because it's this. I'm almost done with this. It's this thing. I'm still trying to figure it. I actually need to do some listening tests on it myself. I'm assuming the audio cuts out. Yeah, it's mostly fine. Keep talking. Yeah, okay, I'm talking. But yeah, I want to present Lactoid with a hypothetical like that because I feel like there's no way that he would agree to the notion of China basically coming in and taking over California if California didn't feel represented. Or that it would be. Did it just cut out? I bet it did. I grow more and more concerned about national security. Yeah. We'll keep listening to this. I like to point out that Yanukovych wasn't just arrested because of the trade agreement. He also imprisoned him. Yeah, honestly, I thought the last straw was when he outlawed protests, passed those insane laws that were referred to as dictatorship laws. The maple syrup is right here. It is real Canada pure maple syrup, grade A. Yeah. Heck yeah. You cut off a bit. Yeah, it cut off a bit. Yeah, I think that's the gain. Let me try turning it down a little because I think it puts it in the red. then it gets cut off. How about now? Maybe that's better. Maybe that's a better thing. Was Epic Fail a Tulsi supporter? No, he wasn't. Again, I wonder what Epic Fail thinks about the Tulsi Gabbard whistleblower stuff. I don't think Epic likes Tulsi very much. Epic is a California, except he also really likes. Oh my God, look at this still frame. This guy is rolling his eyes. Okay, good. I'm gonna keep playing this.
And even sentence. There are migrants from Belarus, from Ukraine that have been recruited by the Russian special services. And that accident, that blowing up the rails close to Warsaw a few months ago was also caused by such saboteurs. This is the first sort of actions. And this is the most dangerous, most acute thing. And the other thing is, well,
I'll be right back. We're gonna keep listening to this because it's almost, and I need to grab the charger for the laptop. And then I'm gonna try something new with my computer and the laptop. One sec.
Constant propaganda operation, manipulation over social platforms, spreading, fake news regarding Ukraine, regarding the war in the Ukraine. The Russians are aware that they can't make Poles to Russian lovers. Nobody in Poland would believe that Putin is a man of peace and so on. But they easily could trigger anti-Ukrainian, anti-Western sentiments. And, they are quite effective with that because we observe a rise in terms of anti-Ukrainian sentiment in Poland. They're using, some tensions that exist between Polish and Ukrainian community living in Poland. And this is a serious issue. And well, it's hard to defend yourself because, Elon Musk isn't working, isn't playing the same team as we are, unfortunately. He's supporting somebody else.
Yeah. Well, we know that you will stay on this story, Bartosz, as will we, and we appreciate you taking the time tonight to tell us exactly how, it's being seen in Poland. It's an important part of this story. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks. You.
Okay, do you guys hear me still? Open this computer. Hi. Aw. Hello. Oh my god, you're so cute. Likes the chin rub. Oh no, you're trying to grab the microphone again. Stop, don't do that. Not very nice. Hold on, I'm gonna get my pancakes. All right. Hello? Okay. Hold on. Property. Um, that everything fine. Oh, no, Stuart, you can't tell them anymore. Tell them anymore what? That's the real question. Hurts. Sorry, hold on just a sec, guys. That seems really bad. That shouldn't keep trying to kill you. Unfortunately, not good happening. Go. Um, Now, OBS Studio. Capture. Okay. All right. Okay. Of course. So. Okay. Now we should be able to my usual shit. So, okay, chat, let's see. Can you hear this?
So Russia says that they have taken all.
Looks like you can. Let's fix. Yep, you can. That's good. Okay. Vox tanks are back. Might as well bring them an A7V. Vox tank. Kind of crazy, honest. That's a. Okay. Let's add. Well, actually, you know what? We can just leave this for now. Okay. That's good, though. That's there, like that. We've got that. Okay. Let me just get my earbuds out now. So that we can, or not my earbuds, my, these. Also, if I have any issues with the with frame drops or whatever, then I will connect this to the to a Ethernet cable. But okay. Oh, there was one other DW news segment that I wanted to watch, and then there was a segment that Pondering Politics Josiah did that I'm very curious about that I saw this morning that I'm interested in. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that too. Okay. Let's go.
Of Pokrovsk and are now consolidating their forces.
Wait, no, not that. Oh, Dylan also was in was also did an ICE thing. I'm curious. ICE calls what I did today stalking their agents. Oh, he probably won't release that anytime. Hi. Are you gonna like no? Okay. Hold on. Oh, thank God. He vacated. He unilaterally withdrew. from his spot. Abbas called for elections for the PNC, right? I don't know if it applies to the PLO Executive Council. Wait, did it F? I'm not seeing any drop frames on my side. Not right now, anyway. No F. Nah, okay, good. There was something. Here we go. I want to know.
We begin with the latest U.S.-backed peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. Day one of those talks was meaningful, according to a Ukrainian diplomat. Well, that's despite the two sides' widely divergent expectations and demands. Even as the talks were taking place on Wednesday, there were fresh reports of a Russian air attack on Ukrainian civilians and infrastructure. That in the eastern Donbas region that Moscow wants to fully control as part of any peace deal.
Productive is how Ukraine's top negotiator described the first day of fresh peace talks between Moscow, Kiev, and the US. That's despite the Kremlin putting up an immediate hurdle, saying it would not end the war until Ukraine agrees to its terms. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed his people late Wednesday.
Overall, Ukraine's position is very clear. The war must truly be brought to an end, and Russia must be ready for this. Partners must also be ready to ensure this with real guarantees, security guarantees, and real pressure on the aggressor. It must also be felt now. People in Ukraine must feel that the situation is genuinely moving towards peace and the end of the war, not toward Russia using everything to its advantage and continuing attacks. The aggressor must not be rewarded.
True.
If any reward is given, Russia will eventually break any agreement.
But the situation on the ground suggested little progress toward peace. Russian forces, according to a local official, used cluster munitions to hit a market in the town of Druzhkivka in Ukraine's Donetsk region.
Jesus.
Several people were killed. Overnight drone attacks also struck multiple locations across Ukraine. Officials say Russia again targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure, a pattern repeated each winter since the full-scale invasion began in 2022. The latest strikes hit thermal power plants.
The thermal power plants are under constant attack. Of course, this is a direct threat, a humanitarian catastrophe, a complete shutdown of the plant. The goal was the equipment that provides heating in the city. Everyone understood that the temperature was minus 25 degrees at night, and the ballistic missiles were aimed at the thermal boilers.
Sorry, wait, Linus. Who spoke? Oh, who was speaking Russian? You mean the soldiers? Yeah, that's not surprising because they're in Donetsk. And a lot of people speak Russian there. Which, by the way, is further proof against Lactoid's ridiculous claim that speaking Russian is banned in Ukraine. Yeah, there are entire units in the east full of soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers who are from eastern Ukraine who speak Russian. And there's other parts of Ukraine where the units are speaking Russian too, because that's the language that they grew up speaking. You know what? That's fine. Doesn't make them any less Ukrainian.
Of this plant.
One of the harshest winters in years has pushed temperatures well below freezing. Millions of Ukrainians now depend on fragile power supplies, facing both the cold and continued attacks as the diplomats struggle to gain ground.
DW correspondent Nick Connolly joins us from Kyiv. So, Nick, what are Ukraine's red lines as it heads to day 2 of the Abu Dhabi talks?
I think they remain pretty much the same as we've seen over the last 6 months or year. I think this is about Ukraine, saying we are not going to give up territory that we still control, that Russia has been unable to take on the battlefield. That means the Donetsk region, that is places like Drushkivka, where we had that attack yesterday with several people killed at the market. That is just political kryptonite for Volodymyr Zelensky. If you have all these troops asking after a potential deal, why did we stand in those trenches? Why were we risking our lives for years to then just walk away from territory? And I think that is exactly why Russia wants to force Ukraine into this kind of humiliating deal where it gives up territory that it still controls. I think there's also lots of questions that are basically unresolvable about Ukraine's future ability to join alliances, be that NATO or others, in terms of Ukraine being able to keep an army big enough to protect itself from a further Russian attack. These are all things that Russia is trying to chip away at, to claim that Ukraine somehow presents a threat to Russia's security by having an army that is big enough to protect itself. Obviously, people are talking up these talks. You know, the Ukrainian side doesn't want to anger Washington by being too negative, and that's why we're having these kind of unnamed briefings, often seeming quite positive. But in terms of the real hard work and the real kind of key questions, I'm not seeing any real sign that things are changing. We have heard diplomats, though, saying...
About an hour ago, Ukraine said they're going to re-establish high-level military-to-military dialogue with Russia after the captives were released earlier. Oh, I'm guessing that's so they could probably try to gain more captive releases.
You'll basically not see any progress until everything is resolved, but that is obviously a very optimistic and kind of maximalist take on all of this.
And Russia is hitting both Ukraine's energy facilities and its civilians in the meantime. What impact is that having on Ukraine's approach to the talks in Abu Dhabi?
I mean, you can see behind me quite how cold it is here in Kiev. This is not a normal winter in Ukraine. It's pretty much the coldest winter since this war began. It's currently a bit warmer, and that means -5, -7, so we've got more snow coming in. Further freezing temperatures, even lower, -15, maybe as low as -20, expected in the next couple of weeks. It hasn't yet led to a kind of wider collapse in terms of Ukraine's infrastructure. We've had slightly chaotic outages, more kind of problems for ordinary people than normal, but there hasn't been a kind of overall collapse in the system. There were a few hours on the weekend where things went wrong for technical reasons because obviously the system is overloaded. But for now, it doesn't seem like the Russians have achieved that kind of level of collapse and kind of disorder in Ukraine that would then force Ukraine's politicians to sign away big concessions to the Russian side. That is obviously the hope from Russia, and that's why they're going to keep on doing these attacks while the temperatures stay so low.
Nick, President Zelensky, he said in an interview that 55,000 Ukrainians have been killed since Russia's invasion began. I mean, how is the public taking that number, especially against the backdrop of these talks?
So that came out in an interview.
Is that 55,000 troops? Is that the real number? Yeah, that number. This feels like a low ball. Maybe those are the ones they could confirm, but Russia isn't in good shape. Yes, but they have more resources overall. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Wait, hold on, Lannis. What are you driving at? I do actually want to throw out there, Lennox, and I feel like you as an Israeli will definitely understand this. Ukraine right now faces an existential threat. Like, Russia, quite literally, would like Ukrainian as a national identity and Ukraine as a nation to cease to exist and to become part of Russia. And if they don't manage to succeed this time around, they would certainly like to set it up so that they'll be able to come back and finish the job later on. I'm grabbing at that Ukraine should minimize losses. Yeah, but what does that look like? Total casualties for Ukraine, like they're around 600 to 700K. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what the independent reports say, yes? Mind you, it is a bit weird in a democracy to lie to your population about the number of troops that have been have been killed.
interview with the French media yesterday. I think it hasn't quite yet kind of reached people. That kind of headline was something we saw in the evening yesterday. I think there's a lot of skepticism about the numbers because, as Zelensky himself admitted, that doesn't include people missing in action whose bodies haven't been recovered. And lots of people think that that number could be as big or bigger than the actual official casualty
Hello, Chase.
numbers. There is a wide kind of consensus expectation in Ukraine that the number on the Ukrainian side is a lot lower than the Russian side because obviously defending is less risky than attacking, and we've seen the Russian tactics throughout being very willing to risk human lives kind of to throw people at Ukrainian positions. So there is an expectation that the Russian figure is significantly higher, but obviously for a much smaller population like Ukraine, that is massive. On top of the millions of people who've left the country as refugees, lots of young families left, that is a huge problem for Ukraine's demographic future. And this was a country that was already losing population and had an aging population before the war, so that is something that people are very worried about. But I think for now, people aren't really engaging with those numbers because the kind of stress of everyday survival.
Cutting losses is give up Crimea, stop the line of front in the Donbass, and negotiate about Zaporizhia. Once armistice lines established, work with U.S. on security guarantees. Here's the problem with that, though, Lannis, right? The issue is that America is in no way a trustworthy partner right now. And I feel like Trump has sort of proven that. In fact, I would argue, really arguably, that like as far as Ukraine is concerned, the West probably doesn't look like a trustworthy partner at all. Because the West made Ukraine give up their nukes, which meant that they didn't have anything that maybe they could have like used as leverage if Russia was going to attack them. And then the US did fucking nothing when Russia invaded in 2014 and took Crimea. The rest of the world didn't do anything either. It wasn't so good of a partner even with Biden. They didn't let them hit deeper. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't as good of a partner with Biden either. So like you're asking Ukraine to trust the United States in their fight against a country that is an existential threat to them. And I think you understand as an Israeli what it means to face an existential threat. It's like Ukrainians know, also like the Ukrainians who get stuck in the territory as well too. Like I feel like I think that if you're an Israeli, you can probably understand this from Ukraine's perspective quite a lot, especially if you look back on like the 1948 war, where you were surrounded by like multiple Arab countries whose goal basically was to ensure that your nation never existed. Can you jump in? Hold on. Just a second. I got to open Discord over here because I don't have a mixer that will enable me to use this microphone on both this computer and that computer at the same time. But so hold on. Go. You can jump in, Lannis. Oh, okay. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, hold on. God damn it. A second. Hello, can you hear me now?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, good.
So listen, I don't know how the Ukrainians should do it. I don't know what's the best course of action, and neither of us can know. And I think I don't know if Zelensky knows it or anyone knows it.
I
But
think
on the ground,
I think that I think
the Russians are slowly advancing. They are losing ground. They should be more pragmatic. Like the victory is not coming.
so I'm not gonna sit here and be delusional and tell you that like the victory could come or whatever, but ultimately at the end of the day, I think that what Ukraine decides to do should be up to Ukraine. And I think that their allies should support them in whatever that is. I think that
Well,
if they
yeah,
don't
okay.
if they want to keep fighting with like Western support, then they should do that. Now it looks like what they want is they're okay with some sort of negotiated settlement, but it has to be reasonable. It can't be, give everything to Russia or whatever. The problem is also that what you suggested in the chat is not even what Russia wants. Russia wants like territory that Ukraine currently holds. Like Russia wants territory that they don't even have, Um
Russia
yeah.
doesn't only want the territory that they don't currently have. They have all of the Zaporizhia Oblast added to their constitution as a part of
Yeah,
Russia.
I know. It's
Even
very
the parts that
dumb.
they never conquered. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very idiotic. I agree with you, but I think there will be a settlement, and part of the settlement will be Crimea going to Russia, and part of the settlement would be, Russia biting off a decent chunk of the Donbass in the end. Like realistically, if I'm speaking about this realistically, from what I see, from what I read.
Yeah, that's potentially possible. Although, let's not put too much effort. Like, I know you're saying Russia's advancing slowly, but I mean, as people in chat are pointing it out, I'd say slowly probably is an understatement. It is so goddamn
Very
slow.
slowly. It's the slowest ever that ever been, and this war is surpassed the length of Second World War. So, like, it's not a good show from Russia's side of their military prowess or something.
I mean, if I'm honest with you,
completely shit.
I feel like if Ukraine got more shit, like if they got more weapons and if they could properly like give stuff to their guys, if there wasn't an ammo shortage, they probably would actually be able to maybe even repel the Russians, especially if they bit the bullet and drafted their what was the age group, the 18 to 20 to 21-year-olds that they have avoided drafting thus far. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like they could. The problem, though, is that, as Epic continuously points out to me, it's not like the U.S. is like a fucking infinite weapon tree that Ukraine can just walk up to and pull on to, deposit more shit,
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you more for in support of this argument. Look at Europe. How much soldiers did they draft? How much? Even for a peacekeeping force, how much soldiers did they draft? Not a lot. How much weapons did they make? Not a lot, because they created sort of a heaven in Europe with the social services and with this very cushy privilege of not having wars and not spending on defense.
Yeah, I know.
budgets.
They took the U.S. for granted and just figured that the Cold War's over, so we can move on now. We don't need to keep spending. Except for France. France still apparently has a real big army, and I mean.
Yeah, sure. Okay, France. Yes, France.
Germany has also got stuff too. I mean, that's the other shitty thing.
They got stuff.
Germany has stuff they should give to Ukraine. And
isn't this
they
weird
won't.
that the whole of Europe the whole of Europe cannot surpass what the US does, cannot replace the US? Isn't this weird that all of this continent cannot surpass? I don't think they really believe this is the existential crisis. Europe doesn't believe that this is an existential crisis because Europe doesn't really see Ukraine as part of Europe.
Yeah, that
In their actions, they don't
I
see
mean
it.
that might be true. By the way, if there's any Europeans who want to come in and defend their honor with facts and logic, you are free to do so. I would say that I mean, yeah, that may in fact be true. I don't know.
I
but
mean,
would-
it would be very unpopular to cut social services, to cut education budgets, to cut whatever budgets that go to the benefit of the citizens in order to buy bombs and to make bombs and ammunition and train soldiers and planes, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's
I think upping your
they might
defense
have
budget
good
is
stuff, but
probably
it's not up
important.
to scale. It's not up to scale of what the US does. And relatively, Israel spends much more. The small Israel
Yeah.
spends much more on defense.
By the way,
Of
I
course
just want to
we need it.
say, and you might push back on this, but it actually kind of annoys the fuck out of me more than a little bit that America is giving so much shit to Israel when I feel like you guys don't really need it, and America and a lot of that stuff probably could have gone to Ukraine. You know, like I think you guys could probably.
I don't think. Let me tell you, because what Israel gets mostly is not. They also get, armaments for mortars and artillery and stuff like this, which is very needed in Ukraine. But most of the stuff that we get are guided bombs and armaments for the fighter jets and the
I mean,
Air Force.
okay, well, I think that the
Something
ammo
Ukraine
is
cannot use. Something
the
that
ammo.
Ukraine can
The
use.
ammo
Yeah,
would be really good.
most of what Israel gets is not enough. It's also like covering Israel with anti-aircraft, anti-missile defenses is much easier than covering Ukraine because Israel is much smaller.
Well, yeah, I know.
It's more
Although I
effective.
will
More
say,
bang for your buck, so to say.
it would be nice. I think I could have swore that earlier on in the war, Zelensky was asking Netanyahu for some like air defense stuff. I don't know why he would.
He wouldn't get it.
Yeah, although I do
wouldn't-
want to
he
say
would
that I
never get it.
think that I think that like if Israel could have sold some Iron Dome stuff to Ukraine, that would sure be good for shooting down those Shahed drones, I imagine.
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
that's the kind of shit
It
that
depends.
that's the kind of shit that the Iron Dome is
I-
really good at shooting down, isn't it? Not
I actually served in the Iron Dome, but I served in 2011 until 2014. So we were shooting down only rockets.
okay.
but,
Yeah, I know you were shooting down only
probably-
rockets and
but
not
probably-
drones, but I mean, I imagine that probably could be the case. But oh, also
It depends on the
Transrights,
limitations
yeah,
of the system.
Transrights Crab is also saying like, yeah, I think that by this point, like the main thing that Russia has going for it is that they have like a huge population that they can draft, but they don't necessarily
yeah,
have, and they can make like more shitty equipment or whatever. But like they're not really, all they're doing is they're basically doing fucking human wave shit, and they're sending their men into
Yeah.
battle on horseback. It's kind of insane.
They're Zerg rushing the Ukrainians, yeah. But
Yeah.
basically, you also need to understand that Russia has like a hidden defect in this drafting process because they cannot draft at once so many people, so that this stirs up disaffection among the or stirs up the populace.
Also,
they have to think about it.
hold
They are not
on.
a democratic regime.
Rav, if you wanna come in and make an argument against, because like I was gonna say, like Poland has a pretty good welfare state, and they spend way more on their military than anybody else. It has
So
nothing to do with like this argument that a first world Europe, rich European country can't walk and chew gum at the same time is not true. Like you don't, yeah, like they could totally do it. They just need to they probably just need to raise taxes a little bit. I don't think that they would not that like they
Well,
couldn't spend more. It's just that there was like a sort of attitude to just not spend more. And I feel like they could absolutely do it without having to cut all their welfare programs. I don't think that's fair. You know, it's like,
not
yeah.
cut all of their welfare programs, but it's like if you have a budget and bigger part of it goes to defense, it comes on the account of other things.
Yeah, or you
So it's
can
like
just raise
Poland might have
taxes.
Yes, you can raise taxes. This is a whole other can of worms, and taxes in Europe already not so
I mean,
low.
I don't know. I'm just saying, if Poland managed to do it, I'm sure these other European countries can fucking do it too.
How do we know if Poland wouldn't have a better social program if they wouldn't spend on
I mean, maybe they
on
wouldn't,
defense?
but Poland
would.
wants to spend on their military. They want
Yes,
to. Poland is very
that's what I'm
gung-ho.
saying. They want to. If they want to, they do it. And France maybe kind of does it. Germany doesn't really, and nobody else really does it.
Okay.
So it's like they are not taking it seriously.
All right. Well, here's an actual Polish person to talk to you about this, along with yes, Lannis is an Israeli.
Hello.
So, I feel like Lannis, as an Israeli, I feel like you can at the very least relate to what Ukraine is struggling against and what Poland feels they would struggle against.
Of course, we can relate. I can tell you more. As a Russian speaker, as somebody who came from Russia at the age of 7, I really hate the Russian government. I mean, I know the language. I know the language. I speak the language, so I can understand how shitty it is.
Oh, hey, you know what? Based. We can all hate Russia together. Anyway, Rav, go ahead. Say your piece.
Can you guys hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay. So maybe let's begin with Polish military.
Yes.
Our military was pretty good until our previous government, which it stated that, but the previous government was lowering the number of battalions in our military and it was bad and terrible and awful. However, what PiS did was bring back the
previous government.
Yeah. The political party, Law and Justice. It's called in English. We call it PiS.
Which didn't bring neither law nor justice.
which brought only corruption. Yes, amazing.
Yeah.
But they instead of making our military better, they only got more people in it. Made a paramilitary group, territorial defense kind of thing, and really dropped the ball on gear, really dropped the ball on making any plans for organizing our military for the future, really dropped the ball on quite a lot of things.
Someone in chat is asking, EIS is law and order, right? Okay, also wait,
Prawo I Sprawiedliwość.
Can you clear something up for me? I just want to ask. So I'm a little bit confused. So Donald Tusk or Donald Tusk is the current prime minister of Poland or the current president?
Yes.
Okay. I thought that did Poland's government not change in an election, or was that just a parliament election and not for the president?
So we are a parliamentary democracy.
Okay,
what changes is which party or coalition of parties governs. The president is more of a titular thing, but it does have some power. For example, the president has to sign all legislation that passes through the parliament. Or the president can veto, then the parliament can overturn the veto if they have the majority, stuff like that.
Okay.
And Donald Tusk is from a party called Civic Platform.
Okay.
It is currently in a coalition government with every single opposition party to Law and Justice.
Wow.
to the populist right, which tried to castrate the Supreme Court in Poland.
Yes.
When we had the
Yes.
judicial overhaul in Israel, we had, we always
Yeah,
chanted on the streets, "We are not Poland."
Yeah.
I'm
yes.
sorry. I'm sorry, man.
You don't have to be. I know what happened. The judicial reform in Poland passed in kind of. No, it wasn't completed, fortunately, but it's still a mess to untangle. It's a big problem.
Okay.
But anyway,
Alright,
going
yeah.
back to the military
Yeah, go
stuff, the greatest problem, in my opinion, with our military is that during the Law and Justice period, we had the two people. There was Macierewicz and Cęckiewicz, two members of the party that completely and utterly gutted our foreign intelligence division. We have lost not only many contacts, but also a lot of agents were demasked by our own government.
Ooh, okay. Not good.
Yeah, this is something for which they should be trialed as traitors, seriously, but yeah.
Wait a second.
This is what
About sizes, and hard things. Do you have a mandatory draft?
No.
How do you keep up the size of the army?
We keep up the size of the army with making it very profitable for people to join it.
Based?
Then it's not scalable.
It's not quite scalable in terms of actual war. No.
I mean, it sounds like you guys have a professional army, like the U.S. does, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
The way we have it organized is that we have a professional army that we pay very well. When we have to scale it up or want to scale it up, we increase the amount of people we can hire, and then wait until it fills up, because apparently there is always someone that wants to join the army. It's just not well paid.
Yeah, but there is a finite amount of money. Like in Israel,
Yes.
soldiers get paid, like soldiers on mandatory service get paid shit. And if you're overstaying the mandatory service, if you're signing like a contract with the army for more years, then the pay is better. But the bulk of the army, which exists in every moment in Israel, is made up of not reservists, because reservists are also kind of expensive, because you need to reimburse them more.
We don't maintain. I mean, we have our reservists, but only we have degrees of reservists, basically. The first degree is maintained to some degree. They have to every now and then attend military trainings and refreshers on the new policies and stuff like that. My father, for example, was part of it. He's too old now. Then we have like second, third, and something else degrees. I don't quite know about it. But basically, before you went to recruiting the normal civilians into the army, you have to go through a good bunch of those first.
Understood.
As for our military spending, we did increase it, yes. However, we are doing so with a budgetary deficit.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, Bad Bearing.
The budgetary deficit is really a thing that the previous government was hiding, mainly because of how much money they were stealing from the budget.
RIP.
Yeah, RIP. Their really stupid welfare system that they designed, that unfortunately we still have to keep up for some goddamn reason. It was called 500 plus.
Wait, hold on. I gotta shout it out. Wait a minute. Bill Clockwell in chat said the polls just show pictures of Russians and they just sign up out of sheer hatred. You guys really hate Russia, don't you?
Yeah, we do hate Russians. Commonly, there's a lot of people that hate Russians. Not the people Russians, the state Russians.
Also, someone
Although,
else said,
also a lot of people just hate the Russians, I think.
I love it when
Quite a bit
conservatives
racist
come in
on
and
that side.
declare as their number one priority to have Europe weaken its welfare systems. Wait, what do you mean, LeJack? No one's necessarily talking about that. We're actually Rav here is from Poland, and he's kind of shooting down this idea that that welfare systems must be weakened in order to fund European military. Because he's saying,
Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
have to be weakened, but what needs to be done is that we need to either organize them better or upkeep those that actually make a difference. So, for example, I wanted to make a case for the 500 plus program that we have in Poland, which was changed into 800 plus last year, which is a program where for families, for the child that you have after your first one, you get from the state like 800 plus more zloty.
Oh,
It's like for
zloty,
example in US. It's like, for example, in USA, for every child after the first one, the state pays you $200.
Oh, nice.
So when you have like four children, that would be 1,500 zloty, right?
It's like
It was
children subsidies.
yeah, it's a children's subsidies. It was meant to like help families pay for the school, pay for the foods, give an incentive for having more children. It completely failed.
More children.
Yeah, it completely failed because the government failed to understand the fact that if you give people free money to spend however they want, the market is just going to raise their prices.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
that's,
so
yeah.
that welfare system, absolute dog dump. But there are other welfares that are very needed. And we don't need to cut down welfare system, like for example, helping veterans, helping the homeless. We don't paying a couple years of stipends to the jobless people so that they can have a life while they're looking for a new job. That can exist still.
But that thing could be much more robust if you wouldn't spend on defense.
Yes and no.
You have finite amount of money. Even with deficit, deficit is not a solution. It's a temporary measure for when you need something now.
Depending on how long you have it. We now have it for the third year. Or will have it for the third year.
Yeah, deficit is not a good. It's not a good tool. In any case.
Yes, and our deficit is now reaching up 200 something billion zlotys. It's a lot. We are very much so suffering from the lack of efficiency in spending currently.
Okay.
Like if we actually manage to make sure better where the money does go, and if it is actually properly used, then we would have not only a lesser deficit, because we probably wouldn't even need to spend that much, but we would be able to, while funding our military better, also better up our welfare system.
Okay, so yeah, it sounds like it is not an either-or thing. Yeah.
It's not. I want to clarify. I never claimed it's neither or, but I claim that there is a finite amount of money and a finite amount of deficit you can do, reasonably do.
Yes.
And the European countries, well, except Poland, they don't want to apply these measures. They don't want to increase spending.
That depends on the countries. So there are countries that have recognized, after all these freaking times of the Baltic countries telling them that Russia is a problem and an enemy, they have finally recognized that yes, it is a problem, and we are going to start increasing our military spending. And then we have countries like Spain that gets really angry whenever you remind them that they should probably spend in the military because they're part of NATO and doing jack shit.
Mhm.
Okay.
So currently, I mean, it's kind of like a dream of peace ever since the World War II. Like, Europe has seen so much death and destruction that people didn't really want to think about that there might be another war in Europe. They wanted to try and make everything, like the entire world, more safe, secure, and themselves pacifist as well, by just making a lot of trade deals out of mercantilism, because obviously you're not going to make wars with someone you trade with, right? Well, apparently Russia.
Oh, also, I just want to say, holy shit, it looks like I can now play video games if I do the 2 computers thing, instead of trying to do it all on one computer. It looks like I am now able to play video games.
Oh, good.
So that means I don't need to buy a new computer yet. One day I will, but I think I can hold off for a while for now.
Yeah, but
makes me happy. But okay.
Coming back to the main topic.
Yes.
I have a counter argument.
I do have to
what
say.
You're saying.
I just let me finish my thought.
Yeah.
I do have to say now that we are slowly waking up from that dream of peace. We are not waking up fast enough, and definitely not the Western Europe. We we as a whole need to increase our military spending and stop treating war as something of a taboo, because we have to ensure our own peace and safety. USA itself doesn't have enough resources to protect everyone everywhere, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I wanted to say, it segues into what I wanted to say. If Europe would show signs of awakening in terms of thinking realistically about defense spending, we would see much more. The U.S. support for Ukraine stopping wouldn't be such a sticking point, because Europe could basically replace the United States. They had 3
maybe
years
not replace,
of
but
war.
further more of it. Yes.
Is Europe really going to be able to replace the U.S.?
No.
They
not
even if you replace, the hit wouldn't be so hard, you know. But
okay.
And they had 3 years of war, and they didn't do this. And they didn't do it nearly enough.
Assuming Europe suddenly has this weird moment where the entire European Union decides to federalize and we more or less live in harmony with one another, then maybe we would be able to get up towards USA, but not surpass it. US is way bigger and has way better amount of resources than India, honestly.
Interesting. I don't think it surpassed, but still. Anyway, my claim is Europe didn't wake up even up until now. You know, but if they would really see Ukraine as part of Europe, if they would see an attack on Ukraine as an attack on Europe, just like they say they see, but if they would really see this way, they would be more urgent. There would be more urgency in their actions towards arming themselves and arming Ukraine. But as a fact, in practice, this didn't happen.
There is urgency in some countries. There is lack of urgency in other countries. You can't paint Europe with a single brush, unfortunately. European Union is mostly a trade union. It's not a military union of any sort. People's military decisions are dependent on their admission in NATO, them being part of NATO, and their own private decisions. The eastern flank of NATO is arming itself pretty fucking well.
That's probably because you guys feel like you don't have
behind.
much of a choice,
Estonia,
right?
Estonia is trying to be very ready, and Poland, and
Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, Sweden, Norway.
Well, Finland and Sweden are very recent additions, but I know that Finland always was. doing something with their military, always had some military, and they have practice in fighting the Russians and bugging them down, basically. Making them stuck.
I don't know if Denmark gave up its entire artillery stockpile to Ukraine, but that wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Denmark, if I recall correctly, people can correct me if I'm wrong, of course, puts more stress on the quality rather than number of its army, since, we're part of NATO, we're part of an alliance. So they kind of want to be the specialists.
Right back, but you guys keep talking.
Sure thing.
Yeah. I mean, there is well, I don't know, because I'm Israeli. Everything I see in our wars is different. We don't need to think about quantities that much, luckily.
Yeah, but you also lived with war much longer than we did. Like, for us, for a lot of Europe, war ended on World War II, and no one wanted to think about wars.
But tell me, you said about Europe after World War II being, dreamy and not thinking about war.
Mm-hmm.
Did they kind of miss the Cold War? What happened there during the Cold War? Wasn't Europe army?
Cold
wasn't
War.
Europe feeling threatened during the Cold War? There were a whole period of competition with Russia.
Yes, but the Cold War in Europe was mostly shouldered by USA, and Europe was very comfortable with that. Yeah.
Huh.
Of course, I cannot say that Europeans did nothing. There were Western German spies that were working towards maintaining the peace. There was also the United Kingdom that was doing its work. There was a lot of people that worked for prevention of another war erupting. But again, it wasn't arming yourself for another war. It was working towards preventing it.
Yeah.
We dropped the ball on.
You know what's the way to prevent a war? To arm yourself.
Yes. Europe. A lot of Europe really thought that we were past that, and Russia has once again proven to the rest of the Europe that we aren't.
Yeah, well, I think it's. I wasn't living in the 70s and the 60s, but I think even in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s, it would be not a rational thought.
I just want to answer the chat. I'm not a specialist in the Cold War. I can be wrong. If I'm wrong, you can tell me. I'll accept it. If it was armed to the teeth, it was armed to the teeth.
Well, I will say that from what Epic mentioned. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Yeah, Western Europe was armed. Epic, if you want to come in and say stuff, you can. You don't have to I figured. I would assume that
I think Epic would say much better stuff than any one of us here about this.
Well, you know what, Epic, if you have thoughts and you're able to come in and say them. I don't know if you can right now or not, though. But yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't at the computer, Rob. I was actually about to correct you based on what I was aware of with regards to the Cold War, because that's what I thought at first. I thought that all the time Europe was just like, fuck it. We're just going to take America for granted and let America do everything. But that's not true. It was just afterwards they decided that they were, or like after the peace dividends or whatever, because the Cold War ended. That was when they decided. And then they started doing the peace dividends. Up to their welfare and all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah, might have mixed that up. Sorry.
No, that's okay, because you obviously that's not necessarily the history that you're going to focus on, because during the Cold War, you guys were under Russia's thumb, which is shitty.
Yay.
Obviously,
Yeah, communist Poland. Yay.
And I can understand why. Yeah, are there still communists? Does Poland have any communist parties?
No, communism is illegal in Poland. We don't.
Based! Amazing! Amazing, Poland! Amazing!
Propagation of communism symbolism, communist
Wow! It's
communist
like Nazi
ideals,
symbolism.
communist
It's the language
rhetoric,
that is
and
used.
all,
Yes,
and all,
yes,
all those
yes.
things is
Oh my
legally banned, is
Woohoo!
criminally banned, and you can go to jail
Hey!
to up to, I think, 5 years for it.
Wow! Wow! It's amazing. I'm really. It was very surprising and amazing to hear. Thank you for saying
The
this.
same thing goes for Nazi ideology, symbolism, and
Yeah,
propaganda.
It's very surprising, and at last I know of an example of a state that takes this Nazi and communist relation in a very sensible and correct way.
Yeah,
Propagation of symbols and ideas is illegal. Usually you have laws against this about Nazis.
Yeah, I just want
But
to
you
say
should
that
have-
we still
But
have
you should have it against
in
communists
Poland
as well. Yes.
in Poland we still have like neo-Nazi groups and hidden communist groups, of course, but they are very much so on the down low. They can't go public with each other, with themselves. not
Amazing.
much. I mean,
They
neo-Nazis
can.
neo-Nazis
Okay.
try to do it more than the communists because neo-Nazis feel empowered right now. Unfortunately.
Mhm.
Wait, neo-Nazis are
Why are
empowered
they
in
empowered?
Poland? Can you guys hear me
Because
okay,
our
by the
president
way?
is a fucking skinhead soccer football fan that likes to beat people up.
Wait a second. Donald Tusk. He's.
No, that's the prime minister. Our
Sorry.
president
Who is the
is
president?
that's
from the
Karol
PIS?
Nawrocki. Karol
He's
Nawrocki.
from the PIS.
Yes.
Okay.
He is absolutely fucking terrible.
Does he veto a lot of legislation? Does he use his
Yes,
power a lot?
he just vetoes things because
A
they're
block.
made not by his party but by the opposition party.
Okay, just
Party opposition to him. To his.
I'll be right back, guys. I bet I can hear you. Yeah, I don't know. Just like keep talking or whatever.
Yeah.
It was too much of a pain to try to get the lav mic to work with Discord because I can't like add all the same shit as I could with OBS. So
Yep.
yeah.
No.
He is a very, very stupid man that tries to play internal politics and show how the government is bad while we have better things to do, like for example arming Poland, for example
Yes.
trying to manage our geopolitical
He
relationship.
is a populist. He is a populist.
He's a populist and a liar and a criminal.
I hate populism, BRB.
I hear you. I hear you describing Benjamin Netanyahu. No.
Oh,
Yeah,
also,
kind of, yeah.
you guys should totally look at the chat because there are people that are asking questions in there about like Poland and stuff.
I'm not
The
looking. I can see
Polish
the chat.
Supreme- He didn't fire an entire Polish Supreme Court because you cannot fire Polish Supreme Court. The government can't do much to them. They are selected on a term, and until their term is done, you cannot remove them.
But what your previous government did is to enact an age restriction or a term restriction to
Yes.
get rid of judges they don't like.
Yes, there's also if I recall correctly, there's also a law that if you pass a reform in the judicial system that allows the government to move judges either to a different place or into we call it into retirement, something like that. And that's basically what they used as well, to get rid of judges that, weren't their people.
To put their people, yeah, so they will
Yeah.
steamroll everything.
Yeah, which is now a very hard thing to undo. But we're trying.
Why is it hard to undo? Because the president would block?
Well, first of all, the best way to do it would be with parliamentary legislation that would have to undo the legislation of the previous government. which would restore the previous state of being for the judicial court, and the president would veto it. And we could try to overturn the veto. However, half of the parliament is PIS, so we cannot. We just don't have the. We
So
don't have the people
you
in
cannot
parliament to do it.
overturn. You need like a super majority to overturn
Yes.
the veto of the president. Okay.
Yes, you
Logical.
need a supermajority. So that thing
And for
is kind of in a deadlock.
Constitutional reforms. Do you have what's the law there? Is it like a referendum or a supermajority in the parliament?
For what exactly?
For constitutional reform.
For constitutional reform, it has to be a supermajority.
So you can't even push it through a constitutional reform.
No, it cannot be done.
How long does this government has left?
2 years.
And what are the polls saying? For
The
next
polls
government?
saying is that the government is winning. Again. However, the polls are also saying that into the parliament we will get neo-royalists.
What is neo-royalist?
There's the party called Confederation of Polish Crown, which
Okay.
leader is which leader is the big-time anti-Semite, like
Oh, shit.
absolutely super anti-Semite.
It's the guy that tried to use the fire extinguisher in the.
Yeah, he's the guy that used the fire
the
extinguisher
Hanukkah?
to extinguish the
Oh
Hanukkah
shit!
candles. Yes.
Oh shit! And he gets like more power, according to polls.
He got more power because his people aren't in the media to talk weird fucking shit, so people don't actually know what he believes in.
Well,
but
yeah, but he did enough weird shit already, you know.
Yeah, one of his main points is to put on the throne of Poland Jesus Christ and a new king.
Isn't Jesus Christ already on the throne of the world?
No. Okay, yeah. If you put it like that. But no, he wants to make him actually the king of Poland. And also someone else. Like a more, a normal human.
What? Like his representative? Do they have a
He
beef
hates
with the
democracy
Vatican?
and thinks democracy is bad and evil and awful.
Okay. Wow, this is fucking weird.
Yes.
It's funny how much we spoke about Poland here in Israel for a long time before the war. During the legislative, there were like a lot of Polish journalists doing interviews, saying us, how similar are the reforms. You would see a lot of government officials visiting Poland. To speak, probably to get advices how to slice the pie and how to usher in the reform that they wanted to do here.
Yeah, and the same is with Viktor Orban. Like
With
it's all the
Hungary,
sa-
yes, Hungary.
Yeah, it's all the
100%.
same group of friends trying to do the same thing.
Yes, we would chant about that we're not Hungary as well.
Yeah.
This was also in the chants.
Yeah, so you can see on Poland's example how bad it gets.
Yeah. No, I don't know. As a Russian speaker, I don't need to see how bad it gets on the example of Poland. I can see what they did in Russia and how they
Russia
castrate the
is
courts.
beyond the next level.
Yes, beyond next level, but the process is very similar. You just take away power of the legislative. You usher in more reforms that people don't understand, but in fact they let the government go unchecked. And
that's the point of the judicial reforms, to protect the government from committing crimes against its people and country. That's what it was. That's literally what it was in Poland. Which is why we have lost from our budget so much money. Because they were just taking it for themselves through forks and fake like funds, public or political funds. No, sorry, public
Yeah.
funds. We cannot make political funds. That's lobbying. It's illegal.
Yeah. Wait a second. Kalinda is not here.
No, she is BRB.
No, I'm back now. I'm actually gonna. I was actually gonna. I'm here. I was actually gonna kick you guys out so that I could get on with more content. But yeah.
Don't hurt me.
Okay. Anyway, I need to go. Very nice talking with you, and very nice talking with you, Kalina. Have a good day.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I hope it was interesting for you.
Yeah, it was.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. Bye.
Just my last words are thus: you don't need to destroy social welfare to have a better army. Just do better.
True.
Just organize it better.
True and based.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Okay, guys. Now, I'm gonna get. I want to watch. Josiah put out a video, about Russia and Ukraine. Or not about Russia and Ukraine. Because I'm like still on that. I know there's still more, but whatever. It's the Situation Dire thing. Wondering politics. Oh god, this guy releases so much shit. Hold on. Let's just go into my history because I can probably just find it there. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Clip from CNN's Harry Enton because...
Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, actually... I'm gonna put this over here. Actually, let's just listen to this for a bit and see what he has to say.
All right, folks, I have some urgent, ominous news that I need to bring to your attention.
I don't like Josiah or Brylan Tyler Cohen. Those guys are not great for info. Why do you say that? It's just, I just saw this red alert for Democrats. You need to hear this. I'm just curious as to what exactly it is that he's talking about here. Reminder that 2020 EU leftists were asking for 5% EU-wide investment into green energy. Even one of the old ECB bosses enforced it. It is all like Trump is finished and then not much. Oh, yeah, I know. I pretty much ignore all that stuff. I find that stuff incredibly annoying, honestly. I don't like the clickbaity titles. Although I don't know if I see that as much from Josiah, but I absolutely see that constantly from Brylan Tyler Cohen, David Pakman. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, it's not that I don't like those guys, but I just think it's dumb. Like, yeah, I hate the Trump is finished shit. And honestly, you know what it reminds me of? Like, it reminds me of a long time ago. What was it? When every time all the Russiagate investigation shit would come out, like basically Russia or Cenk would constantly be on. Cenk would be. I would watch the Young Turks sometimes, and Cenk would literally just be like,
Trump is done, guys. Like, anytime new revelations came out about the Russia meddling, it was just fucking insane. Just like how hopped up on copium he was. Yeah, obviously when you listen to these people, but I'm just curious about what exactly this is. I just saw this. It came up on my feed. I'm going to watch it, and then maybe I'll dig more into what he's talking about. But yeah, I'm just...
And it has actually very little to do with Donald Trump or even the Republican Party writ large. It concerns the Democratic Party, and it's something you need to keep in mind, not just for the midterms, but quite frankly, every day between now and the midterms, and also, quite frankly, every day beyond, because it concerns the ability of the Democratic Party to take and sustain power at the federal level, because we have some bad news that is making that possibility much, much smaller, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I'm going to start with this clip from CNN's Harry Enton because he provides visual aid, and then when we're done with that, we'll dive into another source I want you to take a look at, and we'll discuss it along the way.
Now, this is interesting, right? But it could also have major political ramifications if it holds for 2030, the next census. Because take a look here. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for the 2030 census, look at this. Look at the House seat shifts by state. Remember, of course, we apportion the number of House seats depending on the population in each state. If, in fact, the 2025 population shifts hold for 2030, states that Kamala Harris won, they would lose. They would lose 7 seats in the United States House of Representatives. The states that Donald Trump won in 2024, they would gain 7 seats. Now, this isn't just about the House of Representatives, right? It's also about the Electoral College, because the number of electoral votes that each state gets is equal to the number of senators. Each state, of course, has 2.
No, this isn't, I don't think, this isn't redistricting. This is population shift. If people, like, are moving around or whatever.
Plus the number of House seats that they have. So what would this mean for the House of Representatives? Well, if you remember back in 2024, right, it was all about, we were talking about the blue wall. If Kamala Harris could win the baseline Democratic states and then add in the blue wall states.
Brian Tyler Cohen has a second channel that doesn't use the obnoxious titles, so people can share his videos with family and friends who might actually be swayed if the titles don't scare them away. Yeah, census, yeah.
Of Michigan, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she would get to 270 electoral votes. But if all of a sudden we, in fact, have applying the 2025 estimates, the population estimates, to the Electoral College, the blue states plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would no longer be enough. Under the current estimates, you get to exactly 270 electoral votes, the minimum needed to win the Electoral College. If, in fact, you apply the 2025 estimates, look at that. You would only get to 263 electoral votes if you were a Democrat, which would mean a Republican victory. Now, of course, we're still a number of years away from reapportionment, right? We take the census come 2030. But what we can say so far is we got a red state boom going on, a blue state depression going on, people moving from the blue states to the red states. And if it holds for 2030, well, it would make the Democratic nominee for president's job of winning the Electoral College that much more difficult.
This is a big fucking deal. It is. It's a huge deal. I've mentioned this. I've hinted at it in recent videos. I think most explicitly.
I mean, to be honest, Con Radical, I don't know if I would describe those guys, if I would describe Josiah Pondering Politics here, or Brian Tyler Cohen, or David Pakman as, like, progressives. I mean, I guess that they kind of are, but I'd say liberal is probably a more fair statement. Because when I think of progressives, I just think of, like, fucking Kyle Kulinski and all those guys. You know, like people who are pretty far to the left. But these guys seem like they are liberals mainly, or at least the main thing that seems to change stuff is like the extent to which that these guys are willing to say vote blue no matter who, and to basically cheer on the nominee no matter who they are. Texas has been shifting blue for a long time now. Yeah, I know. That's what I think is a bit weird. I've sort of learned what some buzzword means. Prosecutor slams Trump means Glenn Glenn Kirshner is on to give legal commentary on the latest Trump shenanigans. Progressive and liberal are interchangeable too often and confuses everything. Yeah, that can be. The problem with using trends from the 2025 census is COVID was weird, and a lot of states have weird population degrowth. In the 2025 census, my state had 1 million people who left during the COVID lockdowns, but at least in my state, the population has recovered to pre-COVID levels and is growing faster than before. So I don't know what will happen by 2030. Yeah, I wondered about that. I found it very hard to believe that all of a sudden everybody, like the whole idea that everyone's leaving blue states because life there sucks and it costs too much to live there is a thing that I often see pushed by conservatives. And I haven't really taken the time to actually look into it to find out if that's true or not.
My conversation with Democratic strategist Mike Nellis. You should definitely check out that interview. But this is a big deal. I want to read, which is commensurate to this, an article in the New York Times published about 2 weeks ago by David Plouffe, who was President Obama's campaign strategist. Okay, very successful. He was also one of the top campaign strategists for Vice President Harris. Obviously, it wasn't enough to win.
Progressives are liberals, though, aren't they? Self-described progressives. I put normal in there. Yeah, I know. Sorry, when people, the problem is I think my brain is probably too broken by the online shit. Because when I think of the online shit, I am way too often thinking of like all this crap about like online. A lot of people who will describe themselves as progressives are also just like fucking socialists, or they are sock dems who basically are socialists. And yeah, it just gets stupid. Like, yeah, so like in my brain, I think, but you know what? Maybe I shouldn't even be saying that. Hutch is saying he wants to save, or Hutch is trying to rehabilitate the progressive label. Like he still describes himself as that, even if things are, you know, a little bit less or whatever. Also, I will make a goal, or at least I would like to. Why can't I make a goal? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Now I can. California's population degrowth started in 2021 and ended in 2023. It had a lot to do with remote work, given our rather large tech industry. Yeah. All right, there we go. There is now a goal, chat. $1 equals 1 pep for Stewart. I don't actually know. I'm surprised. I guess ZJM just said fuck it and he wasn't gonna wake up. Or maybe he had actual shit to do. I don't know. Goal for Scritches, chat. Yes, exactly. Most of it is housing costs, but my state is a red state that grew in 2020, and we have some of the highest housing costs ever. So it depends, but it is mostly housing. I mean, yeah, it's still going to cost more money to live in the cities too. You know, like I thought that it was going to be cheaper it's probably cheaper to live in like Texas cities than it is to live in certain California cities, but it's still fucking expensive to live in a city in Texas in comparison to other places. Anyway.
But he puts out a very thoughtful essay breaking this further down in the New York Times. So we're going to read it and discuss it, okay? It says Democrats will lose in 2028 unless they change course now. In election year after election last year, Democrats had big wins everywhere. Voters who swung hard to Donald Trump swung hard back. These moments are incredibly rare, trust me. It may be discordant then to believe that the party is still in crisis. It's much easier to hope that the storm has passed and that the deep unpopularity of Trump and the MAGA movement and the mess they're creating will be enough to right the ship. I certainly wish it were so. But to win races in politically unforgiving, even hostile territory, will require the party to overhaul its broken brand and stale agenda by elevating new faces and new leaders who promise to chart a course enough voters believe in. Why? Because to have any hope of fixing the root problems that plague our democracy and our economy, Democrats need a majority that lasts, like the New Deal coalition. At least 3, maybe more Supreme Court justices could retire over the coming decade. Without sustained Democratic political power and control during that period, a conservative 8-to-1 court is not out of the question. I shouldn't even have to read the rest of this article for that to absolutely chill your blood. We've talked about this. You know, if you follow my channel, you know how important I had this.
Oh, Yeah, epic. People are asking about Tulsi. I mean, hold on. Let's just find out. And yeah, I agree. 8-1 is terrifying. There is a lot. It seems like Democrats have kind of, probably since LBJ, Democrats have sort of failed to like manage to maintain the same level of control that they used to have. It's been like sort of switching back and forth quite a bit. And they just, yeah, like I feel like the New Deal coalition even is quite a long way off. Like, I don't necessarily think that that is a thing that is going to happen. Or that that's a likely thing, essentially. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that that's a particularly likely outcome. Okay, let's find out. What's all this stuff? Tulsi Gabbard whistleblower. Oh, all right. We're gonna watch this first, or finish watching this first. I'm not gonna get distracted.
Supreme Court is, and how important it is to reform the Supreme Court, to expand the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, in many ways, is the bottleneck. Like, think about this. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Imagine in 2028, we get the House, we get the Senate, and we get the White House, all of which is eminently possible. Eminently possible. Let's say we pass legislation to do whatever it is that we want, to get money out of politics, to pass single-payer health care, whatever it may be. Remember, federal law, passed by both chambers of Congress and signed by the president, can and often is challenged by Republican attorneys general, Republican challenges that make its way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court can strike down federal law. Technically any federal law. They just have to regard it as unconstitutional. Well, what's unconstitutional? Apparently it's whatever the court says it is. That alone should chill the fucking blood. It is necessary, not just good, not just a sweet bonus, not just a cherry on top of the sundae. It is necessary to expand and change the balance of the Supreme Court. And what David Plouffe is arguing, just right out the gate, we could see an 8-1 conservative Supreme Court. 6-3 conservative Supreme Court's bad enough. An 8-1 conservative supermajority is possible. That possibility should focus the mind. Right now, Democrats have no credible path to sustained control of the Senate and the White House. After the adjustments to the Electoral College map that are likely to come with the next census, the Democratic presidential nominee could win all of the states won by Kamala Harris, plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and still fall short of the 270 electoral votes to win. Remember, we don't win by popular vote here. How many times has a Democratic candidate won the popular vote, but lost the presidency? We saw it in 2000 with President Bush. We saw that.
Okay, I think that's I think I got the gist of it. I don't necessarily need to listen to him ramble about this. I understand the argument now. I'm a little bit wary of like making arguments like this with regards to like people predicting demographics. Because I remember many years ago, like I think it was like back in 2014, or no, it was even before that actually. When the weird Eurabia conspiracy theory shit started floating around, where people were talking about how Muslims were going to take over Europe, and they were given actual year date estimates for it. And like none of that really ended up coming to pass. The number of Muslims in Europe didn't, it just, yeah. I like Josiah more often, more than most, because obviously, but I still find the way that some of these guys fill the air with noise just to pad content. Yeah, I mean, like, I get it. Yeah, of course. Oh, wait. Oh. When people bring up the New Deal coalition, they always seem to forget that the Dems got elected in 1932 because of running on getting rid of prohibition, not to mention Southern racist Dems. Yeah, I know. That's also the other thing, too. Like, I feel like that's something else to forget as well. People say that LBJ, did the Civil Rights Act because he had an ulterior motive that involved wanting to like basically win the black vote and have them all voting for like Democrats for the next 100 years or whatever. But when he did that, he essentially gave up all of those southern states that used to solidly vote Democrat, because he essentially excised all of those people, those Dixiecrat people, from the Democratic Party. And those people went and became Republicans. So yeah, like, and I mean, like, you can see that too. Like, I feel like since LBJ, the Democrats have kind of struggled to maintain control of, or like to regain the level of control. Yes, he used the term black vote, nothing else. No, that's not what he said. By the way, no, it's a term that it's a quote that's attributed to him that he said, I'll have these N words voting for the voting Democrat for the next 100 years or something. But that's like, there's like one guy I think who said that he said that. And I don't know if he actually said that or not. He didn't give them up. That happened later with Nixon's Southern strategy. Yeah, it was later. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if at the time there were people predicting that that would happen. Of course, the New Deal coalition isn't coming back. That was the fourth party system, and we're in the seventh. It would be silly to suggest otherwise. It's because of a shift in party systems, not in the DNC. JFK called for civil rights before he was shot anyways. Yeah, I know he did. I'm aware. Lyndon Johnson would also intimidate the fuck out of people to get votes. Even the quotes for it, we should beat Kennedy on civil rights, not Johnson, or something like that. No, I know Lyndon Johnson would. Listen, I like LBJ a lot, okay? I think he's probably one of my favorite presidents. He fucked up Vietnam really hard, but otherwise he was pretty based, I thought. And I wish that, like, he was really good at getting things done. And it sucks that the Democrats don't really have somebody like that now, that they would need to do that. It's hard to predict a new party system emerging in advance, and not many people were in 1962. Yeah, I know, you're right. Obviously, it is hard to predict that. I don't think that he necessarily took that into account when he did that. And obviously, Nixon came and took advantage of it. Anyway, we get it. I don't know. I'm pretty wary of like making predictions based on like demographic change or whatever, because that might not even happen the way people predict. Look up fourth party system and pull up the wiki sometimes, and then go from there to the current seventh party for a shallow dive into U.S. party systems. I might have to look into that. LBJ was the dirtbag politician we needed to pass civil rights legislation. Yeah, I know, right? He wanted to do so much more than that, though, but he wasn't able to because of the Vietnam War. Like the whole Great Society, that was a whole plan that he had. Okay, what's going on here? What's up with the whistleblower complaint? A complaint filed last year by a U.S. intelligence community whistleblower that is now being scrutinized by lawmakers includes claims that the distribution of a highly classified intelligence report has been restricted for political purposes, and that an intelligence agency lawyer has failed to report a potential crime to the Justice Department, a government watchdog told lawmakers earlier this week. The Intelligence Community Inspector General provided the broad outline in a Monday letter to the White House and Senate Intelligence Committees of the whistleblower complaint it received in May 2025 concerning the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. The letter from Christopher Fox was released by Gabbard's office late Tuesday. Fox did not detail the substance of the intelligence report or the alleged crime referenced by the whistleblower. The intelligence report at issue is the most sensitive to date that has ever been received by the IC Inspector General. As part of the urgent concern complaint, Fox wrote and would ordinarily only be briefed verbally to the Gang of Eight, composed of the top Democrats and Republicans in each chamber of Congress and the leaders of the intelligence committees. The existence of the complaint was first reported by the Wall Street Journal, and Gang of Eight lawmakers were given access to the complaint itself on Tuesday. On reviewing the complaint last June, Fox's predecessor, Tamara Johnson, determined that it would meet the urgent concern threshold if it were true, a determination meaning that the Gang of Eight needed to be briefed, Fox wrote. But Johnson was unable to determine the credibility of the claims at the time, according to the letter. The whistleblower then elected to share their complaint directly with congressional intelligence committees, an option protected under federal law. Is the search warrant still under seal? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm only just reading about this just right now. Before sharing a complaint, whistleblowers are required to get security guidance from the ODNI, transmit classified complaints securely. On June 9th, 2025, Johnson issued a memo after receiving new evidence that while the first allegation by the whistleblower that a report held for political reasons did not appear credible, She was unable to. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can. I don't know why I'm having trouble focusing on this as I'm reading shit out loud. Is there like a CNN story about this? I mean, I guess we can watch CBS, although I just want. Kennedy or any other Democratic leader was on track to accomplish the same things. The Green Lantern theory of politics must go away. Oh, I didn't necessarily mean to imply that. Yeah, but was Kennedy also gonna do the Great Society stuff that LBJ wanted to do? I mean, who knows? Maybe they talked about it. I'm not aware.
An unnamed U.S. intelligence official has accused Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard of wrongdoing. The whistleblower also alleges that Gabbard's office is not allowing Congress and the whistleblower's own lawyer from seeing it. This was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. The complaint was reportedly filed 8 months ago with the U.S. intelligence community watchdog office. The whistleblower's own lawyer says he hasn't been able to see it because the information is considered highly sensitive. A spokeswoman for Gabbard's office confirmed the complaint concerned Gabbard, but dismissed it as baseless and politically motivated and denied any wrongdoing. Let's bring in Andrew Bakai. He's the whistleblower's lawyer. Andrew, thanks so much for being with us. So your client is accusing the Director of National Intelligence of trying to cover up this allegation. Can you break that down for us?
Actually, what's interesting in this particular case is that my client's disclosure, this individual filed a disclosure back in April of last year, and took some. I'm sorry, I got some feedback from somebody just now.
Not sure what that is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's fair, Epic. I feel like I'm probably being, I know it might not seem like it today when Trump is president, but our political system is a little bit more complicated than what the man in the White House wants. Yeah, I know. I feel silly for not, obviously, of course they all wanted to do like the Great Society stuff, and that was like the path that they were taking and whatnot. The reason Kennedy called for civil rights is because he finally saw the majorities failing in place in Congress to make it happen. The reason LBJ carried it on is because Kennedy got shot. Yeah. Well, I mean, LBJ wanted to do it, but yeah, I understand. That was something that any Democratic president would have supported the same legislation out of Congress, which was being written by Congress, not the White House. That's true also, because that was also Kennedy's initiative. And so, yeah, of course, you were going to, like you could carry that forward a great deal with this is what President Kennedy wanted, but I understand that they would have done it anyway, even if Kennedy hadn't got shot or whatever. Yeah, you can only look at the White House and the White House adjacents. LBJ used Kennedy's death to push the votes forward. Yeah, I mean, like, we could still give LBJ credit for, like, basically getting, like, being really good at wheeling and dealing and shit. But aside from that, understanding the party system and how they evolved is a core critical component element of understanding the U.S. landscape. Otherwise, it's astrology. Yeah, I'll look that up sometime. I've got so much other shit, but yeah.
Right. So back in April, our client filed a disclosure with the Intelligence Committee Inspector General. It took some time for the decision to be made as to whether or not it would be urgent or credible for immediate dissemination to Capitol Hill. But that's irrelevant because our client, once they were notified by the Intelligence Community IG that a decision was made that they could not determine the credibility of the disclosure because somebody refused to cooperate with the initial investigation. But if taken to be true that it would be urgent, our client requested to have this transmitted to Capitol Hill. That is the law. That is what Tulsi Gabbard should have done. That's what everybody's talking about right now. But really what's at play is the underlying complaint, the underlying disclosure that's being withheld from the Hill the subject is Tulsi Gabbard.
And we don't know the nature of that complaint, is that right?
Well, we don't know the specific nature of the complaint. I have not seen the complaint because it's so highly sensitive. Now, the Director of National Intelligence in her office is saying because it is so highly classified that it's challenging to figure out how to get this to Congress. But
Epic is doing everything he can to make sure Kalinda doesn't turn into Vosh. I don't think that I would turn into Vosh. I feel like I don't know. Vosh's problem is that he's an ideologue, and like I'm not an ideologue. I'm pretty pragmatic. I give LBJ a lot of credit, but ultimately the reason civil rights passed is because the majority to pass it fell in place inside Congress. Oh yeah, of course. Obviously, yeah. Vosh's problem is that he's a lolly horse. I mean, yeah, he is that, but I mean, Vosh's problem with the way he sees the world is that he is an ideologue at the end of the day, which means that he will put his ideology first. And so when you watch Vosh, you get shit like Kyle Rittenhouse didn't act in self-defense. And the only reason why he thinks that is because Kyle Rittenhouse was a conservative. That's it. If it was if Kyle was a leftist, then Vosh's entire view on that situation would change. Because he defended it's because he's an ideologue. It's because he's ideologically captured, and it prevents him, from being able to look at things. The reason that majority emerged is because the fourth party system started to fall apart and the fifth party system centered around civil rights emerged. During the creation of the fifth party system, we saw the Dixiecrats join the Republicans coalition, and we saw the Northern Republicans join the Democratic coalition. That shift in party systems created a new Democratic coalition that was centered on the issue of civil rights. This just happened to occur during the Kennedy administration and completed during the LBJ administration. Kyle Rittenhouse is pretty good way to see where people's biases lie. Yeah, basically. It's it's kind of crazy.
Frankly, if it's that sensitive and only limited members can see it, that makes it easier as to identifying into who to identify as to who to send this to. So that's one thing. The other thing that is new to me is that this statement that this somehow involves executive privilege, which I find to be fascinating because then the question becomes is why is that? I mean, the Wall Street Journal themselves reported that the intelligence community, IG, said that that executive privilege would obviously involve something involving communications with the president or confidential and private discussions involving the president. So the question is, what is there? Why is that privilege being asserted? But again, that should have no bearing. These are red herrings. This should have no bearing on getting this to the Hill. As a colleague once said, sometimes you find yourself, in a tricky situation trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. You want to find the elegant solution. The elegant solution is here. It's in the law. Tulsi Gabbard is required to get this to Congress.
So the Inspector General, as you know, is generally required to assess the complaint and share it with Congress if it is credible, and they should do that within.
This looks pretty bad.
In 3 weeks of receiving it. So why do you think it's taking so long?
So the thing is that they couldn't make a credibility.
Yeah, Rittenhouse and Preddy, if they have different opinions on those two. Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Determination, right? Because they weren't, the initial 14-day period, and that initial 2-week period to make that determination is not about whether or not the underlying issues have been proving to be true or false. There has to be an investigation. It's merely a determination as to whether or not it must immediately go to Congress. If they can't make that determination, they can go to the whistleblower and ask, do you want this to go to the Hill? And our client said, yes, I do. And that was back in June of last year. So why is this being held up for 8 months? Look, when I handled the Ukraine whistleblower matter back in 2019, the time between the whistleblower filing the disclosure on August 12th of 2019 and it getting to the Hill was about a month. This is taking over 8 months, and the question is why? And the other issue is this is about the underlying complaint is about the DNI's actions, right? And now the DNI herself is blocking transmittal of this matter to the Hill, and that should raise some serious questions.
So very quickly before we wrap up, the complaint also reportedly implicates another federal agency, and so what is that agency, and where do we go from here?
I can't say what that agency is right now.
I mean, Epic, do you have any opinions about the Tulsi case? Thank you for the stuff about the two-party stuff. Tulsi Gabbard is a known communist. Yeah, listen, guys, Epic doesn't like Tulsi, okay? Also, when he's saying communist there, he's kind of jokingly using it as like a somebody who is against freedom, basically. Although in the case of Tulsi, considering she's considering her sympathies towards Russia and her and Syria, yeah.
But it does involve the intelligence community. And the thing is that where we go from here is this needs to go to the appropriate members on the Hill. This is supposed to go to the House and Senate intelligence committees. If this is so sensitive that only specific members, such as the chair and ranking member, are supposed to see it, get it to them. And by the way, if this was challenging initially to get to members of Congress, all that had to be done was somebody picking up the phone, alerting the Hill that, hey, we got something that's coming your way. We're trying to figure out how to get it to you because of some complexities. But the process can move. It does move. It does not take 8 months to get something like this to the Hill.
All right. Andrew Pakai, thank you very much for sharing this really crucial information for us. We appreciate it.
Why does it say that I have a 0 bit rate? That is very strange.
Yawning face emoji, good morning, El Tulsi.
Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, I don't. Audio stream bit rate of 128 kbps. That's what I have it set to. I don't know why you're being stupid, YouTube. Oh, geez. Thank you for the $4.99 bad bearing and the $2.99. Did these not alert? Did these just not come up on screen? Oh no, they did. I just didn't hear them. Hopefully you guys heard them. I didn't hear them because I won't hear that stuff here. One did and it doubled the TTS. Oh, okay, hold on. Shouldn't, it should not do that again. Hopefully. Okay. The TTS was doubled and therefore spooky, and I liked it. Oh well, I mean, yeah. Sorry, the TTS should not be spooky. All right. We got that. We got that. Thank you for the cash. What else is in the news today? Stocks tumble. Oh boy. I might need to take a look and see if there's something worth investing in. This time I might actually like properly invest in it instead of being dumb. Catch up on the day's headlines. Trump obliterates an AIDS effort to downplay his comments again. Oh. Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard's office obtained and tested voting machines in Puerto Rico. Oof. The Office of the National Intelligence obtained voting machines from Puerto Rico and probed them for security vulnerabilities, the office said in a statement to CNN Wednesday. That's My Boeing and Mitsubishi stocks are up bigly. Ooh, based. Rolls-Royce, I'm up over 500% right now. It's awesome. Well done. I would usually be selling that stuff, but yeah. Kalinda, if you want some good news, NBC, Trump tried to gut science research funding. Courts and Congress have rebuffed him. Makes me kind of happy. Well, that's good. Puerto Rico, they are a territory. They don't get to vote. I'm guessing this is probably for, maybe it's for their local elections. I don't know. They don't send like any kind of representative to Congress, even if that representative doesn't get a vote. You know, like Washington. Put something on stream suggestions a little while ago. Okay. Stream suggestions. Oh, right. Palestinian Authorities Abbas. What's this? Calls for first ever direct PLO parliamentary elections. PA leader sets November 1st date for vote on members of the Palestinian National Council, says ballots will also be cast abroad. Oh, this is different than Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas said Monday that elections will be held on November 1st for the Palestinian National Council, Parliament of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the PA's hosted. This is the first time members of the council will be elected by direct popular vote. In the past, they co-opted from within. Abbas, who is president of both the Palestinian Authority and the PLO, issued a decree saying elections will be held whenever possible, both inside and outside of Palestine, to ensure the broadest possible participation of the Palestinian people wherever they reside. PNC is one of several largely dormant political bodies controlled by Abbas. The PLO is supposed to be the overreaching umbrella body representing Palestinians worldwide, whereas the PA is supposed to be a transitional administrative body providing services for Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. Yeah, the PA was supposed to be a temporary thing until they got a state, and now that's just become the status quo. They're essentially not going to appoint the PNC. They're going to vote on it, but they do not exactly have any influence in any primary ever. The PLO executive committee is kind of where the power is, though. Well, yeah, that's the issue, right? And Abbas is not going to run for anything. So these aren't, like, this really isn't that big of a deal. Unless people who win are people who want to change things, but even then I don't know that it matters. Abbas has announced elections for the different political bodies he controls, but those have not been held for a variety of reasons. Oh, okay. Even if a PNC election is held in November, the body is very rarely convened by Abbas. The last session was held in 2018. The last PNC election, which was not open to all voters, was in 2006. The terror groups Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which are not members of the PLO, are not represented in the council. Well dubbed the Parliament of the PLO, the PNC's main role is to elect the more powerful PLO Executive Committee. The actual parliamentary body for Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza is called the Palestinian Legislative Council, which has not convened since 2007, when splits between Abbas's Fatah party and Hamas rendered the body inoperative. Yeah, that's like the last time they had a real election. Analysts say the more consequential development in Palestinian politics will take place in May when Fatah holds its 8th General Conference. During that gathering, a vote will be held to fill the party's powerful central committee, with many of Abbas's confidants vying for spots. Many of those individuals will then be poised to hold positions on the PLO Executive Committee. Hamas seized control of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank-based PA in 2006, and the two sides have remained at odds ever since. Last week, Abbas signed a decree that will likely prevent Hamas and other like-minded factions from participating in PA municipal elections slated for. Yeah. Okay. The election law amendment announced by the PA's Central Election Committee will require all candidates to sign a statement accepting the Palestinian Liberation Organization's national program, an apparent reference to the PLO's resolutions, which include the recognition of Israel, the renunciation of terrorism, and the pursuit of a state solution. Well, that's something, I suppose. By the way, probably not what you're interested in right now, but in general, William Spaniel did a video on the buildup of U.S. force around Iran with some political insights that I found worthwhile. I put in your Discord. Yeah, I saw that. I know that that's another thing that he I saw that was his video. Abbas has already appointed his successor. I think they're just trying to get some level of civil engagement, probably. But I mean, that's like really shitty. You know, you got to let the people vote. But the problem is that there's this fear that they're going to vote for Hamas if you let the people. That's never good. Kind of got to change people's minds and give them reasons not to vote for Hamas. Apparent reference to the PLO's resolutions. Okay. Hamas, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, and other Israeli and U.S. designated terror groups seeking to participate in the Palestinian political system have long refused to accept those PLO policies. While the amendment only applies to municipal elections, analysts speculate that it would likely set a precedent that Abbas would seek to apply to the parliamentary and presidential elections. Abbas has branded 2026 as the year of Palestinian democracy, with the 90-year-old in the 21st year of what was supposed to be a 4-year term. Jesus Christ, 90 years old. This motherfucker is clinging on to power very, very hard. He will not lose it until it is pried from his cold, dead hands. Similar pattern in Japan with the imperial cult. I don't know if there's a way around that, to be honest. The fact that we didn't ban Confederates in the Civil War is a big failure of Reconstruction, to be honest. Oh yeah, I know. That's something that people often talk about, is the fact that like there really wasn't enough done with regards to how the South was handled after the war, and this kind of allowed a bunch of shit to fester that has now basically come back to bite a lot of Americans in the ass. Like all that stuff about the lost cause shit, you know, and like the Daughters of the Confederacy and all of that garbage. Yeah, like, and like there's just been this allowance of being able to rewrite history. Or at least that's what I've heard. I don't know exactly how true that is, but you know, yeah, the mistake was made in the South. The mistake we made in the South helped us in Germany and Japan. Also, I'm pretty sure the handling of Germany after World War I probably also helped you guys in Japan too. The point, though, that lesson is sometimes you need to ban people from running, like the Confederates. Yeah. I mean, like, unfortunately, that could potentially be a lesson that, you know, like, Abbas is literally immortal. He might be, I don't know. A disputed election ended Reconstruction and allowed the start of the Jim Crow era. We did not play a major role in occupying Germany after World War I. Oh, okay. But I mean, couldn't you argue that the lessons, or that did the US not have like, did the US not like point out at all, hey, you guys treated Germany like shit after World War I. Maybe let's try a different tact this time so we can ensure that this doesn't happen again. Because I thought that that was something that was part of the whole deal. Was it because like the way that they acted as the victors after World War II was quite a bit different than how they acted after World War I. Like just the Allies in general. President Wilson had a stroke during the treaty negotiations. Also, wasn't President Wilson also like against the way that Britain and France came down hella hard on Germany? Although obviously it's not like he could come in there and throw his weight around because, you know, yeah, the US was largely irrelevant. Yeah, that is my understanding. By the way, another funny thing that I noticed about all of that was the skepticism that the United States had with regards to Britain's whole partition of Palestine and like their weird cope that it's okay, the Jews and the Arabs will get along, we can make this work. Okay, yeah, so Wilson didn't like the treaty, but he was in a coma and didn't make it to the negotiations. Yeah. Yes, Conduit, I know Wilson was not a good dude in certain ways. Listen, every American president before insert date here was a goddamn racist. 14 points, Wilson, yes. Wasn't Wilson also the one who talked about self-determination a whole lot too? Wasn't that like his thing? How self-determination is based? Wilson was overhated. Listen, I don't actually know like a shitload about this because this is kind of like before the era that I really spent any time studying. Okay. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Abbas is really clinging on to, yeah, gonna pry the West Bank from Abbas's cold, dead hands. Netanyahu convened security cabinet ahead of high-stakes Iran-US talks. Ooh. Why? Does he think that something's gonna happen? It sounds like he might. Iran negotiating with US because they don't want us to hit them. Epic, how closely have you been following all of this? Wilson was the worst modern US president and a member of the KKK, but he also popularized the concept of self-determination and had a better vision for the end of World War I than the Brits and the French. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That sounds, you know, like I feel like Jimmy Carter's main accomplishments were foreign policy related and really not much else. There were some presidents who were like, this guy was pretty good on foreign policy, but he was absolutely terrible everywhere else. Will Trump get mad if Israel attacks Iran while he's trying to negotiate? I know he did last time, potentially. He very well might. You know what? Fuck it. Let's watch that William Spaniel video. That Epic put in stream suggestions. It's 14 minutes, so yeah.
The decision hour is upon us. On Tuesday, Iran approached a U.S. carrier with a Shahed drone, the same class that routinely strikes Ukraine, only for an F-35 to shoot it down. It is unclear whether Iran was using the Shahed for surveillance or a potential strike. That same day, 2 Iranian gunboats approached the Stena Imperative, a U.S.-flagged chemical tanker that was sitting in international waters.
That reminds me that New Jubilee with Isaiah Martin might actually be good. Oh yeah, absolutely. Although I'm a bit worried. Can I watch Jubilee without getting, like, copycucked? Actually, wait, no, I think I can, because other people have done it.
They ordered the tanker to stop and to prepare to be boarded. The USS McFall came in to make the save, scurrying the Iranian gunboats away and escorting the Stena Imperative to safer waters. All of this is happening in the shadow of diplomatic talks scheduled for Friday, somewhere in the Middle East. They are still debating on that point. Regardless, the bigger picture here is that the United States has placed the assets that it needs near the Persian Gulf, and soon the White House will have to decide what real action, if any, it wants to take in Iran. However, the whole situation is full of public misunderstandings, ranging from a belief that this is another obvious Trump bluff to the frankly more baffling connection to Iran's nuclear program. So today, let's discuss what is happening with the U.S. military deployments and what it means for the broader war versus negotiation situation. We should begin with the U.S. allotment. And I want to speak in generalities here. One, because of the whole fog of war problem of trying to know exactly what is happening. And 2, because my purpose in life is to explain the political importance of the moves, rather than the precise tactical points that the Pentagon might be planning. The main headline is that the Lincoln Strike Group is now situated within, well, striking distance of Iran. That includes the host of assets aboard the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier itself, plus 3 destroyers riding alongside it, plus the other naval assets added to the area, like the aforementioned.
Oh, that reminds me, and fuck, I really want to watch it again now. The Hunt for Red October, as we were talking about movies, is a really good movie. I really like that movie. Although I'm sure that everybody here has seen that. But I'm fond of that. That's a movie that I first saw when I was a kid.
USS McFall. Presumably on board those destroyers are plenty of Tomahawk missiles. Usually I would comment here about the conniptions that Indo-PACOM will have if those Tomahawks are used in the Middle East, rather than to deter China. But it is 2026, so I can also add a comment here about half of Europe having conniptions that they are not being used against Russia. Isn't the world today so much fun? Anyway, beyond the Lincoln and her naval friends, you have F-15E fighters getting situated in Jordan, refueling tankers and air defense systems stationed at the main U.S. base in Qatar, surveillance aircraft all over the region, search and rescue aircraft all over the region, plus rumors of cargo planes.
Oh, I should check out the book at some point. I'm sure that Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan novels are really good. Trump will probably get mad at first, but get over it very quickly. Well, I mean, with regards to this, I don't think... Oh, you're talking about Trump being mad if Bibi strikes Iran while he's trying to negotiate. Yeah. Conniption is a... I agree. I love the word conniption. Conniption is fucking awesome.
That may hold patriots and the like to protect against heavier missiles.
Troglodyte is another word I'm fond of.
That Iran might fire at U.S. assets and allies. Now, I can safely tell you that this is not the United States situating itself to repeat the Iraq War in either form, 2003 or 1991. That would require a large number of soldiers to set up nearby, which is not happening and would be impossible for the United States to hide. But this is reminiscent of Venezuela. You remember that operation from a whole month ago? It was a lot of metal to be putting in the region if the
An entire month ago. Jeez, god damn it. I can't believe that was a whole month ago. Trump is just, there's just so much shit. Ugh.
White House was not serious about the situation. And indeed, the White House was serious about the situation. Back near Iran, all of those deployments cost money, and removing the Lincoln from the Indo-Pacific region has created some vulnerability there at a time when China seems to be poking Taiwan at increasingly aggressive and record-setting rates. Part of the public misperception here is not understanding the lack of action weeks ago, when public unrest in Iran was at its highest. I suppose there was a conventional wisdom that the United States could snap its fingers and magically rain down bombs, similar to how last summer's strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities played out. And while it is true that the B-2 bombers did magically transport themselves over there within a day, the rest of the strike package had to strategically set up shop in the days beforehand. Fast forwarding to the peak of the protests, the United States had shifted its assets to South America, leaving insufficient tools to strike weeks ago. The key point here is that the absence of the United States taking action, when action was impossible to take, should not be informative of whether the United States will take action now that it has gone to great lengths to prepare for such. I think that there is an interesting sociological point here, in that the leading social media narrative today is that Iran is a clear taco situation, whereas the leading social media narrative of 2 weeks ago was that Trump was surely about to invade Greenland. Subtle reminder to not listen to what leaders say, but rather watch what they do. Trump yapped a bunch about Greenland, but was light on real action.
I don't think that Trump was actually ever really going to invade Greenland. I feel like that was such a hard, like, there's no way. Trump likes to do things that are easy, and I don't think that he would ever, like, invading Greenland would not have been an easy thing. And if he could have, like, swooped in there and taken it, there would have been so many other consequences that I don't know that he. But the fact that he even said it is the fact that he was threatening it, the fact that he talked about it is like, it's so bad. It just made America look so bad. And it was so stupid and so unprecedented and insane. I'm at the point where I'm not in any mood for negotiation, least of all with the RGC or the Russian Federation. I'm tired of this shit, boss. I mean, I get it, but yeah, it's, you kind of gotta. I think it's all bluster. He wanted to spook them into making some sort of deal or something. Yeah, he did. He wanted them to make a deal to agree to spend more money. Clancy books were so awesome. It's too bad the movies up to the book. Yeah, I mean, that's often the case. Very frequently, movies don't live up to books.
Whereas the United States is committing a ton to the Persian Gulf right now. Point is, for Greenland, I urged everyone to head down to the Winchester, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all of that to blow over. I do not recommend the same for Iran. Now, that does not mean that a war between the United States and Iran is inevitable. Just that the Trump administration is serious about the matter, and some form of conflict is likely absent credible concessions from Iran. So let's try to sort the rest of that out. Broadly speaking, there are two perspectives that we could take here. One is that the credible commitment issues are insurmountable, and so negotiations are doomed to fail. Option 2 is the opposite. Let's start with the more kinetically interesting one. Rewind a second. In the counterfactual world where the United States had all of the puzzle pieces in the region weeks ago, U.S. strikes would have seemed inevitable. With protesters outnumbering security forces on the streets, the White House would have faced a clear closing window of opportunity. You could make a play at removing the Ayatollah, giving the protesters the heavy metal support that they lacked. Or you could have tried to broker a deal with Iran. The trouble with the latter option is that once the protests ended, the regime would not have incentive to follow through on concessions given that the threat was gone. Internal.
Hello, Two Hinged. Yeah, I don't know if anything's going to happen here, guys. I mean, like, maybe they might do something, but I have no idea. I think the problem is also like Trump is kind of crazy, or not crazy, but Trump is really stupid, and I don't know that he actually understands like the complexities or anything within this.
Realizing the Ayatollah's credible commitment problem, the United States would ignore any Iranian promises.
Also, the goal is still there. Got an hour left on our goal. By the way, confirmed that Sarah and Yair Netanyahu are still in Miami after no showing their flight last night. Ha! Rip. Goddamn.
And fight instead. However, that is not the world that we live in. Thanks to Maduro, the United States did not have the proper assets in the region, and it appears that most of the protesting has now stopped. There is nothing to hit to support active protesting at this point, and it is unclear to what end ordering a retaliatory strike would serve, other than to spike oil prices. Now, to be sure, the domestic threat to the Islamic Republic of Iran is still present. To wit, the internet blackout meant to prevent protesters from coordinating has only been relaxed. It has not ended. Indeed, here is what happens when you try accessing the Ayatollah's official website.
Oh, damn.
About 2 weeks ago, though, some government-approved websites became available. Since then, citizens and protesters have been playing cat-and-mouse games with VPNs, and the government remains very concerned about coordination over social media. Consequently, there also remains some chance that the United States will adopt a "if you build it, they will come" strategy of bombing security forces stations, hoping that protesters will re-emerge on the streets and then topple the Ayatollah. A slightly less kinetic alternative would be to set up a quarantine around the Persian Gulf to halt the export of Iranian oil. Yep, shades of Venezuela once again. Note that it would be a quarantine and not a blockade, because as Marco Rubio was careful to remind any senator who went down the wrong path during his recent congressional testimony, a blockade is an act of war, and the United States certainly would not be engaged in acts of war. Anyway, this would not be too difficult in principle.
The weak orange fascist didn't deliver on the one promise he made to the Iranian protesters. What a loser. To be fair to Hinged, he couldn't. At least not without, like, risking a whole lot of shit that probably would have involved a whole bunch of people dying. But that's the issue, is the fact that he promised it in the first place when he fucking shouldn't have. He should not have said anything. Maybe he should have voiced support, but he should not have been saying help is on the way. You know, like, all of that shit. He shouldn't have done that. It was not a good idea.
Because most of Iran's seabound energy exports exit via the Strait of Hormuz, which is a relatively narrow path. The strategy would serve three purposes. 1, it is a tangible message to Iranians that the United States is there and ready to take action, unlike a few weeks ago. 2, this would really start to squeeze the government coffers. Remember, the reason that the government faced an uprising in the first place was due to an inability to provide basic services like water and electricity, things that cost money. If security forces start wondering if they will receive their next paychecks, then you may start to not have security forces at all. 3, China is the main direct beneficiary, and sometimes virtually the only direct beneficiary, of Iranian oil exports. So you might start seeing Beijing apply political pressure on Tehran to concede on more issues to end the crisis. The primary downside here is that it would spike oil prices globally. If China's supply from Iran disappears, then China will start to purchase from the wider market, leading to higher prices at the pump even in the United States. There is a deeper risk that Iran will take a more serious approach than the Stena Imperative situation, and try to fully disrupt non-Iranian tankers heading through the strait. I have spent 90 minutes discussing this possibility before. Suffice it to say that it would be hard for Iran to do, but extremely costly for everyone if it happened regardless of the outcome. Previously, we had framed the situation there as Iran being the instigator.
Oh, hello, Unsolo. Hello, debate board.
It would be interesting to watch the tables turn. Finally, the remaining concern here is that China gets fed up with the entire situation and starts taking coercive measures against the United States. But that is another complicated thought best reserved for another time. For now, the important thing to take away from this is that the naval domain is the United States' strong suit, so it is something to keep an eye on. Switching gears, the opposite perspective is that the window for protests is unlikely to open again, and so the United States would rather strike a temporary bargain than tempt fate. The emphasis there is on temporary, because it will be hard to force Iran to commit to any concessions made after the revolutionary threat has completely dissipated. Now, all of the discussion on that point has been geared toward Iran's nuclear program. In fact, Iran says that it is the only thing up for negotiations on Friday. If you think that connecting the two situations is weird, I agree that it is hard to explain on the surface. But let's dig a bit deeper. There are two things worth noting here. One, following the strike last June, the White House claimed that Iran's, quote, key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Yes, Sarah is still in America, Chase. I thought that was rather funny. Oh yeah, remember with this, they said that they obliterated and then like they just kept repeating it even though it looks like that's not the case.
Skeptics pointed out that it was impossible to know that at the time, and the fact that there are meaningful nuclear negotiations to have today is a clear indication that many sites or resources, perhaps specifically Iran's supply of highly enriched uranium, survived. The second thing worth noting is that it makes sense to negotiate on this dimension. If Iran were to build a nuclear weapon in the future, the Ayatollah would have increased bargaining power. Right now, however, the United States is enjoying the increased bargaining power from the risk of further protests. Maybe you can see how these two cancel out. As I mentioned earlier, the problem with negotiating in the shadow of a power shift is that the rising state will not want to follow through on its commitments after its shift is complete. Well, usually we are thinking about negotiations on the substantive dimensions when we talk about this. Back in Ukraine, that is usually focused on territory.
Oh, hello, Avi.
Over in Iran, it is political influence in the Middle East. But rather than think about substantive negotiations, you could negotiate on the power itself here. The United States does not attack Iran right now, despite its enhanced capacity to do so. In return, though, Iran must undermine its future military capacity. This effectively smooths the power shift, and will help with long-run negotiations regarding the substantive disagreements between the parties. The reason that this is potentially credible is that Iran will have to reconstruct anything that it destroys as a product of these negotiations, be it the facilities themselves or the stockpile of highly enriched uranium. It will remain possible for Iran to revisit a nuclear program later, of course. However, Iran will take longer and spend more to obtain a bomb, which indeed has the effect of reducing Iran's future bargaining power. The goal here would not be a fully credible end of Iran's nuclear future, or at least that is not an obtainable goal. It is just to build another inconvenience in the system that will sway Iran's decision-making to some degree, or at least that is what I figured out a decade ago when all of this was theoretical. Yeah, people forget that I was a nuclear person first and foremost who got sidetracked in Ukraine. I did not think that it was going to be a 3-day special military operation, but I am surprised to still be doing this 4 years later. Anyway, trying to mitigate power shifts by shifting power the opposite direction is a common tactic. In fact, it is happening over along the Taiwan Strait right now. It is even setting up the possibility of a Taiwan missile crisis, which is somehow evading widespread news coverage. But that is a topic for another time. For now, if you want to learn more about a potential disaster that could come out of the Strait of Hormuz, and you do not mind listening to my voice for a feature-length period of time, check out that video on a potential shutdown, and not of the government variety in the United States. And if you enjoyed today's video, then please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
I just read Zelensky said Russia lost 52 soldiers for every Ukrainian last week. If that's true, that's fucking insane. I mean, Russia's losing a lot of soldiers. A lot of soldiers. But yeah. like they, like I've been saying, or like I guess not just me, but everyone else has been saying, Russia is going to make Ukraine bleed, or Ukraine is going to make Russia bleed for every square inch of land that they take, or every square kilometer. Like it's they're losing a lot of guys for not a lot of gain. And the weather is getting them to them too. Probably, it seems like it might be getting to them more so than to the Ukrainians, who are, I guess, a lot more better prepared. Probably because they have, because like the world is stepping up to like send them lots of good equipment to use in the cold and whatnot. So you know, Russia is bleeding. It's democracy. Oh, you. I assume you'll write out the rest of the proper message there. Someone said an actual snail would have covered more ground than Russia gained last year. Yeah, probably. It's very fucking slow. So that's why if I go into this debate with Lactoid and he tries to tell me that Ukraine is losing the war, then I'm just going to scoff at him. Nobody is winning right now, and nobody is losing. It is a stalemate. Okay? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to say that Russia is winning when they're taking territory so slow that it's going to that like at a slower rate than like the battle lines moved in fucking World War I. Don't invade Russia in the winter. No, don't invade Russia. No, don't invade Russia in the winter. Yeah. Like, General Winter can be Russia's enemy as much as it can be their ally. Ukraine is closer to losing than Russia is a fair statement, but that's not how Lactoid would understand it. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Just because that obviously Russia still has more manpower than they do, and they can easily make more equipment and all that, because like Russia's got a huge country that has a lot of resources to draw on. But you know, I still feel like if Ukraine got all the shit that they needed, they probably could like turn this around. Maybe not. If they drafted their 18 to 21-year-olds. However, I know, Epic, that that's not really possible, because I understand that the United States of America is not a fucking magic weapons tree that you can just pull on to get free weapons. I get it. I know. Russia appears to have a greater ability to bleed for longer, but who knows what breaks first. Yeah. We could tip the scales for Ukraine, but we won't because we are cowards. Yeah, there's also that too. Oh, you're talking about the US actually doing more shit, you know, like the no-fly zone and all that. Yeah. Honestly, after everything you told me, I'm now on team no-fly zone, and I think Biden should have fucking done it earlier. I think he should have done it at the start of the war. I know this sounds dumb, but doesn't Russia gain economically since every dead soldier is one less pension check? I mean, no, they still have to pay out money to their families. There was a sometimes I watch videos by NFKRZ or No Fuckers. He's a Russian who left Russia at the start of the war, but he talks about like the various political situations in Russia, including like stuff that goes viral in Russia, and things that's being posted on like Russian social media, and basically stories out of Russia and stuff like that. And one of the things that he mentioned is that like there were these stories that were starting to pop up of basically Russian women who were trying to marry soldiers in the hopes that they would die so that they could collect their money from the government like afterwards. Yeah. There's like some like crazy shit like that. So I mean, no, it might not be as much, but there's most certainly the government is still supposed to pay money to the families of those dead soldiers. I mean, the economy in Russia is not great, you know. The ruble is in the toilet. And Russia can only get people to actually go to Ukraine if they're either conscripted or they basically entice them with contract payments and stuff. The amount of recruits for Russia decreased after they lowered the sign-up bonuses. Russia doesn't have unlimited money to pay its soldiers, and federal budgets are running low. I mean, yeah, there is that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like they can't. The economy can only take so much too, and Russia is also trying to avoid the major metropolitan areas for recruitment. Yeah, I know. They don't want to go into Moscow and start recruiting people. That would end very badly. Although I think Moscow is probably, if you live in Moscow and you're Russian, you probably have a pretty good life in comparison to lots of other people. Because apparently Moscow is just different from the rest of Russia. Mind you, most of what I'm getting here is from NFKRZ, though. Hello, Aeon Android. That's correct. Russia relies on contract payments for recruits. Russian conscripts aren't being sent to Ukraine en masse. Yeah. They're getting lots of foreign fighters instead, who are like people that they're tricking, basically, to go and fight for them, and which is pretty fucked. Hello, Smash Dan. They are seriously cutting Russia's ability to generate capital. Well, yeah, that's right. Because if you're sending so many of your people out, like right now, I believe too, the average age for soldiers on both sides is like 45 years or 41 years old or something. Ukraine is also sending a lot of its older folks. Actually, it's interesting. There was a story that I saw on I don't know if it was like did y'all see the video of Russians putting a landmine on a foreign mercenary? No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised. The refinery strikes is what I'm referring to. Oh, cutting their capital flow. Oh, yeah. Ukraine needs to keep doing that. They need to keep doing that. Because that is based. Keep hitting those oil refineries. Okay, there was something that I saw. Where was it? Oh, right here.
Drones have
This is like a short, but I thought this was interesting.
completely.
This is from East West FM, which is the media group that Anna works for.
Drones have completely changed warfare, from strike drones to heavy bombers and even underwater drones meant to attack ships. However, one of the largest changes I've noticed is in logistics. Having worked with the 11th Separate Assault Brigade and the 100th Brigade, I've seen how they've taken these drones and used them in this capacity. And while
Oh, I don't think that he means it like that, Epic. This video is about an interesting part with regards to drones, as far as like the extent to which the drones help play a role in logistics. Not so much that they've changed, yeah. Underwater drones to attack ships. Do you mean a torpedo?
While some use heavy bomber drones to drop logistics, the 100th Brigade is using ground drones.
Approximately 80%, 90% of our missions are successful. No, I get it. This video is Ukrainian propaganda, and I'm all for them doing it, but it's annoying to me personally. I'm not the intended audience. Oh, yeah. Wait, do you think this is, I mean, I guess it is. I suppose it is kind of, yeah, it is like a, I guess you could describe this as propaganda.
Відсотків 90 це успішні місії. В основному
we mainly use these for logistics. Look at the little guys.
Використовуємо для логістики, для довозу
to transfer food and munitions.
Боєприпасів. Буває, що
hold on. Sometimes we use them to transport the wounded. We work together with the 1st Medical Battalion. Oh, so they just kind of put someone, that's interesting. The UGVs have an armored capsule, and they have successfully evacuated people. Oh, unmanned ground vehicle.
Їхні НРК, вони мають броньовану капсулу, і оце вони успішно вивозять.
Our work basically is to make things easier for those who sit closer to the front line.
Роботу тих, хто сидить ближче до лінії. Ми
We kind of fight, but we fight for the sake of our own guys.
Воюємо, але воюємо на користь своїх хлопців.
That is, our mission is to help
Наша
them.
справа їм допомогти. Ми не, як в нас є
We have weapons, but we use them less often.
Менше користуємося.
This is our weapon, the one we use to help others and do our job. That's such a neat.
Drones have
That's such a neat little a neat thing. I saw that. I thought that that was kind of cool. Saying, imagine if the USAF had so many budget cuts that we had to sell our logistics aircraft and we were using Chinese built DIJ drones to move logistics and we were putting out ads about it and saying we revolutionize logistics. It's that basically. Aren't torpedoes supposed to be shot from some damn don't have time to check the word from a submarine? You mean, Vasserman? Unless you were trying to make a joke. Torpedoes have autonomy and have for a long time. Ukraine is making torpedoes and pretending they are a new technology by putting a new name on it. Oh, you mean like underwater drones, which are basically torpedoes? They're using land-based autonomous torpedoes. There's wire-guided torpedoes. Okay, that I didn't know. Less sophisticated than what we had in the 1980s, objectively. Oh yeah, I know. Obviously, we're talking about a war here where, you know, like two sides are not, where like both sides have to get creative because it's basically what it's all they've got essentially. Again, I support the information efforts from Ukraine. No, I understand what you're saying. That's part of fighting a war. Yeah. I'm trying to think, was there other stuff? Did we have any other stuff? I'm so tired, guys. Ask the Clanker if there's a different trigger epic. You wouldn't call an AIM 120 a drone because I can autonomously lock onto a radar target without assistance from. Autonomy is superior. Okay. Wait, if there's a difference between drones and between underwater drones and torpedoes. I'm not gonna ask the Clanker that. Oh my god. Okay. You know what I want to do? Okay. Crimean independence referendum. 2014 Crimean status referendum. So I was reading about this before March 16th. Obviously, if you guys have any stream suggestions or whatever that you want me to talk about or put in, go ahead. But yeah, as long as it's not dumb shit that I'm just going to get bored watching, okay? I'm looking at you, Chase. March 16th referendums available. Choices did not include keeping the status quo of Crimea and Sevastopol. As they were at the moment the referendum was held. The 1992 Constitution accords greater powers to the state of Crimea. Okay. So I'm just curious, where is it? Polling prior to the Russian occupation. So this is all the shit that everybody was talking about constantly, okay? This was what they were talking about last night. If the referendum was held on the annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea to Russia, how would you vote? Yes, no. So they said yes when this is the only option that's available, okay? Now, hold on. Jesus. Okay, never mind. So this is the only option that's available. This is the United Nations Development Program polling that Lactoid was like obsessed over. I just pointed out that underwater drones, you mean torpedoes, was kind of silly. Apparently that really offended Mr. Katz. Listen, I don't know much about torpedoes, okay? Oh yeah, Debateborn and Epic are arguing again, just like they were last time. There are different opinions about what status would be optimal for the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Which of the options below most closely matches your views? In your opinion, the Autonomous Republic of Crimea should become part of the Russian Federation, become an independent state, stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, stay in Ukraine with the same level of autonomy, stay in Ukraine with reduced autonomy, become a normal region of Ukraine, become a region under the direct control of the president, undecided. So I mean, I don't know. The Russians, for example, I'm sure you know how to. You guys are still gonna keep arguing in chat. I feel like this is saying something. Like, yeah, okay, when the only choice you give them is join Russia, or don't join Russia, then they elect to join Russia. But if you give them other choices, then they choose other things. So I feel like this isn't proof that they all really wanted to join Russia. Because otherwise, why wouldn't they all choose to join Russia even when given other choices? It's very weird that Lactoid is like, I feel like he's just leaning on this because it proves his point. And also, again, these polls are from 2011. Ugh. And then, of course, he has like this huge problem with these guys, and I don't understand why. She just watched Hassan do apologia for Qatar's 90% migrant workforce. Wait, really? Hassan did apologia for Qatar having like essentially slave labor? What about the conditions at the polling stations? Were they being watched by little green men? Yes, Fanaloven. Yes, they absolutely were. Yes, during the polling, yes. Yes, they were. Russian soldiers were outside polling stations during the referendum. Of course, at the time, Russia didn't think like, or at the time, Russia hadn't admitted that those were their soldiers, but everybody knew. Russia didn't admit that those were Russian soldiers until April. And the referendum was in March. I was being facetious. Yeah, I know you were. But I mean, that's why this is stupid. It's so stupid for Lactoid to just be like, oh yeah, this was totally true and real and an actual thing. And this is like an accurate reflection of like when like we can really never know that for sure. Because it happened after an invasion. So it's just dumb. And also like the UN and the OSCE were not even there to fucking to do proper observation, because Russia basically wouldn't let them, and the Russian poll didn't even have a stay with Ukraine option. Yeah, I know that too. It's an accurate reflection of a fabricated referendum. Yeah, pretty much. Like, listen, I'm not denying that there was like an independence streak in Crimea, or that there was some sizable portion of the Crimean population that wanted to join Russia. That's not a denial, but like this doesn't really prove what he thinks that it does. Yeah, if you only give them the choice to join Russia, then most of them will say, okay, sure, let's join Russia. If it's a choice between that and not doing it. But if you give them other choices, then they're going to choose those things too. So I don't think that, I really don't think this is an accurate reflection when like that's the only choice that they have. When you just have to say yes or no, join Russia, yes or no. But if you ask them if they want other things, then they'll say they want other, some number of them will say they want other things, and this number goes way down. When is this debate happening? I have no idea. I have not scheduled it yet. I'm still, like I'm getting closer to the point where like I would want to, but yeah. Oh no, not USAID. Methodology. The survey was conducted by the Baltic Surveys / Gallup on behalf of the International Republican Institute. Oh, I see. So this is what Lactoid was like mad about, was just this. I wonder if he's going to have the same problem with any of the other ones, with any of the other polling data that I pulled out. Let's keep an eye on Alberta. I think we're going to see a facsimile here between the US and Canada, since Trump loves Putin's playbook so much. Maybe, but I don't know if Trump's smart enough to do Putin's playbook. Trump's kind of an idiot. Also, Putin's willing to take risks that Trump's not willing to take. Honestly, I think the argument with regards to the Donbass is probably stronger. I need to join Wick's Discord and try to debate with some crazies. There's some crazies in there. That's where Ash of Creativity comes from. I'm not saying that he's crazy, but obviously he's got a lot of opinions that I angrily disagree with. Okay. So, civic Ukrainian identity was already the largest, biggest identity in the Donbass. I think I'm feeling relatively okay with the rest of these polls. It seems like the one that Lactoid was mainly against was any of the IRI stuff or anything with Crimea in particular. But I don't know if he has some sort of opinion, or if he could cite what polling data he's going to cite that's going to say that the majority of people in the Donbass wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. Because I don't think that polling data exists. Maybe the real Donbass was the Alberta we annexed along the way. That's all true, but Trump also flies by the seat of his shit-stained pants and jumps on rakes constantly. Unfortunately, many of these rakes have decades-long consequences. I mean, yeah, you're right. That's true. Although he seems to be a little bit less. It seems like he doesn't do that as much when it comes to foreign policy. What Trump is really good at doing is running his mouth and saying insane shit that he shouldn't say, but that's not always followed up with actions. Okay, but the Republican admin probably sees something useful in Alberta. Oh, I mean, they obviously do, given the fact that like members of the State Department, no, or was it? I don't think it was the State Department. There were representatives of the Trump administration that were meeting with those Alberta people. All 5 of the Alberta separatists, who, by the way, do not want to join the United States. I don't know if maybe does Ukraine have underwater drones? I know Ukraine has used drones to attack a couple of Russian ships. There's no point in over-preparing. You'll clutter yourself. You're probably right, Vaniloven. Although, you know what's happening to me right now? I'm having the same feeling that Destiny did. Every time he was about to go into a debate with like a big conservative figure or somebody who he thought would know a lot, and he did a shitload of preparation, and then after the debate, he came out of it being like, why did I spend so much time preparing? That was such a waste of time. This person doesn't actually know fucking anything. Now, I'm not going to say Lactoid doesn't know fucking anything, but there's definitely a surprising amount of stuff that he did not seem to know. Like, he didn't know that Yanukovych threw Yulia Tymoshenko in prison. You know, yeah, which is surprising. Like, you would think that's kind of an important piece of information to have, because releasing her was one of the demands that the EU said that Ukraine needed to follow if they wanted to, like, if they wanted the association agreement. That was like a big deal. Johan, have you done any narrative prep? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like for like working out what narrative I have? I mean, like, right now, my opinion on this is still like the same as it was before. My opinion, like, I recognize that there's like maybe a greater level of complexity here, and I understand the motivations of all the various actors involved more now in terms of what Russia wanted and what the EU wanted, and like why there was like so much friction over Ukraine joining the association agreement, and also like various things related to that. But at the end of the day, what comes back to it is still the same answer. None of this gave Russia the right to invade Ukraine. Russia still doesn't have casus belli to invade Ukraine. It's just, like, I'm sorry, but you don't get to invade another state because that one part of that, because that a small minority of people in the east, and like 2 provinces in the east of that state, felt like they weren't being represented. You know, like, what story you can tell people listening, not just your opinion. Oh, I mean, yeah, I would say still that the story of Ukraine is still a story of a country that would like very much to like be independent from Russia. Even if they wanted to, even if some of them want to maintain a friendship with Russia, they still don't want to be part of Russia. And they would still also like to move closer to the Europeans, like a country that would like to determine their own destiny. And it's also a story of a man, Vladimir Putin, who is really, really mad about the fact that the Soviet Union fell, and he would very much like to get back the Russian Empire, and who sees himself as basically the second coming of Peter the Great. And that's what this is largely about for him. One thing that I actually want to do is I want to look into his writings, and in 4 or 5 sentences, what is Lactoid's story, and in 4 or 5 sentences, what is your story? Lactoid's story is that both Russia and Ukraine are both like thugs, and the West has been sold a lie about the truth, and the whole thing is way more complicated than you actually think that it is. That's one version of the story that I've heard, and therefore the US should not be helping Ukraine. The other version of the story that I hear from him is like, but then like, he'll say all that, but then in the next breath, he'll go on to basically justify Russia's side and make a bunch of weird claims about, like, that sort of amount to, it seems like he actually does believe that Russia had casus belli to invade Ukraine, because Lactoid believes all of the stuff, about, Lactoid believes all of the shit when it comes to, like all the shit that about like the Donbass feeling unrepresented and all of that, and all the stuff about Euromaidan being a coup and so on and so forth. Like, yeah. And then he calls Putin legitimate and Zelensky a dictator. Yeah, exactly. Is Lactoid not a realist? Yeah, Tear Gas, I think that he might very well be. It seems like he is, because he puts a lot of credit, or like a lot on that. Russia absolutely had legitimate concerns with regards to countries joining NATO shit, which I wholeheartedly disagree with, okay? I'm not down with the spheres of influence garbage. I don't think Russia should just be able to throw their weight around and bully other countries, because otherwise they might be offended if those other countries decide to do something that they don't like. Does he ever? No, he doesn't ever bring up color revolutions. Lactoid's not a leftist. Does Lactoid think Ukraine was genociding Russians? I have not heard him make that argument. Although, I have a feeling that, yeah, if he is a realist, he does not care about your internationalist conception of cause of war, and you're wasting your time. You can argue with realists, though, if they are honest, and you just need to do it differently. I mean, I'm not necessarily, like, the goal here is, my goal is to disprove the ridiculous narrative that he is pushing about how the West was sold a lie. I want to force him to confront all of the polling data that says that no, in fact, the majority of people in the Donbass did not want to leave and join Russia. And also, I want to force him to admit that Putin is, in fact, a dictator. Please look at the way that he treats his people, and we can compare that to the way that Ukraine treats their people. And like there is data and facts on this, and that no life in the and that like living in Donetsk and Luhansk under Russian occupation is like really shitty, and people are not necessarily happy to live there, and the amount of freedom that they have is considerably less than they had when they were under Ukrainian control. So yeah. Like I don't necessarily or maybe I won't get him to concede anything, but at the very least I want to come with facts so that I can say no, you're wrong about this, this, and this, and basically like just make it I just want to make him look like he doesn't know what he's actually talking about. Yeah, realists do not care about morals. It is all about power. Yeah, I know. Realists are more interested in Russia's core national interest. One of those is going to be regional hegemony from Moscow over former Soviet states. Yeah, and I think that's insane. Like, it's actually crazy that he's okay with this as an American. It's just crazy to me. That as like an American, he wants to say that that's based or whatever. I don't know if he's actually a realist, but it seems like he's okay with making those kinds of arguments when it comes to this conflict. Realists will argue that one must take the Russian interests at face value. Well, wait, it's not about being okay. That's not what realism is. Yeah, okay. It's about recognizing that fact. Yeah, I know. And then to maintain peace. Yes, Lactoid is a conservative only. Or he describes himself as a libertarian, which just makes it even weaker. Letting them have that win, so to speak, to oversimplify. Yeah, I know. It's like, you have to like, it's the cuck chair ideology. Yeah. You know what? That's actually a really good way to put it. Like to say like, why do you want to sit in the cuck chair? Why do you want America to sit in the cuck chair and just let Russia do whatever they want? Why do you want Europe or Ukraine to have to sit in the cuck chair? MAGA is similar to Putinism, so it's not surprising MAGA support it. 90% of online libertarians are just scared conservatives. I mean, he claims he's a libertarian. I don't necessarily believe that he is. He obviously like supports Trump in a lot of ways. You know, I'm just recognizing the limits of American power. Yeah, he probably would say that, but it's just, I don't know. It's just weird because like he will put so much onus on the United States supposedly meddling in Euromaidan, but he has no problem whatsoever with Russia doing the same thing. And I know the reason why, Epic, before you say so, is because that he thinks that Russia should be able to do whatever he wants in that area because it's their backyard. What the fuck? Hold on. You aren't going to convince them by making appeals to international ideals. Well, no, I wouldn't think that I would convince them. Convince him. Isn't Lactoid isolationist, or he's not, though? I don't know what he is. Oh, Duckbringer says, I don't know what a realist is, but I don't think that Lactoid is motivated by some realist worldview to support Russia. I think he wants to be a special boy with special facts. I mean, that really might be it. It might just be that he just wants to like push some sort of alternative narrative. And he thinks because that he's good at debate, he can argue it. But I think you can make a realist case for supporting Ukraine. That's the point I'm making. But maybe you don't because realists are cucks, which is also fair. I mean, realists are cucks, but what would the realist case for supporting Ukraine be? That the United States should expand its sphere of influence and say, fuck Russia? Calling some position to cucked is just fighting words. I mean, obviously, a bunch of Lactoid's arguments seem to be straight out of Mearsheimer's mouth, to be fair. So, you know. Ukraine has a lot of agriculture and military manufacturing. Yeah. Because Russia wants the Baltics too. Oh, yeah, that's true. They do. And we would be dying if they go there too. That's the basic realist view on that. Oh, so basically what you're saying is that we should be saying if we stop Russia right now, then or like we better stop Russia right now because otherwise they're just going to try to take more. And that would not be good. So the realist case is that as long as Ukraine is holding back Russia, it's not NATO's problem. Okay. Wouldn't the realist position be draining Russia's resources until it implodes? I mean, that is what people say that Ukraine is, or that the US is trying to do by supporting Ukraine. And that America is a core national security and economic interest in a peaceful Europe. America has a core, that Ukraine is, and that Ukraine winning will make a more stable Europe, which is good for us. Yeah. Chat keeps guessing what Lactoid should follow. Should we just watch a bit of him together? I mean, I've been watching debates with him and I can't really get a read on exactly what the fuck it is that he, I mean, we could watch his debate with Connor, I guess, or his discussion with Connor, because that's a more friendly conversation and maybe he'll lay it out more. I mean, I have a doc of some of the arguments that he has made. These are the arguments that I've heard him make, but this isn't necessarily, and then I've also heard him make other arguments. He actually legitimately seems to think that Ukraine, or that Russia had a right to go into Ukraine because that the people in the Donbass and in Crimea felt like they were not represented, and Russia saw that and they went in there to help them. And he seems to think that this is a legitimate cause for war, or at least that is the impression that I got when he was having the argument over that with Dylan and Lonerbox, which I think is crazy, and I don't know if he actually believes that, because I'm not sure that he would say that same thing when it comes to other things. You know? Like, yeah. A lot of conservatives, isolationists like to disguise their indifference to international politics as realists. You can make the case both ways for Ukraine. Also think of all the U.S. investments in Ukraine, including Trump's minerals deal. That's a sunk cost for the U.S. We lose that if we lose. Yeah, that's if we lose that if they lose. You're right. Let's be real. No offense. It would be a pointless discussion, as it always has been. People who had any perception of Lactoid would keep it as it was negative or positive, thus entertainment. I mean, yeah, you're right. I understand that, but like you could argue the debate is pointless to begin with. Honestly, a part of this for me, this entire exercise, there's three purposes to this. I would like very much to like actually have a substantive discussion with him about all this dumb shit that he keeps arguing about Euromaidan and all the stuff before the war and all the stuff leading up to the war and whatnot. And then obviously I want to use this as an opportunity to get in front of a larger audience. Initially, I wanted it to be in front of Destiny's audience, but hopefully he'll still watch the debate. And hopefully Dylan will watch it too. You know, and also I want it as debate practice. And I think it's good to do all this research to learn about this, because a lot of this was stuff that I did not necessarily know before, you know, so yeah. Trying just to have a substantive discussion in the online politics space. Good luck. Well, I don't mean like substantive. What I mean is that like, I don't think that I've seen anybody challenge Lactoid on any of these points, because every time he tries to bring them up, people generally are just don't feel like engaging with them. I don't know that he has ever had a debate with anybody where he actually does like argue these particular where like they've actually gone down the rabbit hole of arguing his stupid conspiracy narrative about Euromaidan. I think the strat of having a basic background first, then pondering over debate meta and maintaining frame after. Yeah. Well, I want more than a basic background. Like this is a pretty big deep dive. I feel like right now I've got a pretty okay basic background, but like this is kind of an insane deep dive that I'm doing. Like I have learned a whole bunch of shit about the customs union, and like what the EU wanted and what Russia wanted from Ukraine. Yeah. Still hate the Destiny Peterson closing statement. If we don't talk, we fight. Such a Hollywood cliche. But overall seems good research and explanation. Well, yeah, no, that's not my, I don't want to do that. I think that's stupid. Obviously, like, I'm not going to be one of those people who's going to like go in and hold back or whatever. Maybe share the points with him beforehand. Why? I'm not going to share my research and my points with him beforehand. Why would I do that? If he sees it, he sees it. But yeah. So his position is contradictory. He's either a realist or he cares about law and ethics in Ukraine. Yeah, or he doesn't care about any of it. And Duckbringer is right, and he just wants to be a special boy and be a contrarian and argue against the mainstream narrative on this. Bring clips of Reagan calling liberals woke for not wanting to fight the Soviets. True. Also, I want to call him out on that orphan shit too. I need to find clips of interviews that Maria Lvova-Belova gave on Russian TV, because I know that she's talked on Russian television talking about how these kids like how like at first they sang the Ukrainian national anthem and all this, but then they came to love Russia. Like she's essentially describing like taking these children and brainwashing them. With all the, at first they cried, but then they all came around and they started to love us after we like beat them over the head with the fact that everything they learned was propaganda. And it's just like, yeah, it's just gross. I might be getting a little reductive in calling people contrarians, but damn, it is a functionally correct take most of the time. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I understand that Lactoid cares very much about law and constitutional shit or whatever. And that seems to be the crux of his argument. Yes, pragmatic American. I would deem that like cultural genocide, yes, because they are taking children. And it is, by the way, against international law. There is no, you can make an argument. It's against international law. You can't kidnap children from a country that you've invaded and move them into your country and adopt them out to your citizens. Like, it's not contrarian, it's dislike for freedom. Yeah, that's, I think if you take what someone says in good faith and hold it at face value and then can still deconstruct it, it works well for the audience. No, yeah, I understand. I agree. You can't. Oh dear, let me write that one down. No, I mean that you're not supposed to. It is in fact illegal. That's not a thing that's okay. And by the way, like, it is funny. Like, I guess Lactoid doesn't care about international law, even though he cares about rules and law and shit. But like, I mean, like, I can like understand the worldview of him not caring about international law because international law is not enforceable the same way as like, American law or Ukrainian law and whatever. Nobody cares about international law though. Yeah, I mean. So about the kids in my basement then. Van Loven, did you adopt some Ukrainian children and are you hiding them in your basement? International law is the bad law that limits you. International law is gay. Wait, Epic, what do you think about international law? My understanding is that the United States follows international law. Oh, are they Palestinian children, Van Loven? Is that what you're saying? Israel is facing a demographic crisis. Demographic crisis. I know you're saying, well, I know you're saying America doesn't follow international law, but my understanding was that the United States tries to. I was just trying to be proactive. U.S. following international law, good one. I mean, really good joke. We follow some international law, like any other country. Are we talking customary law, treaty law, IHL? These each are very different. International humanitarian law, or like the law of armed conflict. Doesn't the United States have like various rules and whatnot that they try to follow? Sorry, when I think about international law, I'm thinking of the stuff that people are always accusing Israel of breaking. So I mean IHL. And I think LOAC, the law of armed conflict. I think those are two different things, yeah. The law of armed conflict exists as both treaty law and customary law. Oh, okay. Each treaty is unique. I mean, if you pass a law that you follow international law, you're sort of following it. IHL, like, are we talking about the Rome Statute? Sure, yeah. Anyone who says LOAC is an online influencer, this should stop immediately. I'm sorry. Help me out here, Wikipedia. Sources of international law, treaties, international custom. Okay, you know what? Actually, fuck me. The fucking Geneva Convention. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm talking about this shit. The laws of war shit. The U.S. follows customary law and treaty law we are party to. Geneva suggestions. The Geneva checklist. Geneva conventions are both customary and treaty law. We follow all customary laws. Okay. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I don't know why I need to stop picking up the phone if I don't recognize the fucking the fucking call display. But the Geneva treaties we did not sign our customary law, meaning we follow it anyways. Okay. They're more like guidelines, really. Okay, so Epic, you disagree with everybody in chat who's laughing when I said that the US mostly follows international law. When I was saying that, I meant like I'm talking about like the laws of war, you know? All this shit about like don't kill civilians on purpose in war crime. Don't do genocide. Don't do like treaties. You know, that kind of shit. But IHL and LOAC are more like you need to justify what you do in terms of it. Like those people get their ideas from memes and shut up. International law is really complicated. Yeah. Don't do ethnic cleansing, Israel. Yeah. Not country follows all of it. Listen, I'm sorry. I can't put into words what I was sorry. I meant like, you know, the war crimes shit. Like I'm not saying America never does war crimes, but I guess like they seem to be better about it than certain other countries. Cough, Russia, cough. US follows customary law and it follows the treaties it has signed. Okay, yeah. Wait, Destiny is live? Really? Okay. Okay. In the US, when we sign a treaty, it becomes law. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
Expensive, no?
Oh, he's actually gonna do. He's gonna do arc raiders first and then politics. That's funny. I wonder if the arc raiding will actually happen. Why did we leave the Rome Statute? Most of NATO is party to the Rome Statute, but we aren't. The International Criminal Court is the treaty that established the International Criminal Court. It was adopted. The reason why the U.S. Didn't want to be part of the Rome Statute, correct me if I'm wrong, Epic, is because that America didn't want to subject itself to or subject its like soldiers or whatever to an international court when they could try them themselves. Like the U.S. Don't you guys literally have like the fucking Hague Invasion Act? Where if the Hague ever tries to like take any of your guys and try them, America would invade. He's got to do work before pleasure. No, Van Loven, he's going to play video games first, and then he's going to do work. The LOL, you think you guys are so tough act. America was afraid it would limit our actions in the global war on terror, and it's also unconstitutional for us to join because it would recognize an international court over SCOTUS for final appeal. Okay, fair. Yeah, I remember there was stuff related to that. Exactly. Nobody can criticize Judge American's supremacy thing, heck, part of the classical American exceptionalism 101. I mean, that's just, whatever. The Rome Statute is established for four core international crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. Crime of aggression is the planning, initiation, or execution of a large-scale and serious act of aggression using state military force. Hey, this looks like what Russia's doing in Ukraine. However, we do make parts of the Rome Statute U.S. law and put them in the DoD Manual of War, but we don't recognize the court for constitutional reasons. Okay, yeah, so you're basically still following, like, probably most of this shit. Obviously, by the way, guys, when I'm talking about the US doing something or generally doing something, I'm not talking about under Trump, unless I say under Trump, okay? I understand that Donald Trump was doing, I agree Donald Trump was doing war crimes. I think that the sinking of those boats was a war crime. Because those the people on those boats were hors de combat, and the U.S. still double tapped and hit him again for that one. The Rome Statute says you cannot target water infrastructure. So does the DoD Manual on War. You can go to jail as a war criminal. It's just the U.S. will charge you, not the Hague. Yeah. They were clinging to the wreckage for over 40 minutes. Yeah, I know. And then they got struck again. Like, they were not in combat. That's what I mean. Like, it's crazy. But again, the Rome Statute is not customary law, meaning countries not party to the statute are not obligated to follow it. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I mean, it's obviously a good thing, to point out that, yeah, customary law is law everyone has to follow regardless of treaty status. That's why customary law is so important. We still don't even know if those people were drug traffickers. Yeah, there's also that too. Treaty law is more limited. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's all stupid. Oh, damn, there's only 3 minutes left in the goal. That's okay though, guys. Oh, long-term precedent makes something customary law. Signatory that has not ratified, signatory that subsequently withdrew its signature. There's the US. We are a state party to the Rome Statute. Russia signed and withdrew. Looks like China was never signed on.
For the debate.
Oh, I guess Israel signed and withdrew. Jordan signed. Saudi Arabia signed. Iraq never signed. Or Saudi Arabia never signed. Iraq never signed. Let's Iran is yellow. Which one's that? Oh, yeah, okay. Iran never signed but never ratified it. Oh, thanks, Jordan, for the debate. Thank you for the $2. Customary law predates U.S. law itself. Alone, the UN has modern IHL. What debate? The eventual one with Lactoid, or maybe they mean the Destiny debate. I don't know. Well, it's not really going to be a debate with Destiny, but
It is not something that any agency can treat as optional while it decides how or whether to comply with the court order.
oh, he must be talking about so I guess he is doing politics. Ark Raiden then politicking. Looks like it. Well, I mean, why am I even? Oh, Connor and Mooten are all waiting in his room and he's not even in there. Well, Mooten's not even really in there because he's deafened. Oh, God. What is Chase linking me now? Does America just accept part of its constitution can't apply? What happens when the conflict between the ICC and the Supreme Court of the Rome Statute becomes customary? What? It's probably Vosh. Literally everything that Chase links me is almost always Vosh. And if it's not Vosh, it's probably just going to be stupid leftist brain rot. It's a short. Yep, it's Vosh. I don't know, like, why are you always linking this, Chase? They want you to be an anti-Semite. I already know what this is going to be about. I'm not watching this. Like, I have the same reaction to it as I always do. It's just Vosh saying that anti-Semitism is Israel's fault. And then, like, pointing to various Democratic politicians that lead to it. or whatever. It's just stupid. Like, it's a dumb argument. He's literally blaming the victim. I'm not yeah, I don't care. Well, likely we would keep saying the ICJ is unconstitutional and eventually change our own laws to recognize it, which would be weird and which would be a weird and awkward process for the US, I imagine. Probably, yeah. Washington shapes what Israel-Palestine is to Lonerbox. Don't shame him. At least Israel-Palestine is more interesting than just Vosh saying the same dumb shit over and over again about how much he hates Israel. Like, I mean, like, Chase, you could start finding Hassan clips, but the thing is that I am also eventually going to get bored of Hassan saying the same shit about Israel. The thing that I think is funny right now about Hassan is, like, first of all, A, he's way more relevant than Vosh is, but second of all, is that it's very funny seeing, like, how, like, watching him, like, bend over backwards to make everything be about Israel. 8 seconds in and Hassan mentioned. I mean, you just got here, Binders Full of Women. I have not mentioned Hassan. Like, I think this is the first time I've mentioned Hassan this entire stream. Okay? We started off, we talked about Tulsi Gabbard, and then I was talking about Russia and Ukraine. And now I'm, like, winding down. Also, we had a little discussion about, like, Poland and Europe spending more money on their militaries versus, you know, getting the versus Russia or versus, like, defense spending, or versus, sorry, about European nations spending more on their militaries versus welfare, and whether or not these two things conflict, you know. So yeah, no, we've been doing, like, this has been a geopolitics heavy stream. Hassan did not get mentioned until, like, you just got here. Asmongold's clips are honestly way less interesting. Because all he does is just say the same shit. Like, Chase, you don't need to find me clips. I am actually probably going to end soon. I might go on Destiny's stream later, but it's just because, like, I'm trying to figure out what it is that I want to talk about next. Exactly. I'm like 4 hours in. ICC can't be unconstitutional. That's not correct formulation within which to talk about the ICC. That's an international organization to which the US has not obligated itself. Yeah, but Epic is saying the US can't obligate itself to that because then it would have power over the Supreme Court, and that would be unconstitutional. Lonerbox tonight, what is with our boy? I mean, it would surprise me if Loner streamed today, because he was up until like 5 a.m. his time, I think, or almost 5 a.m. He was up really late playing Hollow Knight. U.S. submitting itself to allow a U.S. citizen to be tried at The Hague instead of a U.S. court would be unconstitutional. And we would need to then, do that to join the Rome Statute. Despite the ICC attempting to expand its jurisdiction beyond the priorities of the Rome Statute. Okay, are they? Honestly, the ICC seems pretty cucked. Like, I'll just be honest. Like, in the sense that international law is pretty unenforceable. I mean, debate board, what Epic is saying is like that's the reason given, is that it would be unconstitutional for the United States to subordinate itself to a higher court than the Supreme Court, which is what they would do if they signed on to the Rome Statute. They are trying, yes, but until the Rome Statute becomes part of customary law, they are cucked. I mean, even if that happened, like, what if that were to happen? Are they then all of a sudden going to actually start turning over their like, our country's suddenly going to start turning their war criminals over to the ICC? I just don't see that happening. What are people's problems with this thing? Also, it doesn't even funded by the National Endowment for Democracy after Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency cut funding to the NED by blocking U.S. Department of Treasury. IRI was forced to lay off 2/3 of its workforce in Washington, closed more than 10 of its overseas offices. Yeah, so they're getting cut. Oh, apparently they did some stuff. I mean, honestly, I could probably ignore. I probably don't need IRI polling on Ukraine. But yes, we would have to cooperate if the Rome Statute was U.S. law, which is what would happen if we ratified the treaty. That's why there's issue with its ratification in the Senate. That's a big part of the reason we withdrew. There are other reasons like GWT also mentioned. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to try playing video games on stream and see if I could do it. I need to find a video that I can listen to in the background while I do that. Is there something? Global Wars on Trans. No, Global War on Terror. That's what he was talking about. He means the GWT, the Global War on Terror. International institutions lack credibility and force because they operate based on the race of member states. That's why they're yeah, I understand that. Right, yeah, I get it. Listen, okay. I already talked about my UN black pill and how annoyed I was about the fact that they fucking did fuck all in Yugoslavia. Now it was the US that had to come in and do stuff. Believe me. That will always be true, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm just gonna play one game while I figure out what the fuck it is. Can you guys, like, find me some stuff to watch or link me stuff or whatever? Or if people want to come in my Discord. I just want to see how well this works. Like, if the frame rate is absolute dog shit.
I tear through the cloudless
And if it is, then I will, yeah. Wait, Tear Gas, or Epic is a liberal internationalist. Isn't he? Aren't you, Epic? After seeing the way you've treated Chase, no way I'm sending you stuff. There's some new Comedy Cellar stuff. Oh yeah, I could listen to that genocide thing. I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Do people really want to?
Protector of the overnight travelers.
Are people really interested in that? Do people really want to hear the fucking genocide shit?
I trust him. You are actually here.
Like the UN, the ICC's usefulness is limited to constantly harassing Israel. I'm sorry, Epic, but I mean, I agree with... I don't really agree with you about the ICC necessarily. I take it that you don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu should have, like, that the arrest warrant for him was not good. Are you one of those people, Debate Boar, who's gonna defend, like, every part of, Israel's conduct in the Gaza war? Because if so, then you and I have quite a bit of stuff to disagree on. Like, a lot. Because that's a lot of shit that I wholeheartedly disagree with.
The wounds are gone.
Like, always the start of the bad faith question. Well, no, I'm just wondering, okay, what are your thoughts on Israel's conduct in the Gaza war? Like, do you think that Israel has conducted itself well, or that have they done anything wrong in your opinion? You think they've committed, like, you know, war crimes or anything? I don't think it's a genocide, by the way. I'm not one of those. In fact, it actually annoys me that people say that it is.
A gift from Khonshu. What? You're real?
Like,
Good. You needed it.
no Israeli has ever done anything wrong. Now, it's more of a statement in the utility of those institutions. They've been co-opted to be platforms to constantly focus on Israel. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Obviously, that's shitty and annoying. I still think Amnesty International is worse, but... that's also, you know, that's maybe just me.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
There's no way to say Israel's behavior are above reproach or condemnation. Okay. What about the 3-month blockade? How do you feel about that?
Tremble before blast. Rise and fall. Supernova.
Jesus.
Khonshu made me do it, Panther.
No. Amnesty International has been a meme my entire life. Yeah, I agree. And no, that's not to say Israel's behaviors are above. Okay, alright, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't... I'll have to look, like... Amnesty put out a report where they said a bunch of weird shit about Ukraine, co-locating in civilian areas, but a lot of that just seemed to be, bullshit.
The moon haunts you.
Regarding Israel's conduct, in my opinion, this war has proven one thing. Israel is a Middle Eastern country. True! That is true. They are, indeed, a Middle Eastern country.
I like the cold.
All right, that feels better. Thank you very much. Get up. I'm not done.
Amnesty International...
Anyone else iffy about waking an ancient?
They just have a very poor understanding of what they are looking at and are very ideological very ideologically captured by dipshits, yeah. That is a big issue. Like,
Get up. I'm not done.
yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. AI, HRC, both useless orgs. Yeah, I've heard more, I have worse of a basis to say that about Amnesty International, but I feel like that's definitely the case with regards to
Don't forget how tough Spidey is.
with regards to like Amnesty, but it's probably the case with regards to Human Rights Watch too, because I have heard some not great things about them. Like, obviously both of these groups are very ideologically captured.
Love battlefield medicine. The moon haunts you. A gift from Khonshu. Good night.
Okay. Haven't seen Red Cross anything that bad. Red Cross is becoming, maybe already become ideologically captured too. Are you talking about the IR, what is it called? The IRC, or the International Committee of the Red Cross? Maybe Moon Knight is my main. I don't know. I've been having a lot of fun playing him. So, yeah. The progressive takeover of these institutions has completely gutted their credibility and influence. To be honest with you, Debate Board, I don't really think that I would use the word progressive to describe the takeover. I would just say the leftist takeover. Like it's been like the fucking commies that's the problem. Like, or you could even say like Marxist takeover if you want to, because that's the issue. A lot of these ideologies are people like that. That have taken over these institutions. I mean, I know that you want to say left-wing, Debate Board, because like I hope that you don't. Jesus Christ, I know you're a conservative, but yeah, like although I wouldn't even say left-wing either, because then that's a way broader brush than I think is fair. When I say leftist, I'm talking about socialists and communists. I'm not talking about liberals, okay? And these institutions weren't taken over by liberals. They were taken over by leftists. Yeah, I know that there's... Yes, okay, that's what I thought. I was just waiting for you to confirm it. What, you think liberalism and Marxism are synonymous? Or left-wing and Marxism are synonymous? Left for me ain't liberal. I mean, okay, I'm talking about the modern conception of liberalism, you know, as we see it, like the center-left... Like Democrats, we just call them commies and move on. I mean, like you get Epic. The problem here is that Debate Board is a conservative, and so for him, he probably thinks that Democrats are all just commies or whatever. I mean, like, but now he's gonna yell at me in the chat and say I'm being bad faith. But the problem, unfortunately, is that there are a lot of Republicans or a lot of conservatives who feel this way, and I think that's stupid. We should allow Poland to make communism. We should follow Poland and make communism illegal. Yeah. The modern conception of liberal is as stupid as the contemporary meaning of woman, not gonna lie. Okay. I mean... He probably has a more nuanced view of the country he lives in than the idiots you often find online, who don't speak for us Americans, by the way. Do you think Democrats are socialists then, Debate Board? I mean, what do you think Democrats are? But yeah, what I'm saying is that probably amnesty is probably taken over by commies. You know, both U.S. Republicans and Democrats are largely classically liberally. I mean, I don't think the current Republican Party is liberal. And when I say liberal, I'm talking about the kind of liberal that you're referring to. The current Republican Party is pretty fucking authoritarian. They have sold out to MAGA, and MAGA is not a liberal movement. Progressives are further left than Democrats on the margins of Marxism. Oh god, he's literate. How based? Yeah, no, MAGA isn't liberal, and the Republicans have been taken over. This current GOP president is the first illiberal president since Jackson. That's probably a fair point. Yeah. I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Oh, Destiny's in the room now, but now he's deafened, so I don't know what the fuck is happening. Just a sec. Did anybody leave any videos, or was there anything? I mean, I could listen to that Jubilee debate, I suppose. That could be fun.
Khonshu guides me. Just
yeah, MAGA is pretty illiberal, I would say, and that's my problem, by the way. Like, if you're talking about liberal in terms of illiberal or like liberal democracy, then yes, I agree that the Democrats are liberal in that regard, and they also used to be liberal, and the Republicans used to be liberal in that regard too. But
well, in that case,
yeah, I don't know. I am a liberal. I can't remember if it's the distinctions like capital L liberal versus small L liberal.
There's a god living in my head.
Yeah.
Don't know what to think.
Oh Jesus. I kind of hate this map.
anyone willing to help?
Progressive largely means progressive across the world, don't it? In other words, left-leaning and generally Marxist. I mean, no, not really. Some progressives are social democrats. Progressive is not a term that necessarily applies to like Marxist, or that doesn't mean if you're a progressive, it doesn't mean that you're a Marxist. Online, that might be the case, but that's not like. Do you think that like Bernie Sanders and like AOC are Marxists? Because I wouldn't use that term to describe them.
Alright, that feels fair.
Oh, shit. Oh, hey, hi, Maruzzi. Bernie Sanders is a Marxist, yes, absolutely.
Still not dead.
I don't... I mean, you know what? Maybe in his heart, Bernie's a Marxist. But he sure as fuck doesn't govern like one, or even try to govern like one. Like, a lot of the things that he is advocating for. Yeah, I know. Actually, wait. Yes, Epic, I'm aware that he did do those things, but my question is, how long ago was that? And is that still stuff that he still believes? Because it seems like Bernie is basically just a fucking social democrat. All of the policies that he suggested in his presidential, it was all just sock dem shit. Oh my god. He's a democratic socialist. Yeah, I know he describes himself that way, which, by the way, is part of the problem.
Back where I started.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I guess democratic socialists are the same as Marxists nowadays because they are, but not necessarily. No, it's not. He describes himself that way. That's what he is and had been his entire career. All right, fine, whatever. I'm not gonna like. I don't care that much about Bernie, honestly. Like, I don't think that all of his policies are really bad or whatever, unlike a lot of other people.
Wait, that tree was real?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. That's not polite.
My healing factor can't keep up. Tremble before pass!
Oh my god. I'm getting fucked. Okay. This is probably an even worse idea, but fuck it.
My soul remains noble as my sword stays bright.
As a senator, he is an independent, not a Democratic candidate. Yeah. He's not just retarded, he's just not... DemSocs invented this weird approach to pretend that they're not socialist at all. No, debate board, DemSocs are socialists, but they're not revolutionary socialists, is I think the entire point. Or they're not supposed to be anyway. But obviously in the United States, it's like a sort of weird thing.
We are undefeatable! Us against the world! Don't give them another inch!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Limbo doesn't let
I mean...
that easy.
Debate board, like, do you... Like, I guess, like, whatever, you can not like Bernie, it doesn't matter. He doesn't represent the majority of the Democratic Party, so it really doesn't make much of a difference. Like, I'm not gonna defend fucking communism. I think communism is stupid. Yeah, I know Bernie's not a Democrat. He's an independent. He just caucuses with Democrats. Whatever Bernie is, he opposed free trade with China in the 90s, and conservatives didn't, so Bernie wins on in that front. I mean, like, you can say that, but at the same time, that the free trade with China made made everything less expensive. And so I don't know, there's downsides and then there's upsides to that. But whatever it is that you think, that shit does not, like, that shit, you ain't winding that clock back. Those jobs ain't coming back. Neither did the Democrats. What do you mean, debate board? They didn't what? Also, the development of communism and socialism in the U.S. is totally different than Europe. Yeah, I know it is. Also, it seems like it didn't really take off as much. Well, it didn't take off as much as it did in Europe. Democrats also didn't oppose China in the 90s. Yeah, I know they didn't. But, like, I don't think trading with China is necessarily a bad thing. It just depends how you do it. Pelosi was pretty vocally opposed to free trade with China. That makes sense. By leftists, you mean other Dems or lefty leftists? I think Van Loven probably means lefty leftist. Why is it bad only, P? I'm just curious. Do you have, like... I'm curious if your answer is anything other than, like... I imagine that, if Epic, probably, like, Epic, do you think that, like... Do you think doing free trade with China was good or bad? Because I assume that you're at least going to give me, or that you're probably going to give me an intelligent answer related to defense and how China's not a good actor. My state, oh yeah, you're right. That's true. Your state, your Democrats did do, yeah. Y'all just only learn about federal politics and barely, to be honest. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, debate board, I know. Except the difference is that Pelosi was saying all that shit 30 years ago before the free trade with China thing started happening. And now it's over. And so it just sounds stupid. So it sounds like dumb to talk about, like, bringing back manufacturing and all this other shit in the way that Trump talks about it. Or, yeah, all that other stupid crap. Sort of like how Obama and Hillary sounded like Trump and MAGA on immigration 10 years ago. Oh, really, debate board? 10 years ago, were Hillary and Obama talking about, like, mass deporting people without due process and sending ICE into cities that didn't want them there, and sending people to a fucking concentration camp who hadn't even necessarily done anything based on some dumb test relating to whether or not they had lots of tattoos? Were they? I don't remember that. You'll have to send me the clips. I don't know, Van Loven. It's cause the Automod hates you. Oh, you said opposition and support were both bipartisan above. I assume you're talking about the free trade shit. The Democrats and their union toads were talking about reshoring jobs 10 years ago too. Yeah, I'm sure that there were people who were talking about that. That still doesn't make it any less dumb. Like, you're not gonna bring back a whole bunch of manufacturing jobs. Automod has been infiltrated by leftists. You need to include that you're anti-Zionist. I mean, honestly, the thing is, debate board, a lot of that shit that you're talking about is just fucking populism. That's all. Trump just co-opted, like, Trump's just saying a bunch of populist shit. Nobody ever, like, I understand that Trump's rhetoric isn't conservative, because Trump's not a conservative. I never said that he was. There are conservatives who are certainly using him. He's a useful idiot for a lot of far-right ideas, but he is not a conservative. Whether or not it's dumb depends on your objective. Yeah, I know. Well, listen, my understanding of economics is that, like, if you start trying to, or is it like, a lot of those jobs aren't coming back without everything becoming really expensive. Yes, Kalinda, go back and listen to Obama and Hillary 10 to 15 years ago on immigration. Further, yes, Obama deported millions without due process, and the Democrats celebrated it and still celebrated it. Not all the Democrats did, and sorry, but I would need evidence to show that he deported millions without due process. Because that seems, I doubt that that's true. Or at least if it is true, or at least I doubt that he did it in the same way that Trump is doing. Because the way Trump is doing it is fucking nuts. Like, again, like I said, I very much doubt that the Democrats were like fucking sending fucking people into cities or whatever, or we're sending ICE into cities without permission, and yeah, I'm not saying their rhetoric is effective or the ideas sound. I am pointing out that the Dems and reps have been saying shit on the major issues for decades, even if one leads to the other. I mean, you know what? That's fine. Also, like, people have shifted. And even if the Democrats were saying that stuff, I don't care. I still don't agree with that. I don't agree with the way that Trump is carrying out mass deportations. I think it's terrible. And I think it's cruel and inhumane. Belinda, off topic, but did you talk about what you did for work/studied? Did I? I'm a history major, or I have a honors history degree, and I got into grad school, went for a year, and then left because I didn't want my job to be my life, and then I went into tech support. Yeah. Also, Epic, are you available to hop into VC to talk about what you were just saying? For like 20 minutes, yeah, okay. Hang on. I didn't say they sent ICE into cities, although that's ICE's job, and they've been doing it for decades. The larger point is the irony of the Dems. That the Dems wrong their hands about Trump's immigration vision when he's largely repeating Hillary and Obama were saying 10 to 15 years ago. I mean, that's great, but like the Democrats have moved on that issue. And like, you can say that they're repeating what he said 10 or 15 years ago, but I very much doubt that the level of cruelty that is on display with Trump's ICE is the same level of cruelty that you saw from anything that Obama ever did. Like, I find that very difficult to believe. Or hell, not even just Obama, that anything that like any previous administration ever did when it came to immigration. Because I think there's so much insane shit that Trump is doing with immigration that's just like way, like, it's just crazier. It's just so crazy. You know? Like, just ICE, like, roving around or going to, like, Home Depot so they can fucking deport people, and, like, the, Also, were they talking about full-on mass deportations, Epic, or Debate Board? I don't know that I've ever heard them talk about, like, we're just going to round up all the illegals and make them leave in the same way that that Trump talked about it. Because Trump has never talked about giving these people a path to citizenship. And I think that, if I recall correctly, that was what Hillary was saying. She was saying we should give these people a path to citizenship. And they should have to pay a fine if they were here illegally or whatever. You still do tech stuff / pursue a degree? Honestly, I just always assumed you did computer science for some reason. No. I mean, Debate Board, I'm not a youngin'. What are you talking about? I'm like around your age. I'm pretty sure. As we established the last time that we talked. What the fuck are you on about? Anyway, Epic, if you want to come in here, you can. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you like somewhere with shitty internet?
Oh, is that the bad?
No. Your internet's fine. I was just curious.
Well, the internet's slower than back home in California right now, for sure.
Oh. Interesting. I won't ask where you are. Yeah.
Anyways, this is about China, right? Trade with China.
Yes. Yeah. Do you think the United States should have started doing free trade with China?
The problem is like really, in retrospect, no, but nobody in the 1990s knew that Xi Jinping was going to come to power, militarize China, and turn them into from a relatively like peaceful nation to one that had overlapping interests with ours. So, like today, looking backwards, it was a huge mistake. But you can't see the future when you're making these decisions, right? Like the China of today that's threatening to take Taiwan and is threatening to a bunch of US allies, that's not the country that we normalized trade relations with in the 90s.
Yeah, okay, so hindsight is 2020 is basically what you're saying. And we didn't know
Yeah.
they were gonna do that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, like a lot of those investments blew up in our face, right? Because pretty much since 2016, when Trump started the first round of tariffs with China, we've been in an escalating trade war with China, and it didn't slow down under Biden. Biden kept those tariffs going, as he should have, in my opinion. So the reality is, like, a bunch of the manufacturing we set up in China, we've already lost access to. The Chinese have nationalized those factories. It's like a huge loss for us in America. But with that said, like, we do need to trade with other countries. China was the fastest developing economy of the 90s. At the time, we had good, peaceful relations with them. Before Xi Jinping came to power, things were very different. And nobody thought, you know, in 20 or 30 years, we'd be in a Cold War with the Chinese.
Wait, the audio is echoing? What do you mean? Why? Hold on a sec. Oh, I know why. Never mind, there we go. That should be is that better, guys? Should be fine now. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that
Let me put it this way, right? The fastest growing economy that isn't already an economic superpower like the US or China right now is India. And India has the biggest population in the world. And it's probably going to be the case that in a decade or two, India is going to be a huge global player. So investing in India and developing economic ties to India makes a lot of sense. And we should do that. If in 30 years a dictator comes to power in India and starts threatening to like lob missiles at, I don't know, Israel, some US ally in the region, or Pakistan maybe, although who knows what our relationship with Pakistan will look like in 10 years. But the point I'm making, if something like that happens down the road, it's hard to say that it's that means people today who are advocating for economic integration with India are stupid. But in retrospect, yeah, it was a huge mistake to lean so heavily into the Chinese relationship.
Yeah, I mean,
there's probably people who could have seen what was coming in China earlier on, but those weren't the decision makers we had in the 90s. Like when Clinton got behind China joining the WTO, which is really like the pivotal decision here, there were protests in the US and there were people that were upset about it. They just weren't the majority. Like that wasn't how most people were seeing the trajectory of the world at the time.
yeah, I figured as much because, you know, that just like, and I assume the people who were protesting were doing so because of China's probably god awful human rights record.
Well, the biggest protests were the Seattle WTO protests, and my recollection of those events is that the bigger drive was actually the fear that we'd be losing manufacturing jobs. I think in Seattle, the big thing there is manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing around Washington. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was a huge. Obviously, look, I'm a bit younger than you are, so I was a bit younger. You know, the 90s is when I was born, so I'm a bit less on the pulse of like what the national conversation was at the time. But as far as the history I'm aware of looking back, there was certainly some concern China was going to be a strategic competitor to the U.S. But I mean, I was alive and I was, at least for most of the rise of Z, pretty on the pulse with that in terms of like the things I was focusing on. And I can tell you firsthand, and you can go read, like when Z came to power, his behavior and rhetoric and his shift in policies towards a more confrontational stance with the West, that did surprise a lot of people who study China for a living in the US.
Hmm.
Now, should it have surprised everybody is a different conversation, but there was just today everyone knows China is a rival of the U.S. and a strategic competitor and a security threat. In the 90s, there was much more of an open question about what the future of China would be like.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's so
Yeah.
much shit that I need to look into further. But I guess like on the subject of okay, I have another question for you. I'm gonna have to look this up further because you keep telling me that everybody knew that Ukraine wasn't going to join NATO. Is there a reason why the
Yeah.
fucking like why people who were in NATO were saying like weren't like outwardly just saying no, Ukraine's not going to join NATO, like in like statements to the press or whatever? At least like I think America never
Oh yeah,
ruled it
because that
out.
would be
Yeah.
that would be against the policy of the alliance. You're never going to rule out any future member. We would say Georgia has a path to NATO membership, but and again, when I say everybody, I'm talking about decision makers. So I use that word. I shouldn't say everybody. I should say the decision makers in the Kremlin understood full well that Ukraine was not on a path to a NATO membership, and so did the decision makers in NATO.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be a better way to put it. Parts of the general population, I'm certain, believed Ukraine might join NATO, but people in the Kremlin, people in Brussels, people in Kyiv, they're aware of the fact that a membership action plan is a long-term process, sometimes a decades-long process. There's parts of NATO integration you have to get on board. The NATO charter says that a country with a territorial dispute can't join the alliance, which would mean as long as Russia claims parts of Ukraine, like Crimea or the
Oh, yeah.
Donbass, they are barred from NATO membership. And I'm just trying to express that everybody at the table, like during Minsk I, Minsk II, Putin himself, they're aware of these factors. So when they say, like, we're acting to prevent an imminent accession of Ukraine to NATO, they know they're lying. Like, that's not a real concern. Countries can't just join NATO overnight like that. It doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, no, I that I know. And I just, but yeah, I'm actually thinking, I'm not thinking like, I understand, or at least I'm assuming that part of Russia's calculation in terms of whether or not, it was like with the taking of Crimea and, or maybe they weren't even thinking about that, but I thought like, oh, hey, Russia can kill two birds with one stone here by basically fucking with Ukraine's territorial integrity. It means that they are ensuring that that Ukraine won't be able to join NATO anytime soon, if ever, because they have this territorial conflict. Same with Georgia, right? Because you can't join NATO if you don't have territorial integrity, or like if part of your country is
Or
being occupied by
Moldova.
Yeah, or Moldova, yeah.
Right, like Moldova would like to join NATO, but they can't as long as Transnistria exists.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the case, but again, like the problem is, so you might, if you get in a debate with Lactoid, he might say something like 30% of Ukrainians wanted to join NATO, and what if it got up to 50%? And they're going to be trying to make this argument that, like, what if a majority of Ukrainians thought Ukraine could join NATO? And I'm just trying to say, you got to stick to the ball, which is, it doesn't matter what people think. It matters what leadership thinks, right? Especially if we're not talking about a democracy like Russia. 100% of the Russian people could think that something's going to happen, but Putin's the one making the decision, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at what Russian leadership was aware of, they were very aware that Ukraine was not joining NATO. And, despite the public statements from, again, which they're never going to say we're going to exclude someone from membership, because that would have a chilling effect on the entire alliance, on the entire expansion effort, it would have a chilling effect on the idea of international cooperation, that Russia could bully a country into getting NATO to say Ukraine has no future in NATO. That would be undermining the sovereign decision-making process of NATO itself, right?
Course, yeah.
That would be subordinating it. Yeah, so of course you'd never. So if you're looking for those statements, you're not going to find them. But like if you look at, Ukraine repeatedly went to NATO and asked for a membership action plan, and they were repeatedly denied, or in some cases come back next year, and then next year they were denied.
Mhm.
And that's the first step, right? Like a membership action plan is here's what you need to start doing to get up to meeting NATO standards. So once we're ready to invite you, we can have a vote and you'll already be ready. Many countries that joined NATO, the membership action plan period took longer than 10 years. Right? There are countries that got membership action plans in 1999 and joined NATO in like 2014. Right? That's the kind of time process we're working about. So this idea that just because a majority of Ukrainians might like suddenly become in favor of joining Ukraine, that Ukraine's just going to join the NATO alliance, and then all of a sudden Article 5 could be used as a shield against Russia. It's a delusional misunderstanding of the way the alliance works. And I don't expect every normal citizen to have a good understanding of the alliance. But if you're like Lactoid and your argument relies on the fear of Ukraine joining NATO, this isn't a fear that informed Russian decision makers actually deciding whether or not they were going to go into Ukraine actually held, because they understand how these systems work. They're not stupid people, right? They're actually pretty decently educated, most of them.
Okay, well, I mean, that is actually an argument that he would make, because I have heard him make that argument, presumably basing it off of like public statements made by Putin and other people. But I'm curious, is there anything that I can read or that I can like bring up or mention to like prove that point to him, rather than just me saying that? Although I suppose I could. Yeah, go on.
Well, I guess there's two ways you could go at it. The first route is you're going to emphasize the what it looks like to join NATO and why that just couldn't happen overnight. For that require you knowing a little bit about the charter and the action plan, what that looks like.
Would be in the document that you gave me, right? As
Yeah,
well. And I can
that's
also
there.
bring
Yeah.
up what the countries said or what each of the member states thought, and how a lot of them were actually, they didn't actually want Ukraine to join NATO, or they were opposed to it, and that was like some other thing.
Yeah.
to do.
That would be the second part, would be pointing at specific meetings where like Ukraine went. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I ever remembered to go back and add that there was going to be a second part in that was specific statements during meetings. If I haven't added that, I'll double check tonight, and if it's not there, I'll add it.
Okay,
before
I don't believe that.
tonight.
I don't believe that you did. I think that you mainly were talking about, and then I went on Wikipedia and read a little bit of stuff about Ukraine's relationship with NATO too. And it was mentioned that you put it in there. I think it was at the 2008 NATO summit in Brussels. Ukraine asked for an MAP, and then they were rejected.
That was the first request to join. Yeah.
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 I think.
So if NATO wanted Ukraine to join, what would have happened is in 2008 they would have gotten a membership action plan, and probably between like 2016 and 17 they would have been meeting the membership action requirements, and then you'd have a vote in the Atlantic Council sometime around 2018 or 19 about NATO ascension. That's what it would look like if they were going to join, and that just didn't happen.
Okay. And I'm assuming that the reasons that they gave were because of, I mean, well, for one thing, I think in the Budapest memorandum, didn't it say that like Ukraine would remove? I imagine probably.
Yeah, and the U.S. is party to that agreement. So the U.S. But that's a U.S. position, not a NATO. Like NATO didn't sign the Budapest memorandum; the U.S. did. However, there's two ways that applies. I think it's Article 6A and 6B. Might be 7A. I don't know. It's in the NATO Charter. But it actually specifically necessitates that the U.S. needs to support member joining the alliance. And then, of course, under I think the 1996 expansion study, the full process for joining is laid out. And that's going to say you need a unanimous vote. So according to the NATO Charter and then the NATO bylaws, you need first U.S. approval and then a unanimous vote of the alliance. So if the U.S. is already committed to saying Ukraine is a neutral country, it's already difficult to imagine a future for Ukraine in NATO. And that's before we get into the fact that the UK and France are co-signatories to the Budapest Memorandum, who also have a vote in NATO. And of course, this is before we get into Hungary and them saying they will forever block Ukraine's ascension. This is before we get into the fact that, Spain and Italy aren't necessarily behind Ukraine joining NATO anytime soon.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the NATO charter doesn't allow someone to join, country to join if they have territorial boundary disputes like the Donbass, Crimea. Even if Ukraine won the war and kicked Russia out, all Russia has to do is say, yeah, but we still claim the Donbass as ours, and Ukraine does not meet membership requirements.
Yeah, like that's I was thinking more with regards to like before 2014 or the start of the war basically. Like cuz like I although Lactoid's probably going to bring up a bunch of shit about but because like really the Crimean invasion and the Donbass shit that was not really about NATO. That seemed like it was more about the association agreement although NATO was in there. Or like that was like an excuse that Russia would like kind of bring up, but that wasn't really what they were talking about. It was like they didn't want to be
Absolutely.
competing with the EU for like trade with Ukraine and like in various like market sectors, and that was something they were worried about.
Well,
yeah.
keep in mind Putin's real objective here, right? It's broader than Ukraine. You can see this in Belarus. Putin wants a union state with Belarus. He's been talking about this for 20 years. Now, is Putin willing to invade Belarus to get a union state? No. And why is that? Because as long as Lukashenko's in charge of Belarus, and that government is the way it is, Belarus is a reliable satellite state of Moscow.
Yeah, Belarus
and
is
to be
a
honest,
puppet. Yeah.
Yeah, Putin's okay with a puppet Ukraine. Like, he doesn't need to govern Ukraine. However, if Ukraine is going to break out of the Russian sphere, then he's willing to, bury mountains of blood to prevent that from happening. It's not about NATO, although NATO would, in a way, signify Ukraine leaving Russia's sphere. It's about any Ukrainian attempt to free itself from Russian control. Just any attempt. EU, NATO, any attempt to reduce its dependence on Moscow. That is what Putin's against.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Actually, that is one thing that I believe that like Putin. I'm pretty sure he wrote at least one essay related to this, if not other essay. Like, yeah, there's definitely things that he's written or things that he said that I can probably find that like sheds light on. Yeah. By the way, I tried.
He also goes on hour-long rants about Russia and Ukrainian people's natural connection as Soviet peoples, and how the dissolution of the Soviet Union was an attack on Moscow by the West, and that all these dividing lines of the Soviet republics was a mistake by Vladimir Lenin. And when Lenin encouraged Ukrainian nationalism, that was a mistake that setted the seeds for the destruction today. He goes into great detail, hours and hours and hours, not just with Tucker Carlson, not just the day he invaded Ukraine, but pretty much every day since like 2007 and 8 when he started opening up about his ambitions. And I feel like people just ignore all of this because they'd rather create a fictional version of Putin in their head that's easy to, I don't even know, model, I guess. I don't know why that behavior happens, but
I mean, it's probably because that because then it's easier to blame America for everything. Or something. I don't know if that's
maybe
what Lactoid is coming at this from, but that is like kind of the impression that I get when it comes to other stuff here, Yeah.
Well, I might be too charitable because when I look at people like Lactoid, I look at someone who probably genuinely is like a weird libertarian realist guy. Like I used to be. Like it's kind of why I have some charity, because I used to believe in some of this nonsense. And he probably like fell into this constellation of beliefs where like he gets his news passively from maybe some Russian disinformation accounts that are like LARPing as like patriotic libertarian heroes, people like Tim Pool, right? Like I used to watch Tim Pool when I was in high school. I used to watch Tim Pool every day. I was a big fan of him. If you're in these libertarian circles, your access to information about this topic is very skewed in favor of a very Russian revisionist approach. And the effects of Russia on that media landscape, I'm not talking about the average American media landscape, but I'm talking about the libertarian community is huge. A lot of libertarians, including libertarian presidential candidates, will repeat narratives that you saw in Russia today the day before. It's very transparent. A lot of these guys have been paid by the Russians. Putin has met with... Russia has a deep history in influencing third parties because they're small and they're desperate for funding and they're easy to get in your hands on.
Oh yeah, I recall hearing stuff about that. There was yeah, I mean like the
The Green Party
Mesos.
too. Jill
Oh,
Stein or whatever her name is. She met with Putin multiple
yeah,
times,
that's
had
right.
dinner
She
with him.
did.
Yeah,
Yes, and then
refused to condemn him or call him a war criminal.
yep. Yeah, and she lied about
Yeah.
it and was like, "Oh, I just happened to be sitting at the table with him." Yeah, that I remember that. And that was after Russia went into Crimea and like was like fomented that civil war in the Donbass. So that's funny like that she did that. And
Yeah.
yeah, like so that's stupid. And also the Mesos caucus is really cucked on this issue too. Like and they are like the dominant part of the Libertarian Party unfortunately now in the United States.
Yeah,
So.
thank God they weren't around as a big force when I was younger. I actually maybe if they were around, I would have left that fucking shithole of a party earlier. But who knows?
Yeah, wait, when did you leave? Were you there for and what is Aleppo?
What is Aleppo is what made me stop registering as a libertarian. I was
Okay.
actually pro Gary Johnson up until that moment. That was the break. That was like literally that moment was my break with the Libertarian Party. I remember going home and I'm like, what the fuck? I thought this guy was intelligent.
Yeah, I presume you followed a lot of foreign policy shit too, and that you knew a bunch of stuff about that as well, and all that stuff. Like,
2016, I was like just giving out a. I was like just out of high school and I was starting as a cadet with the Air Force. I was starting to take classes on foreign affairs and things like that. I was starting to learn about that world. I had an interest in it, but I separate like things I've learned in a classroom that are like verified sources of information from like shit I passively was consuming online when I was a kid or a teenager. But yeah, there was a whole like I was attracted to the Libertarian Party because I'm a Federalist, and the Libertarians made like states' rights and protecting federalism a big part of their image. But I learned very quickly that it was mostly aesthetics, and they don't actually have any principles.
unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aw. Hello, cat. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but yeah, I don't know. I'll just keep kind of chugging along and
Well, I will bring up one thing before I
Mhm.
go.
Yes.
Bernie Sanders. I want to explain to you why he's a socialist real quick.
No. I agree.
There is a long-standing.
I know that yes, Bernie calls himself a socialist. Bernie is a socialist. I was just saying that like in his it seems like he's like that he's also at least to some degree a pragmatist because that he I guess like a lot of the policies that he proposed was just like fucking social democratic shit. Like when he was running for president and stuff.
Okay, let me put it this way. You know how, like, was it Attlee or whoever? The British, there was this big schism between the socialists and the social democrats.
Yes, Lonerbox talks about that a lot. Yeah.
Okay. In America, in the 20s, when the Soviet Union was rising to power, there was a big schism between democratic socialists who believed that you could achieve socialism within the constitutional order in America, and revolutionary Marxists, who we call communists, who wanted a revolution.
Yeah.
So we had a schism too, but it wasn't between Dem-Socs and Soc-Dems. It was Dem-Socs and Soc-Dems on one side, and then the revolutionary types on the other. So Soc-Dems and Dem-Socs don't hate each other in America like they do in Britain, because the schism was way different here. So we
Okay.
have Soc-Dems and Dem-Socs that are pretty tight with each other, so to speak. I'm being very oversimplified, but very simply, that's kind of what happened. Yeah, there's a lot of like labor movements in America in the 20s and 30s. FDR's vice president was a socialist, like literally not even a Democrat, just a socialist. It's just a different history than Europe is all. So what'll happen is like Europeans will get on their high horse, and I'm lumping Canadians in because you guys are more close to the British politically. You have a parliamentary system and all that. And I'm being a little rude, but Europeans will come in and be like, oh, you Americans, you don't know what socialism is. It's like, no. We just have a different political system than you. We know what it is. It's just different in our country.
Wait.
Like if you don't, you know what I mean?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Fellrunner.
Cookie emoji for Scritch.
He wants me to give the cat 5 pets or 5 scritches. From $5. Thank you for the $5.
Based.
So, the only problem that I have here, and you know what, maybe you're going to correct me. The only issue that I have with the whole Americans not knowing what socialism is that it seems like at least American conservatives seem to think that socialism is when the government does stuff. But like I thought socialism is when the workers own the
those
means
people
of
do exist.
production. Mm-hmm.
Those people do exist for sure, but they also think liberals want to turn your kids gay. Like these people don't define anything for anybody and should be ignored. When I say Bernie is a democratic socialist, what I mean to say there, and what I am saying,
I know you
is
know
that
what
Bernie
these words
believes
mean,
in
but,
abolishing capitalism through the democratic process. He
Yeah.
believes that we can destroy the capitalist system while keeping our liberal democracy. And that's what democratic socialism is in America. The social democrats obviously don't even want to destroy capitalism. They just want a way larger welfare state. It's just, again, in America, these two groups are still part of the same coalition, while in Britain, they fucking hate each other now. It's a whole different,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. Listen, debate board, I'm sorry, but when the entire Republican Party was calling Obama a socialist, yeah, that sounds like them saying socialism is when the government does stuff. Okay. They were trying to use a scary word.
You got to keep in mind, like, Americans don't get the best civics education. In many states, we don't even teach civics anymore. So I live in a country where like half of the people I meet don't know what a liberal is, don't know what a socialist is, and they just use these terms as slurs. Like I've been called a neoliberal so many times by commies in the Bay Area where I live.
Yeah.
I'm not a neoliberal. I don't like neoliberals. I am very much opposed to neoliberalism, but they'll say it because they know that I'm a capitalist and they think people don't know what these terms mean because our education system has failed in this country, and that's a whole different conversation. But just because there's uneducated people doesn't mean there's not like a real understanding that at least some Americans have.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that there isn't a real understanding that some Americans have. And by the way, it's very likely that the Republicans who are using that term are wielding it cynically. But I'm just saying, like, it's kind of shitty, or like it sort of says something that that like that's a strategy that they keep playing, even though I would argue that it hasn't really worked. It's like calling Democrats or Republicans love calling Democrats socialists, even when they're not.
Yeah.
Like Obama.
I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
Democrats also call all Republicans fascists and have my entire life since before Trump, and that was pretty silly too.
I
Like
agree.
calling fucking George Bush a fascist was kind of stupid, and in my opinion, part of the reason a lot of Americans roll their eyes when you call Trump a fascist is because Democrats call everybody a fascist and have been for a long time. I think the everybody's a fascist or everybody's a communist is just kind of a byproduct of the polarization we have in this country. I don't know if it speaks towards much more than that.
Yeah. People, including those on the left, called Obama socialist because of his want to literally nationalize 1/6 of the economy. What? What are you talking about, debate board? Are you talking about healthcare? Because that's not what. Having a public option is not nationalizing 1/6 of the economy. I don't. Ugh.
Did Obama want a public option? I thought what he wanted was basically... No, he did want to go further early on, huh?
Yeah, he wanted a public
did.
option, but then he
Now I
took it
remember,
out
yeah.
to compromise. And having a public
Yeah.
option is not nationalizing 1/6. That's what Bernie wants. Bernie is the one who wants Medicare for all. Bernie is the one who wants to outlaw private insurance. Obama never wanted to do that.
Well, Bernie wants like the most radical healthcare system ever proposed in any Western country ever, and he wants the
Yeah.
U.S. to adopt it at the federal level,
Yeah,
which
I
is just
know.
completely. I'm sorry, it's the dumbest fucking thing ever. I'm all for public option. I'm for universal healthcare, but it's gonna happen first in a couple of blue states, and then if it works in those states, it'll be adopted in more states, and then eventually, once most of the states are doing it, you're gonna have the federal government come in and come up with some type of federal program. That's how we get things to happen in this country. That's how we ended slavery. That's how, like, this is how progress works in America. And if people keep trying to do the most extreme thing possible at the federal level first, they're going to keep not getting what they're looking for.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. Also, debate board. I don't know that. I'm not sure that you know what universal healthcare means. If you think that like universal healthcare is government-run healthcare, because that's not necessarily like. My understanding is universal healthcare is just an umbrella term, meaning that everybody has access to healthcare, like not like free at the point of service healthcare. So a public option would cover that, not like yeah. Like,
I think there's a distinction between universal healthcare and Medicare for all, and I don't know which one is which, but one is the kind that allows for private healthcare, and the other is the type that abolishes health. I don't know which one's which, but
I mean, so Medicare Medicare for all is single payer, and like a public option, whilst keeping private health insurance, would just be a multi-payer system, which lots of European countries have. We also technically have that here too, at least for some things. Although in our case, provinces run that each healthcare system. Is just like a thing that is enshrined in law at the federal level.
Yeah.
Every province runs their own healthcare system. It's not.
it's because Canada is based and federal pilled, like all countries should be.
Yes.
I joke. Some countries are too small. Can you imagine a federal Israel? Like each city is its own state. It'd be so.
Oh yeah, I don't even think. Oh yeah, Israel doesn't even have like fucking provinces because it's so fucking tiny. It's just.
Well, federalism was invented in the New World. Like, if you look at the federal countries, almost all of them are former colonies, and there's a reason. Like, because I'm sure you know Canada's history, but the U.S., Canada, and Mexico were both a bunch of colonies that unified. And when they unified, obviously, each colony is different, and they want to keep their unique differences. So you have federalism.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have that history in Israel, is all, or most of the world.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, listen, debate board. I don't know that I've ever seen Obama say he was in favor of nationalizing healthcare. I don't think that Obama ever called for like outlawing private insurance in the way that Bernie has been doing. That would have been incredibly radical of him to do. He campaigned on universal healthcare, which ain't the same thing as I want a single payer system that outlaws private insurance. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, also, if we're being honest, like, obviously the president's constrained by Congress, and obviously what the president wants versus what he does are different. Which is why, like, honestly, I just look at what they accomplish, because to me that tells me where their focus is. We were talking about JFK and LBJ earlier.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, the reason civil rights passed is because Kennedy realized that there was the votes for it and he could do it. And if there hadn't been the votes, he wouldn't have ever called for it, and we wouldn't even remember Kennedy as being associated with civil rights. So it is like, Obama probably wanted way more than he got, and he was probably constrained by his Congress, but that's also like how our government works. And when I vote for a president, I know they're going to be constrained by Congress, and that factors into my support. Like, Newsom wants to ban guns. He wants to repeal the Second Amendment. He has literally used California to call for a constitutional convention to repeal the Second Amendment. I love guns. If Newsom repealed the Second Amendment, I would be unbelievably angry. However, I know that if that were to happen, Newsom would need 3/4 of the states to agree. And I know in no fucking world there's 3/4 of the state legislature is going to ratify an amendment to ban gun ownership. So I would still vote for Newsom, because who the fuck cares what he thinks about the Second Amendment? He's not changing it.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I feel that's a good like sort of overall like kind of realistic pragmatic policy to have, where you're just like it doesn't matter the candidate. Yeah, sure. Obama obviously was a very wide-eyed idealist when he got into office, and he wanted to accomplish a lot of things, and then he found out that he couldn't, because blue dog Democrats are a thing, and the Democratic Party is a big tent, and he can't just fucking like snap his fingers and do
well, they
tons
were a
of
thing.
shit,
Now
you
we
know?
kicked them all out and lost the Senate, so that was real smart.
Oh, wait, were they actually all kicked out? I wondered about that.
I mean, there's like they used to be like the second largest caucus in the House, and now there's like 8 of them. In the Senate, like the last blue dog was Joe Manchin, and he basically got bullied out of running for re-election. It's just all I'm saying is, look, I hate the blue dogs as much as the rest of us that are progressive culturally inside the Democratic Party, like I am, at least by national standards. In California, I'm not a progressive, but to most of the country, I am. I get it, the hate for the blue dogs. They stood in the way of a lot of good things, Joe Manchin especially. But the reality is, when he leaves office, he will be replaced by a Republican. No progressive Democrat is winning West Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
So it wasn't really good strategy to bully these people out of office. That was pretty stupid, actually.
Oh, they already he's already gone, and West Virginia already elected a Republican. Manchin's not even there anymore.
Oh, I thought it was another few months before that. Okay, well there you go.
At least I
shows
think
how behind I am in West Virginia. You're probably right. Last time I read into what was going on in that seat was, I think, a year ago. So, but anyways, in general, like getting rid of these blue dogs or bullying them out of office was pretty stupid, and I hope we don't make that mistake again. So we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's gone. He left office at the beginning of last year. It was
Okay.
A Republican, Jim Justice, won that seat, and he is now serving as the United States Senator from West Virginia, because West Virginia's insanely blue. Somebody else in the chat was
West Virginia. You got to keep in mind, like I feel like a lot of people, either they've never been to America or they've never left their state, or maybe they haven't traveled to many other states. I've had the luck to be to many states. I've been to West Virginia. If you haven't been there, like this is closer to like Eastern Europe than most of the US developmentally. Like on the Human Growth Index, West Virginia is closer to Algeria than it is to the state I live in.
Oh no.
This is a state with infant mortality rates that are higher than parts of North Africa. This is a state with one of the lowest GDP per capita in the US. This is a state where people die from black lung still because there's still people working in the coal mines. This is a desperately poor state with a desperately bad opioid addiction, and they don't care about West Coast progressive politics. They don't. They could not give a shit. They don't care about culture war issues. These are people mostly voting along like the line of like, what is going to make life suck less quickly.
Wait, wouldn't they?
And there's been like a huge failure of the Democratic Party to help to like appeal to these types of people.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say obviously, because like I feel like electing a Republican that's just gonna vote for tax cuts for the rich is probably not a good strategy there in order to help their state. But yeah.
Well, also like if you go to West Virginia, like the Democrats there will use the N-word and like own guns. Like they're different types of people than like me, a progressive from the most progressive part of the most progressive state in America. You know, and I feel like a lot of people that live in big cities on the coastlines, whether it be New York or Austin, Texas, not a coastal city, but or San Francisco or LA, keep in mind, like 90% of America lives on the coastlines, right? I think they forget that, like, even though like barely anyone lives in West Virginia, they do send 2 people to the United States Senate. Even though 40 million people live in California and like 1 or 2 or 3 or however many million live in West Virginia, we both get 2 seats in the Senate. So you do actually need to win elections in places like West Virginia.
I just want to say, as someone who comes from a country where our seats are assigned based on the population of the provinces, that feels kind of fucked to me. But I understand why it was a thing. But at the same time,
it should be a thing, and I don't think it's fucked. It's just you have to keep in mind we have a house, and the house is proportional to population, and the house is fucked because of gerrymandering, and we should fix that and make the house more proportional. We should expand it. It shouldn't be 435 seats. It should be like 900 now that our population has tripled since it last expanded. There's issues in the House. The Senate is really there because ultimately the US is way more decentralized than Canada. The states have way more autonomy. And every time the government passes a law, it restricts the states in some way. Like if the government were to pass a law banning abortion, it would make all 50 states' abortion laws irrelevant because now it's federalized. If the government were to ban abortion, it would screw over like me in California. Our Constitution protects abortion. If Congress and the Senate pass a law that bans abortion, you're overruling the will of like 40 million people in my state alone, right? So the states also have a say, and in the whole point there is you don't want like big states like California bullying. Like, here's an example: most of our drinking water comes from Colorado. Should 40 million Californians be able to outvote 6 million people in Colorado to take all their water and fuck them over so we can have cheaper drinking water? No. And that's why we have a Senate. Now, if we had a unitary system like Britain or most other democracies, if it wasn't so federalized, we should get rid of the Senate. But until we do that, and we don't do that, we kind of do need a Senate.
Yeah. Oh, and then debate boards.
Although I would say, I think we should make it so the biggest states get 3 senators and the smallest states get 1. But that's just my opinion.
Based. Then debate board in chat is saying that 900 seats is retarded and that we need to change the number of the congressional members, and then we need a dramatic reduction in the scope and power of the federal government because you're a conservative debate board. We know.
Oh, well, actually, I agree with what they said, but the reason I came to 900, and I don't think that's a retarded number, and you shouldn't either, the House used to expand every census every 5 years. It stopped in the 30s, and there was very unique reasons it stopped in the 30s at 435. But the point is 900-ish is where we should be at if they hadn't stopped growing in the 30s. And the problem is in the 30s, our population was like, I think like 90 million. And now it's like 340 million. So the House being the same size it was in the 30s has led to an issue where some districts have like way less people than other districts, but they both get 1 seat. If 435 is just not enough seats to represent the United States anymore with the current population.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind how the EC works, right? If we add more seats to the House, it dilutes those 2 Senates. Like California gets 54 seats in the Electoral College. 2 of those are from the Senate, and 52 are from the U.S. House. If we expand the House, the disadvantage more populous states have in electing the president gets smaller because those 2 Senate seats that like Wyoming gets, being the smallest state in the union, like 800,000, it gets 2 Senate seats and 1 House rep. That gives them 3 electoral votes, are more diluted because now you have more House members and more House seats in the bigger states. So it expands their proportional share of electors. Like most of the issues with American democracy at the federal level come back to a weird decision made by the Congress without going through the Senate to change their rules on how they grew themselves. Like it's why the Electoral College. Historically, almost every popular vote winner would get the Electoral College, but recently there's been a disconnect. A lot of that also has to do with the House being mal-sized.
Okay, yeah. Wait, when you say you want to reduce the size of the federal government, sorry, whenever conservatives say that, I have a feeling they probably mean it differently than like maybe somebody like you would.
Yeah. So like I think abolishing the Department of Education would be a good thing had the president done it legally through the Congress. And the reason for that, for example, right now, before the Department of Education was abolished, so there is no national education system. The Department of Education just gives out loans, really. And those loans accounted for about 9% of total U.S. education spending. The other 91% is state level. And like there's a lot of arguments to be made that the Department of Education was very inefficient, and if you just had abolished it and cut taxes in a way where states could raise their taxes to keep the same overall burden on the citizens, but you just have the money being raised at the state level instead, education outcomes would actually get better across the union. This is an example of like shrinking the federal government. Yeah.
What about in states where they don't want to raise their taxes, or states that just don't have tax? Oh wait, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot. You guys do education, at least by property taxes, which is retarded.
You could create. You could have a law. Well, every state does education differently. Property tax is just the most common scheme. In California, we use income tax and the sale of state lottery, and also tax on marijuana and tobacco sales to fund schools. But again, every state's different. Again, there's a lot of like truisms about how America works that are only true in one state in the union. It's just they get propagated online. But
yeah,
so I mean, there's a lot of federal agencies that I don't think necessarily should exist. Just like here's an example of shrinking the federal government. I think we should abolish the DHS. I don't think it should exist.
You said that,
yeah. So, but you know, does that mean, by the way, we shouldn't have anything to replace it? No, we probably like when I say abolish the Department of Education, we should probably pass laws to make sure states follow minimum like education outcome guidelines, and where the Congress can compel states to like intervene in where there needs to be an intervention. I just don't think the Department of Education was really exist anymore. And that law would result in a much smaller federal intervention than what you had before.
Okay.
Keep in mind, all this comes back to a core. States are very reactive and highly democratic. The federal government is not. It's neither. It's not very democratic. The president is elected through the Electoral College. We have a Senate. And it's not very reactive. Congress barely does anything and doesn't respond to crises quickly. So most of the things that affect your day-to-day life, like police and education, that need to like be governed efficiently, we really want states to do that. Even the worst states do better than the federal government. Like, there's not a single state that has shut down in the last 100 years. How many times have the federal government shut down in the last 100 years?
Oh yeah, obviously a shitload. Also, hold on, wait. Listen, Epic, the reason why we need some sort of universal standard in education, which you asked why for Marut, or not Epic, sorry, Debate Board, Jesus, why do I keep confusing you? Because I'm so used to talking to you in chat, Epic. Debate Board, the reason why we need some sort of the universal standard in education or whatever, and not just left completely up to the states, is because otherwise, you're gonna have states like Mississippi teaching their kids about how the slavery wasn't actually that bad, and the Civil War was actually about states' rights and not about slavery. And
also, I would argue,
yeah.
for example, Louisiana and Texas both now teach the 10 Commandments in class.
Yeah.
I think that's an example where federal courts should intervene and say that I believe in states' rights. I believe in the 10th Amendment, which says that any power not given to the federal government is invested in the states. But we do also have a First Amendment that says you can't have state religion. So,
Yep.
Follow the Constitution, So there should be a federal intervention when states are breaking the Constitution or federal law. I just don't think there should be a Department of Education that manages giving out loans to states and does so less efficiently than even the worst state in the union. That just doesn't seem productive to me.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, listen, this is something that I've been fighting with myself a lot in my head in terms of education or whatever, because there are certain things that I honestly think that kids should probably be taught in school, some of which I think that Debate Board would vehemently disagree with me on, because he and I have argued about this before in Twitch chats of many years ago. Like, for example, I'm sure Debate Board probably doesn't think that schools should teach kids anything about homosexuality or being okay, or like being trans as being like a thing that's normal, or not something that you should be like bullied for or whatever, But yeah, that's
well, I mean, ultimately, I think me and him would probably both say states have rights to make those decisions. I would abhor living in a state. I would vote against that, but like, there is nothing in the Constitution that says you can't do that. So you kind of,
I understand. I understand that. I understand that. Like completely, whatever. That's fine. I get it, because you guys have a different system. But I mean, like, yeah, like regardless, like obviously but if I were to live in Texas, for example, then I would probably fight tooth and nail to make it so that was the edge. But education is obviously a thing that is done, I think.
Or you just move to California and come to civilization. It's the much better option, in my opinion. Look, 40 million of us have done so. Okay, how do you think the population got so big?
Yeah, but it's so expensive to live there. Although it's expensive to live in
Yeah,
parts
well,
of Texas
I mean,
too,
to be honest, there's cheap parts of California, just like there's cheap parts of any other state. It's just the cheap parts of California are the desert. You don't want to be there. But like, you can, if you go to Fresno or Bakersfield, it's very affordable. It's just, you don't want to live in Fresno or Bakersfield. It gets, you're used to Celsius. It'll get like up to 48, 49 degrees Celsius in those places every summer for weeks at a time.
I mean, you say that, but I literally just said, if I was to live in America, I'd probably live in Texas, because I have friends there. And I've been there multiple times, and it seems like a nice place.
The Mojave's a little bit
fucking hot there.
Yeah. The Mojave's a little more extreme than Texas, but yeah, they both are in the middle of deserts, so.
Yeah, like, Epic, Jesus. Debate board, I never said anything about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, you can teach fourth graders about homosexuality by literally saying, hey, you know what? Some people have two dads or two moms, and some people have a mom and a dad. And these things are both normal and fine. That's literally it. That's all you fucking have to do. Nobody's talking about teaching them like sex stuff. Unless you're referring to like sex education for like young people, in which case you're doing the no swear shit, which I do think is valid and good because it gives kids the vocabulary to talk to people if they're getting fucking molested. Yeah.
Well, also, if I can add, I got to get going, but I'll just say this before I go. I grew up in California. I went to school in the Bay Area. It was the most like Santa Clara County, San Francisco County. These are the most progressive school districts in the United States, objectively. Like you can look at the policy, you can look at the demographics.
Oh,
These
yeah.
are the most left-wing districts in the country. And that's where I went to school, right? And I did the whole fourth grade learning about homosexuality thing. And I can tell you what that was like. And it was quite literally one day, the entire year, a couple of people came in and they're like, hey, since you guys just had sex ed, we're going to explain to you, sometimes people are attracted to the same sex instead of the opposite sex. Sometimes people have different gender identities than is normal. This is something you're going to learn more about in high school. And then it came up later in high school. And that was that whole fourth grade. So
Yeah.
I think people misunderstand what this even looks like. And by the way, whether or not we do education that way is up to the voters of like Santa Clara County, not like people in other states or the federal government. So at the end of the day, it's very democratic how we got here, and people here think it's working. And guess what? We have the best education outcomes and best schools in the entire, not just US, but in the world in the Bay Area. At the higher level, you might have heard of places like Stanford or, Berkeley. We get pretty good outcomes with this schooling system. So,
Yeah, I figured, but yeah, I mean, honestly, mostly at the end of the day, like my whole thing about it isn't like I hate the fear mongering about, like they're just teaching kids to be like gay or trans or whatever. All I'm saying is that I feel like to me this is no different than teaching kids that, like, hey, it's not good to hate black people. It's literally just saying, hey, these are different things you will encounter in society, and these things are normal and fine. That's it. Or these things are morally neutral, or there's nothing wrong with this thing. That's it. That's all it is to me. That's all that I think kids should learn when it comes to this shit. I don't think that, until you get to sex ed, in which case that will be a different thing, obviously. But yeah. And I think sex ed.
Well, and the thing that's so annoying to me, people like Vaush will call Newsom right wing because he will veto bills that will go like a little bit too far, maybe on some of the teaching of this. Like there was a bill he vetoed where they wanted to make it so like a teacher could legally hide the sexual identity of their kid from a parent without any cause of concern. And Newsom vetoed that. And you have people saying that's like transphobic and stuff. On the like far left, and then you have the right wing saying Newsom wants to turn your kids trans. It's just really funny. But anyways, I got to get going. You have a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good luck with the rest of your stream here.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye. Kalinda, hardly anyone would disagree with what you're saying here, except that's not what it is limited to in public schools. I mean, listen, I'm sorry, Debate Board. I really am. I hate to say this, but like, I am not going to believe anything that you have to say about this, because that when I was watching you talk to Sonzel and one guy him over this topic, your main source of information on this seemed to be fucking libs of TikTok. So I literally do not give a fuck unless you can show me a real source that is not fucking videos of like random weirdo teacher people saying crazy shit on like libs of TikTok. Then like, I'm sorry, but I do not accept that. Because like, you seem to be one of those people who think that this is some insane craze. And it seems like that's where a lot of your argument came from. In other words, you imagine. No, I don't. I actually remember it very clearly because I remember you arguing with Sonzel about this, and I remember you arguing that fourth graders shouldn't get sex ed. No, Chase, I'm not going to invite him to the Discord. I don't fucking want to have an argument with him about this. I'm tired and I want to go take a nap. Sorry, don't try to smear me like that with your imagined motivations. Also, arguing with DebateBoar is fucking annoying because that he is like the most pedantic motherfucker in existence. Like, well, then whatever, fine. Find me information. Post it in the Discord. Every time you use the word seems, you're giving it away that you're lying. I'm not lying. I remember very clearly that, like, a lot of your information or, like, a lot of your, like, fucking craziness over this shit was fucking from, like, libs of TikTok. All I'm asking, like, show me something. Show me some evidence of this that is not videos from fucking libs of TikTok or some weird, crazy conservative website. Like, show me a curriculum. Yeah, now you're just being dumb. Like seems like your reliance on these words reveals you're lying. I'm not lying. Yeah, I use filler words sometimes. Seem to be as a figure of speech. You need schoolboy. It is. It is a figure of speech. That's it, you know? Yeah, sometimes I will use like as a filler word. I don't like it. I need to stop doing it. I need to not use it so much. But yeah, like, I'm sorry. But there it is again. It's a habit. I'm not lying. It's silly for you to, like, say. Now you're the one who's being bad faith if you're just going to accuse me of lying. Ironically, I showed Sonsol curricula from Tigard or Oregon, Portland, Oregon, and Cali too. Kalinda, you breathing betrays your liberal bias. True. But the rate you're blinking indicates you're lying, Kalinda. How dare you? That's so good. Oh yes, remember when Ash was in here and he just kept saying Kalinda over and over again? I remember. That was very funny. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. You said you showed Sonsol that stuff. Like, listen, if you want to post that shit in the Discord, I'll look at it later. Although, honestly, I don't know if I would object to it as much as you think that as much as you do. Like, I might think it's fine. But it really depends. Sorry if I don't believe something from someone who endangers hospitals and schools. She is a grown woman who never asked for your advice. I like how your cat has been trying to have a stare down this entire time. Yes. Yes, he is in the Discord, Chase. No, Chase, I'm not going to invite him on to have a talk. I already did. I don't feel like doing that right now. Maybe I will argue with him another time, but I don't know if I really particularly want to argue about this because this topic is so fucking annoying. And because conservatives love talking about this, they love it. It's such a weird thing. Like this obsession with culture war shit. I would have to legitimately like do a bunch more research on it before I was gonna like argue with him about it. Or like I would have to look into some of the stuff more. But like the thing is that I'm not even sure what argument you're having in your own head with me, lols. Listen, a lot of it is what I remember from the debates that I had with you in Sonsol's chat a long time ago that you don't even seem to remember. And maybe I am attributing certain things to you that are not true, but honestly, like you, there were also other people in Sonsol's chat that I would argue with that we were pretty sure were your alts, but we weren't sure, but maybe they weren't. He does remember that. Yeah, I mean, maybe you do. Don't let him gaslight you. Conservatives spend half a decade saying trans people are grooming kids. Turns out it was conservatives doing all that and no trans people doing that in the Epstein files. I mean, I don't know if Epic or if DebateBoar ever said trans people being kids, whatever. But like there was DebateBoar and I had many discussions and arguments about like trans people because like, yeah. Notice I didn't raise this in a vacuum here. I was replying to your comments. Why are you so offended when conservatives respond to your words and then pretends we're obsessing weird? Okay, debate board, do you deny that conservatives are pretty obsessed with trans people and that there are conservative like influencers and pundits whose like main topic is just talking about trans people? By the way, that is like something like for years, that's what Libs of TikTok posted about. That's pretty much all Libs of TikTok posted about. Like I would hope that like you would at least accept that, even if you're not one of those people. But it was definitely a thing. Stop! You have been talking about me. Don't gaslight me. I said conservatives. I said that's what I said. I said conservatives. Conservatives are obsessive about this shit. And also, yeah, I'm sorry, but like considering that it came up so often in Sonsel's chat all those years ago, like it was hard not to lump you in as being one of those people. Especially since there were some instances where it seemed like you showed up in other people's chats whenever that was a topic. Lives of TikTok was a reaction to you people. To me? What, really? To me? Are you lumping me in with like people who think that like with people who believe in like self-ID? Because that I'm not one of those people, okay? Libs of TikTok was created to make people think that weirdos on TikTok were the majority of people on the left. Yes, I am. My apologies if I'm wrong too. Yeah, you are wrong too. I have like a pretty normal stance on. But I mean like debate board, I don't even know if like do you think gender dysphoria is a real thing? Do you think that like it's a thing that people actually suffer from? Do you think that like kids who legitimately have gender dysphoria should get healthcare for that? With like lots of gatekeeping and whatnot? Because that's my position. Yeah. Like, I have a lot of, like, I believe in healthcare for trans kids if they actually have gender dysphoria. And I think that that should be gate kept. So that, like, because it's probably pretty rare, in all honesty. Okay, so you do think that it's real? Do you think that kids can have it? And do you think that, like, those kids should get healthcare for it? Get healthcare, there is no real healthcare for it, and you're hiding behind the healthcare euphemism. Yeah, there is healthcare for it. Healthcare is transition. That's the treatment for gender dysphoria. This is probably the part where we're going to disagree. What do you think it should be treated with? Don't take the bait. And the gatekeeping you appeal to doesn't exist, and the court cases are just beginning. I mean, it does exist. It exists in European countries. What are you talking about? A lot of the studies that said that it worked were done in European countries where there was a lot of gatekeeping. Not the ideological affirm model, that's for sure. I never said that I agree with the full-on affirm model. I said gatekeeping. Especially when you're talking about kids. But even when you're not talking about kids, I still think that you should make it clear what it is that people are signing up for and what the what might happen, and also present them with alternatives and all this other kinds of shit. But like ultimately at the end of the day, like what exactly, so like what does that then look like? What does it mean like to you with the affirm model? Do you think this kind of shit should be banned like for kids? Do you think it should be banned for everybody? Or like, yeah, like what exactly is it that you want? What is your policy prescription here? Belinda, he is a right winger. Europe doesn't exist. It's a myth. Too bad your side is not doing that, hence the flood of court cases. I mean, like, you can say that about my side if you want to. But I don't know that there's actually a flood of court cases like you claim. Like, I understand that there is an issue. Yes, banned for children, no hormones, no drugs, no affirming psych therapy. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's fucking stupid. And the reason why I think that's fucking stupid is because that we have not, like, we don't have enough information yet about whether or not a thing works. So you're basically saying that you think that the government should come between a parent and their child and like care for a condition that their child has. Like, that's what you're advocating for right now. That seems very unconservative and very unsmall government of you. Like, why not do what the European countries are doing instead, which is like be very choosy about whether or not kids get to have puberty blockers or whatever, you know? Because that's still a thing that European countries are allowing. It's just that they're only going to allow kids to do it if they like pass a certain threshold, and then they have to be part of like a study because that they're looking into this more. Go back to the watchful waiting. Let allegedly gay kids be gay rather than convert them, or let kids grow out of the confusion, which they primarily do. Okay, but what if they don't? That's the thing. What if they don't? What if they don't grow out of it? Like, there has to be, I just think it's stupid that you just want to ban all treatment for this when it's very possible that, like, you know, because now you're basically just saying fuck the kids who don't grow out of it, and they just get to suffer. And if you're a trans woman, then you basically have to go through the wrong puberty, and you're basically fucked, and you are never going to be able to pass, because that's what you're advocating for. And then why do you put care in quotation marks? So do you think that transition is not a good treatment for like gender dysphoria? What do you think a good treatment is? Because right now it's the only thing that we've got, and it seems to work. No, you go through the correct puberty. Well, no, if you have gender dysphoria and like you have real gender dysphoria, then it's not the correct puberty if you're a trans woman. And your gender dysphoria gets like 1 billion times worse as you go through that puberty. Really, once you enter puberty, typically, most trans people will say that's really when they know that they have gender dysphoria. Because the care you're appealing to is bullshit, which is why you have to say seems to work. I mean, like, it's what we've got right now. And also, that's not even true. Like, so what? You think that, so what do you think, what do you think they should get then? Do you think that, like, do you think they should just be therapied out of it? Yeah, you're right. Chemotherapy does only seem to work because it doesn't always work. It doesn't always get rid of your cancer. It's what we got. That's your best argument. It's what we got. No, it's not my best argument. All the data seems to suggest that it fucking works, at least for adults. And there's less data for kids. But like, and also all the studies that are critical of this say that we need more data. They don't say that we should like take it away or stop doing it or like go another direction or any of that shit. He doesn't have a proposal. His proposal is probably therapy. Because then, like, debate board, is it medically experimenting on kids to give them like experimental chemotherapy for cancer? I mean, no, the current data does seem to, or does support it, at least from everything that I have seen before. But I'm saying that there is data that I'm saying that like even the data that is critical of other data doesn't say that like we should stop doing it or stop like transitioning or stop doing like trans stuff or whatever. It doesn't say that like it just says we need to study this more. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but leaving these people to suffer and not giving them like literally anything is not a good alternative. Especially since like you can obviously like find plenty of trans people who will say that they are happier and they have like better life outcomes if they have a good support system and they were able to transition. You guys literally want doctors randomly experimenting. That's why the Euros pulled back and demanded greatest regimentation of research. Sorry, greater regimentation of research. Yeah, but they're still doing research. They didn't ban it. What Europe is doing is different than what you're advocating for. You want the government to come in and shove its face between a parent and a child and like their health care. No, ZJM, he says he thinks that it's real, but he doesn't believe in any of the current treatments for it. Like, that's what you want, Debate Board. You want the government to come in and shove its face. Like, you want the government to get between, yeah. Did I say ban research? Did I? You said ban drugs and ban puberty blockers for kids. You did say that. Yes. That implies that you're banning all of those treatments, which means that nobody's going to be able to do any research with it. Now you're just lying. You literally said ban. You said ban the drugs. Ban the the psychological affirmation shit. You said to like ban all that stuff for kids, all the stuff that we currently do. If you ban it, then there's no way to do scientific studies on it. It's fine if you want to advocate for what Europe is doing. If you want to take a more careful approach, I'm not against that. I think I probably even agree with that. Yes, ban these treatments for kids. Then I just appeal to control research in Europe. You don't. Yeah, but if you're saying you want to ban that stuff, if you ban that stuff, then the US can't do controlled research. That's the problem. Don't you see like the opposition, or don't you see like the contradiction between these two things? Like now you're basically saying, yeah, I'm okay with research after you advocated for banning all of those treatments. When I'm talking about doing that research with regards to kids, because I'm sorry, but I'm not like you, and I'm not a cruel asshole that basically is going to say, you know what, it's fine. I'm just going to let you suffer, or fuck all the kids that have gender dysphoria. Even if that's a small number of kids, they still shouldn't just be left to suffer. Because like, you think this is icky. Yes, ban that stuff outside of controlled research, you fucking mob. That's not what you said up above when I asked about this. You're so invested in the caricature you're drawing. I mean, they were your words, dude. You said it. Up above, you said ban all that stuff. Like, you don't need to do any kind of legislation here. I think it's silly for the government even to be getting involved in this. Just like let the, like, in fact, I imagine that the American medical institutions will probably follow on in the same way that the Europeans did. Or maybe they won't. Who the fuck knows? You lying ass, you asked about treatment for kids. We were not talking about research when you asked about that. I mean, you know what? It's not my fault that you are so insanely pedantic. I've been talking about research for kids this entire time. And then I was also talking about research for adults. But when it comes to banning shit, I was talking about research for kids. And I said, I'm okay with taking the direction that Europe took. If you want to be more gatekeepy or whatever, until we gather more data, I'm fine with that. But that's not the same thing as banning it. And you talked about banning it. I don't think that it should be banned. That doesn't make any sense. You can't do research if you fucking ban it. Like, realistically, I don't think that the government should even get involved with any of this shit. I don't like the idea of the government coming between a parent and their child and I think that these are all choices that should be made between a parent, a child, and their doctor. And yeah, doctors should be better educated on this shit too. It's your fault that I answered your question. You asked, and then you translate that later in the convo to a different issue. That is bad faith. I mean, even now, when I've clarified to respond to your bad faith, you still insist I believe what I don't. Okay, well then, why do you want to ban it? Don't you think that's stupid? Like, why do you need to ban it? Why don't you just say, hey, I think the US should do what Europe is doing with regards to this thing? That's not what happened. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, why don't you just say, hey, that's what I think that we should do. We should do what Europe is doing, because you never said that. You just said, let's ban you just talked about how, like, all the drugs and all that shit should be banned, except for research. Why do you need to ban anything? Just say you think we should do what US should do what Europe is doing. Europe did ban it outside of controlled research. What the fuck? I mean, not really. It's not. Europe changed its treatment regimen. It's not the same thing. They didn't ban it. They said we are not going to do this anymore, except for within the context of controlled research studies. He quite literally said no treatment for trans kids that should be forced to go through a puberty that does not match their gender identity. Yeah, I know. He did say that. He did say that up above too. Yeah, I'm aware. Like, he said that they, like, basically your prescription for kids who have gender dysphoria, debate board, is that they should just suck it up. Because you don't think that any of the current, you don't think like transition is a valid treatment. I said ban when you asked a specific question about treatment for kids. You bad faith idiot, stop pretending we were talking about research when you asked that question. I mean, why didn't you clarify? Why didn't you say, I think that it shouldn't be a thing that is done, or I think it should be banned except for like within research? But you didn't. You didn't clarify, did ya? That's not my prescription. That's your words. No, you literally said it above. You said it. It's in the chat. You wrote it out. You literally said that they wouldn't be going through the wrong puberty because you apparently don't agree with that and don't understand what gender dysphoria is. And then you said a bunch of shit about how, you know, like, just let them grow out of it. Let them become gay and all this other stuff. It's the YouTube chat. I think there can be room to clarify. If they clarify the new position they are owning. Yeah, I know. Whatever. I get it. I understand, debate board. You're like super mad. I know. As usual. Home statute. Okay. I did clarify when you actually asked about research more. Yeah, kinda, you did, but you still said all that other shit, and you are not gonna, like, take that back or whatever. I'm in Discord. Don't be a forward and hide behind. No, I'm not gonna argue with you about this, okay? I wanna go take a nap. I've been, like, trying to end stream for a while. Like, what the fuck, bro? I understand that you're, like, super mad, but I don't know if I want to argue with you, because all you're going to do is you're just going to run around in circles and, like, fucking do this dumb pedantic debate bro shit with me. Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm being a coward because I told you I wanted to go take a nap? Jesus fucking Christ. Are we actually gonna, do you actually want to have a conversation with me, debate board? Or do you just want to argue with me about how you didn't say that? Because I have no desire to have a meta conversation with you. I don't care. It is so stupid. If you actually want to talk about the subject, we can talk about the subject, but I have no interest in having a dumbass meta conversation with you. Because all you're going to do is you're going to come in here and lie about what it is that you think. Well, no, like, Maruzi, like, I'm okay to, like, talk to him. It's just that I don't, the last time that he and I talked, like, yeah, it's exhausting. Yeah, and now you're trying to smear me, so it's so stupid. You know what? Actually, no, fuck it. I'm not going to do it. I can understand why Sanzel didn't feel like dealing with you. Come back tomorrow after you've calmed down. Jesus Christ. I'm also going to time him out of the Discord too, just so that I don't have to deal with him being annoying. Last time I banned him, he cried for a year and it was delicious. Wait, what did you ban him from Lonerbox's chat? Good for you, Clinda. He is so obnoxious and not worth it. Yeah, I know. I mean, well, all he wants to do, like, you know what? I don't think that he's actually interested in having real conversations. I think that all he wants to do is just like try to catch you in a way that seems like you are like he just wants to try to catch you on the now you're trying to put words in my mouth shit so that he can endlessly argue with you over like semantics and other insanely stupid garbage. Like, I think, like, he just seems to live in meta conversations. He just wants to do the, I didn't say that, you're saying that I said a thing that I didn't say shit, rather than have real conversations. And I just don't care. It's so boring. Like, it was annoying and exhausting when I was talking to him about Israel-Palestine, and now it's like even more annoying, like, yeah, like, and just arguing about it. Like, this guy's literally just denying, like, he's trying to gaslight me and everybody else in chat by saying that he didn't say a thing that he literally said. Years ago, bro never got over it. I think you lost a good opportunity for a prep die run for Lactroid. No, I don't think, Lactroid doesn't argue the way that this guy argues. Like, I've never seen Lactroid. Lactroid doesn't engage in meta conversations like this guy does. He has such, I peaked when I played high school football energy. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, you banned him from Loner's Twitch chat. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I think Lactroid is way smarter. You know what the funniest thing was? I don't know how many of you watched that debate panel that I was on, the one about DEI with Gibbs and Lactoid, where I unfortunately had the unfortunate where like I had Joe Lewis on my team, but like oh, he was arguing with Van Loven about the Obama administration family separation policy versus the Trump one. Yeah, Gibbs was being retarded. That whole debate, Gibbs was literally just there to shadow box with people who are like with like his caricature version of liberal people. And I felt it was so annoying because I feel like I could have actually probably had an interesting discussion or debate with Lactoid, but Gibbs just kept getting in the way. Like, Gibbs just wanted to scream and be like a fucking dumbass the entire time. Whereas, like, I felt like Lactoid, I could have actually had, like, a real discussion with him or a real debate or whatever, you know, like, at least Lactoid seemed to actually want to engage with the things that we were saying and not the things that whatever imaginary made-up far leftist person was saying. Yeah. Gibbs and Lactoid do good tag team, Mott and Bailey. I've seen it work on Pisco. Yeah, I don't know if, like, they talk about it behind the scenes or what, but Gibbs was a Willy Wonka guy from Loner's last car. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Gibbs is crazy. He's like a ridiculous person. Like, I don't think that he's necessarily like a bad person or whatever, but he's a fucking moron in online debates. And like, I feel like arguing with him would be incredibly frustrating. He's also one of those, the black community just needs to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They're just lazy and on welfare people, which is like, oh God. I feel like I'm back in 2017 listening to Destiny argue with people about like how people are products of their environments and how you can't just tell people to bootstraps their way out of poverty because that's not how the world works. Yes, no, Short Stack, I timed him out for 24 hours. He can come back later. I mean, although I might, and I also timed him out of the Discord too, although I might ban him permanently later. I don't know. It depends how much he annoys me. Because he's such a fucking, He's so childish. I don't think they coordinate. They just both swap effortlessly from making moral and legal / pragmatic arguments, and facing two of them at once makes it a fucking pain to navigate the actual argument. Yeah, I know. You're right. Pan. I mean, I might. I don't know. I think it's interesting to have a conservative in chat, though. And at least I know he's a real person and not just another fucking troll like that ghost guy that literally keeps coming back constantly on like 50 billion different alt accounts. Can we get a less fragile one? I would love that, Maruzzi, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if non-fragile conservatives exist. Then again, yeah, most conservatives are like this. It's up to what Discord you want to call. Oh no, Vanaloven, my Discord, like I have said before, my Discord is supposed to be a anything goes kind of space where you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't break Discord TOS. And I have like a few other rules as well too, like don't like attack people's immutable characteristics. That kind of shit is not okay. And honestly, I might start making making rules about attacking the argument, not the person, or not being, or well, no, that's already the don't attack immutable characteristics. But I also might start making rules about like don't be fucking bad faith. But I mean, if I actually do make that rule, that means that Dispel is going to be gone real fucking fast. It's where a lot of the yeah, Maruzzi, that's because I see those people and then I invite them to my Discord. My retardation is is a immutable characteristic, unfortunately. Wait, the new guy in Gay Baby Jail had a trans debate with Lonerbox, apparently. I mean, maybe I might ask him. Also, I should ask Ice Dude to join my Discord too. Yeah, I know bad faith is a dangerously large label, so I shouldn't say that. All I'm saying is that, like, at some point in the future, even though, like, Duckbringer, I know that you disagree or whatever, but I might legitimately ban Dispel if he pisses me off again, because that he is so uncharitable, and he is actually bad faith. Like, I think he literally does it on purpose. No, Fire will not get purged. Fire's fine. I mean, like, Fire drives me crazy and I don't agree with him, but he's fine. I don't think I've ever seen Fire be, like, bad faith. Both of them are annoying, let's be fair. DB and Roots. Because your objectively wrong opinions about RHCP. Yeah, no, like, I think Dispel is absolutely a troll. It's your server. You did good in debate keeping Dispel on task, so I'd recommend a sincere approach over the behavior you dislike. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But it's just that, like, he does it all the time. Most of the time, like, I think most of the people in my Discord have basically just learned to ignore him. Because what will happen is we'll be in the middle of a serious and interesting discussion, and he'll just swoop in and say some insanely stupid shit that is clearly, like, and he's clearly trolling to try to get a reaction out of people. And so I usually just ignore him, or I will react to it with the eye roll emoji, and that will be the end of that. And I think that a lot of other people are doing that, you know. But yeah, I just don't think that he is a particularly good, I don't know. And also, like, by the way, like, yeah, thank you, Duckbringer, for saying I did good keeping him on task in my discussion with him. But he was also really bad faith in that discussion. Like, he constantly misrepresented my arguments and restated them in the most uncharitable ways possible. And it was incredibly annoying. And I did not like it at all. And he does it in text conversations too. So, you know, like, I understand that, like, maybe there's some weird thing that he's trying to do when he does that shit, but it's annoying as fuck, and it is not conducive to good conversations. I can see where you were coming from. Yeah, like, it. And I also, for the life of me, I don't know if he's actually trolling or if it's just, or if he's doing it on purpose or what, but it's fucking annoying. So, I mean, who knows? We'll see. We'll see how long he lasts. We'll see whether or not he pisses me off, because I don't, like, I have a very low tolerance for that kind of shit, for people who basically are just gonna, like, misread things that I said when it's obviously that's not what I was saying. Like, claiming that I think because it Israelis, or because claiming that me saying that Israeli or that Palestinians have legitimate reasons to hate Israelis means that I'm, like, saying some forms of anti-Semitism are valid. Like, that's so fucking stupid. I can say I've known him long enough to say he's a nice guy and doesn't seem to want to disrupt or strictly troll, even if the irony poisoning is preferably his way of debating. Yeah, I don't understand why he why irony poisoning is, like, why he thinks that that's, like, a good strategy. It's very stupid. You'll learn that I'm way too charitable. I don't fault you for having different standards than me. I mean, I'm charitable in a lot of ways too. I am pretty charitable. I just don't, yeah, like, when I have literally had a conversation with someone and they spend that whole conversation, like, completely misrepresenting shit that I'm saying. Like, Ogre Boy did it to me too, by the way. Ogre Boy also does that. He loves to misrepresent people. He is trolling and not trolling at the same time, just like he is a lib and not a lib at the same time. Yeah. What's an LSAT? Some sort of autism test for piscoids. Piscoids. You have me in the first half, Short Stack Goblin. I was about to explain what an LSAT was, but then you mentioned Pisco, and obviously, yeah. Yes, Short Stacks are yes, and I don't know if you realize how yes you are. Yes. Dispel is just epic fail locked in a clown suit. That's the real truth. I mean, I thought, I'm pretty sure Dispel spent like a little while arguing with Epic. Do Canadians do the LSAT? I have no idea. I don't fucking know. I've never looked into what it takes to become a lawyer. Isn't it SAT for losers? One is locked in cockpit and the other is locked in clown suit. Sad. True. Hello, cat. Oh, okay. This boy is hungry, so... Wait, Maritzi, did you take the LSAT? Wait, why would you have taken the LSAT? I thought you were a legal analyst. The LSAT is legitimately so fucking expensive. Oh yeah, okay, Canada does have the LSAT. The L in LSAT stands for loser. The whole application process is insane. Okay, you did take it. All right. Based. Of course not. LSATs are for dumb common law. Oh, wait, also Canada. I had to take it to get into my program. Oh, right. Yeah, the LSAT is the thing that you take before you go to whatever, like, legal law school thing that you go to, whether you're going to be a lawyer or not. Yeah, I know you're an analyst. Maruzzi is a lawyer and no one can tell me otherwise, including Maruzzi. I took the WSAT. The bar is what you take to practice law, yes. Maruzzi, could you take the bar? Do you think that you could pass it if you, like, studied up for it or whatever, and then became a lawyer? Now I feel like I'm just sitting here chilling with you guys. Probably. Oh, hey, based. I understand why you wouldn't want to. I'd have to do a lot of studying. Yeah, fair. Been a while. Hold on. What the fuck's going on in D-Man's Discord? Are they doing call-ins? Cat hate. Not cat hate. I love cats. Cats are beautiful. Oh, I want to show you guys something before I go. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Um,
Why would you even have?
what? No, that's not that. Not fucking Destiny, Jesus. Where is it? Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. Check this out, guys. As the palette cleanser to end off today's stream.
Pet you? You're so sweet. The little arms. Hey, baby.
That was great. What's up here?
What? I can't believe that he wasn't in his crate.
I'm glad you like the window bed. Does that feel nice?
It's like docile boy I've ever met. Isn't he perfect?
He scratches. I think it's like 4 feet.
Aww.
Huh?
It's getting New York City girl main character. Do you like the cold air?
That cat is so adorable. Suburb orange cat. Reminds me of Juju, just a ray of sunshine, zero evil in body. Yeah, that cat is super cute.
One guy on top of this spot.
Holy Jesus.
Wait, oh
like a
my
triangle.
god, they're actually playing with someone
Thanks.
else.
Aren't any 3 spots on a 2-dimensional plane a triangle, technically?
Okay, yeah, they're busy right now. I'm not gonna fucking go in there. Even though Dan is in there, I guess he's just kind of sitting there. Maybe I will go in there at some point when I'm off stream. Although I want to go in when I'm live so that I can like show off the cat to DGG. Play on creators with that. I don't even have that game. Oh, you're about to post a kitten pic? Based. I am absolutely not going to play Uncreators with them. I remember when Stuart said the N-word on stream. No, he didn't. Oh my god. He's fucking messaging me. Debatebor is messaging me. That is so funny. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Get over yourself. I don't know, like, how it is that he thinks that acting like a child because that he threw a fit in chat, and the only reason why he wanted to come onto the Discord wasn't so he could have a substantive conversation, but it was so that he could, like, engage in a fucking meta conversation with me, which I know is what he craves. I just know it. Like, he wants that so badly. He's, like, frothing at the mouth for a chance to be like, I didn't say that, and you said that I said that. And yeah, fuck that. That's so boring. I don't care. If that's like what you want to do, then like go away. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Yeah. Like, apparently he's always been like this too. Don't forget Van's picture. I won't. I'm getting it. Hold on. Like, yeah. I will, maybe in the future I will talk to him again, but the issue is that I want to actually talk to him. Or I want to have like I want to talk about an issue and not have a stupid meta conversation about what he did or didn't say. Oh, apparently. Hold on, sorry, just a sec, guys. Pet pics. Aw. Oh my god. I thought about messaging Debatebor back, but I'm just gonna ignore him because I feel like that's probably the thing that's just gonna make him the most angry. Is just not people just not like paying attention. Because I think what he really wants is for me to engage with him so he can keep arguing with me. Aw. Look at these cute babies. Look at them. Oh, these are kittens. Cleo, Doomy, Penny, and Tony. Yeah, that's Doomy, or that's Cleo, and that's Doomy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed him. Pasta named cats would be funny. True. Oops. My brother, my brother got me this. It's an Equigroomer from Girl with the Dogs. Except it's for Stuart. We'll see how much Stuart likes this. But yeah, my brother really wanted me to get this. Belinda confirmed groomer. The Equigroomer. Yeah, it's the brush. It's what it's called. It's from the Girl with the Dogs YouTube channel. She also grooms cats, and she uses this on both of them. But apparently it's really good. Or something. I don't know. I would be curious to try it. Oh, hey. Hey, come here. Come here. Come on up here. Come here. Come on up here. He's purring. Oh my god. You are so weird. Oh yeah, I think he will love it in the summer. He's not shedding a lot right now, so it's not really necessary. Oh my god. I think brushing just gets him really excited. Oh, I did get some hair off him though. Hi. Aw. Now he's just rubbing against everything. Are you excited? Okay, bud. Aw. Love you. Well, Bill Clockwell, Cleopatra is, she's like, or she was, like, I guess, a combination of Greek and Middle Eastern or something. I don't know. Or she's, Hellenistic, I think is the right word. Because she is a descendant of Alexander the Great. She was allegedly a Greek Egyptaboo. I mean, yeah, that's probably like a that's probably an accurate description. Oh, she's not. I thought she was descended from Alexander, but I mean, what the fuck do I know? Listen, we're talking about shit that I learned in high school, okay? I don't fucking know. Aw, look at this baby. Look at this adorable void baby. So cute. Look at that funny face. Oh, she's descended from one of his generals. Yeah, Ptolemy. And that family inbred a lot. Like, I think one of her ancestors is called Sister Lover. Jesus Christ. According to Emma Vigling, Cleopatra had to have been black because Egypt is in Africa. Yes, Chase, I know. We're all familiar with that ridiculous, stupid shit. God damn, that was stupid. No, like a lot. No, I believe you, Van Loven. I know. I know that used to be a lot more common. Someone needs to name a cat after Mark Antony. True. That would be very cat-like. Oh, Ptolemy? Is it pronounced? Is it just Ptolemy? Yeah, it is. It's just Ptolemy, isn't it? Or is it Ptolemy? I think it's Ptolemy. I think that's how you say it. Listen, I'm sorry. It's been ages, okay? Hi. Well, I mean, Van Loven, a lot of historical, obviously, of course it does. And I'm sure that, like, Game of Thrones was obviously based on a bunch of historical shit anyway. I think the PSI, yeah, it probably is. You're probably right. Listen, don't listen to me, okay? I'm like a white woman. Of course, I don't know how to pronounce literally anything. Is that a picture in a hotel? Maybe. I don't know. Ask Van Loven. I love the kitten pile, though. They are so cute. Kittens are adorable babies. Even then, the Ptolemies were extreme and went on for centuries. I'm too white to know how to pronounce white names. I mean, I guess you could say that. I don't know. I don't know that that's a fair summary, but you know. Oh. Anyway, you guys, fucking hell. I have like a massive headache. So I'm gonna go and take some Tylenol and take a nap. I need to start getting better sleep. Or I rather, like, I get fine sleep, but I need to start actually going to sleep at a better time than the time that I was going to sleep at. Yeah. Not a hotel, a defunct Airbnb. In Israel. Yeah, thanks, Chase. It was an alright stream, yeah. I need to like figure out what the hell I'm doing for my content. In order to get people to stay and whatnot, but yeah. That was about when I moved back from Israel. It was Chicago. Okay, cool. Cool. Alrighty. Well, have a good one, guys. Bye.